Lin Mo glanced at Inalo and Kaku and ran directly to the east coast of Amazon Lily, where the spaceship was. Kaku patted Inalu on the back and said with a smile, "The captain has already spoken. Let's go. If you are disobedient, be careful to be beaten." Inalo glared at Han Cook and the others in dissatisfaction. "You are lucky." Then it turned into a thunderbolt and went after Lin Mo. Kaku sighed helplessly, looked at Hancock, and laughed loudly. "Ha, sorry. Inal has this personality. Don't be surprised. Then I will go too. Goodbye." After finishing speaking, Kaku took a stride and jumped directly onto the stone wall around the arena, which was tens of meters high, and ran away under the astonished sight of Hancock and the others. "What's going on with these three people?" Sonia said with a strange expression. "Could it be that all three of them are fruit-capable people?" Thunder and lightning. It should be considered a very strong ability in the natural department. Granny New looked at Hancock, who had an extremely unnatural expression at the moment, and continued, "It seems that there are really a few people here on the island this time. Snake Princess, what are you going to do next? Just let them roam around the island like this." Hancock bit the thumb of his right hand and said to himself, "He actually knows how to use weapons. Why doesn't he use weapons to beat the concubine? Could it be that he likes the concubine? But if he really likes the concubine, why? Will he be immune to my concubine's ability? Now that I think about it, he really didn't hit me hard, and sure enough, that kid likes me." What are you talking to yourself?" Granny New asked speechlessly. Hancock suddenly came back to his senses, his tone returned to his previous indifference, and he said, "What else can I do? Since they killed the Tianlong people, the world government will definitely not let them go. Maybe they come to Amazon Lily is to avoid the pursuit of the world government. Speaking of this, Hancock couldn't help but sneered and continued, Since that's the case, it's better to let the news about them here. I can't deal with him. Let the world government come. Sonia, go get the phone bug that communicates with the Navy." "Ah, good." Sonia nodded, turned to Sister Wu and Xiaolan in the center of the arena, and asked, "What about the two of them? Will the execution continue when they wake up?" Hancock glanced at the two of them disdainfully, waved his hand, and said, "Forget it. Let them go this time." Just as she finished saying this, the system's notification sound came from Lin Mo's side. Page 252 DD. Let Pirate Empress Hancock change her execution determination. Sign in progress 20. Current total progress is 50. Reward Overlord Color Level 1. Current Overlord Color Level is LV8. Before Lin Mo had time to think about it, a powerful domineering force spread out from him. Inalu and Kaku, who were closest to him, were instantly weakened by the domineering aura, and they all stopped in their tracks and fell from midair. As for the arena, it was also affected by domineering at the same time, although it was only for a split second. But Lin Mo was a certain distance away from the arena at this moment, so that the four of them were not completely immobilized, but it also made their hearts tremble violently. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Hancock's forehead. Sonia said with an ugly face, "Sister, are we under surveillance? Do you still need to contact the world government?" "You idiot." Granny New slammed the snake-shaped cane on the ground twice. "If you want to destroy Amazon Lily, please contact me." Chapter 214 Daughter Island's so-called differential treatment. When Lin Mo came to his senses, Analu and Kaku were already on their backs and fell into the forest in an extremely embarrassing situation. The power released by the domineering upgrade is only for a moment, so Inalo and Kaku quickly regained their freedom. The two jumped up from the ground in disgrace, with extremely rich expressions on their faces. Inalu looked up at Lin Mo, who had turned back and was standing on the trunk of a tall tree in front of them, and said frantically, "What are you doing with your arrogance? Don't think that you can do whatever you want as a captain, Lin Mo." The corners of Kaku's mouth twitched slightly, and he asked with a dry smile, "Did the two of us do something wrong?" Lin Mo raised his hand and touched his temple, and said casually, "An accident." "What accident? I think you did it on purpose." Inalu has been very upset since he was lifted from the petrified state. "What kind of medicine did that woman with a sick mind give you? You actually treated yourself for her. Human hands. Damn, the more I think about it, the more angry I get." Ahem. Kaku coughed dryly. After all, the captain is only 15 years old. and Hancock is indeed pretty. Opposites attract. Even if we both fell for it, it is normal for the captain to be attracted to her. Bar suddenly thought of something. Enelu immediately turned into lightning and appeared on the tree trunk next to Lin Mo in the blink of an eye, asking with a strange expression, "You don't want to take that mentally ill woman on board, do you?" Lin Mo said speechlessly, "No, I never thought about it." "That's about the same." Enelu nodded in satisfaction. It seems that he hasn't been completely fascinated yet. Lin Mo. Wait, why does this dialogue feel so wrong? Should he take the crew on board? When will it be Enel's turn to dictate here? Besides, the more people there are, the more troublesome it will be. He didn't intend to take so many people on board, and he was able to accept Enelo and Kaku simply because he regarded them as useful tools. Therefore, he didn't need to explain anything to Enelo and Kaku at all. Yes, it is like that. Thinking of this, Lin Mo simply ignored AI Nilu and continued to head towards the east coast of Amazon Lily. AI Nilu has long been used to Lin Mo's attitude and directly yelled at Kaku. "You bastard has a long nose. Let's go." Kaku sighed helplessly, caught up immediately, and hurried to the side of the road and said, "This old man has a name, Kaku." "Heh, the weak don't have the right to control their names." Enel smiled triumphantly. Kaku couldn't help wiping off his cold sweat. "You really are a guy who doesn't think about the future." "Huh? What did you say?" Enelo glared at Kaku angrily. Kaku smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing. Let's hurry up and chase Captain Lin Mo." As he said that, Kaku accelerated the speed of shuttling through the trunks of this primeval forest. Enelu looked at Kaku jumping far away and said disdainfully, "You still want to compare speed with me? Practice for a few more decades." After finishing speaking, Enelo turned into lightning and flashed past Kaku in an instant. Kaku was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't laugh or cry. It's obvious that someone in his 30s is really naive. Soon, the three returned to the spaceship. Looking at the petrified cabin doors and guardrails, as well as the smashed and unrepaired bow, Kaku scratched his head and said helplessly, "It seems that the doors and guardrails need to be replaced, and repairing the bow, the old man alone, it will take at least 3 days for people to repair it. If you are willing to help, maybe it can be faster." Kaku turned to look at Lin Mo and AI Nilu, and the two of them returned to the cabin as if nothing had happened, and none of them paid attention to him. "You two," Kaku said with a headache. "What did this old man do to get on this ship?" Arena. Hancock and the others were frightened by Lin Mo's arrogance. Granny New's words made the three Hancock sisters fall into deep thought. In their view, the domineering just now was Lin Mo's warning to them. For his own sake and for the safety of Amazon Lily, Hancock had no choice but to give up the idea of going to the Navy to solve Lin Mo. Marigold asked nervously, "Sister, what should we do?" "Just let those 3 men do nothing." Hancock frowned, thinking about countermeasures. Granny Neo said with an ugly face, "Maybe Snake G is right. They came to Amazon Lily to avoid being chased and killed by the world government. Maybe they will stay here for the rest of their lives." "No." Hancock gritted his teeth. "Since you can't kill them, find a way to drive them out. Amazon Lily is not a place where they can mess around. Since they will be monitored on the island, then send someone out to sea to find them. The people of the world government, if I don't believe it, I really can't solve them. Boa Hancock actually hates the world government, but she must have the title of Shichibukai to protect herself and Amazon Lily. So, unless it is a last resort, she will never respond to the government's call, or it is the person who takes the initiative to find the world government. That's why she wanted to send someone out to report the news. No matter what, she didn't want to go by herself. This may be the only way to solve the problem now." Sonia asked helplessly, "Sister, who do you think is more suitable?" Hancock thought for a while and replied, "Let Cosmos and Jinshin take some people there." Sonia nodded. "Okay, I see." Marigold glanced at the people around him and continued, "That guy Lin Mo is so domineering. I think everyone won't wake up in a few hours. Sister, you go back first. Leave this place to me. I'm going to find someone to bring everyone back." Hancock nodded and left the arena with Sonia first. Grandma New didn't leave and stayed with Marigold. "I'll help you." Page 253. Marigold nodded and said, "Okay, thank you, Granny New." That evening, Inside the ship, Kaku placed the prepared dinner on the dining table and called Inalu and Lin Mo over. The three sat around. Kaku deliberately put meat dishes in front of Lin Mo, while Inalo only had a few light vegetarian dishes. Seeing this, AI Nilu directly pushed the plate to Kaku in disgust, trying to move a plate of food from Lin Mo. Kaku patted the back of his hand with chopsticks. What are you doing? These are all Lin Mo's. Inalo, ? You bastard has a long nose. You are getting more and more courageous. Inalu said angrily. What's wrong with how many pieces of meat I ate? What do you mean by giving me those vegetable leaves? Don't you like light food? Kaku smiled. Besides, Lin Mo is still growing and needs nutrition. If he doesn't eat better, can he grow taller? Lin Mo. The corner of Analu's mouth twitched slightly. Then I don't need nutrition? Kaku waved his hand and said, You are so tall, you don't need it. Enel. Chapter 2:15 The omniscient thunder god of Daughter Island. Kaku's words almost didn't anger Enelo. Standing up in silence, Enelu pointed to the outside of the cabin indifferently and said in a calm tone, Long nose, come out with me. I have something to tell you. Kaku was not that stupid, just about to refuse. Lin Mo pushed a few plates of dishes in front of him to AI Nilu instead. That's not okay. Kaku pushed back again. I can learn other cuisines if it doesn't suit my taste, and you have to eat them all. Lin Mo. From now on, your 3 meals a day have to follow the old man's arrangement, and you can't waste it. Seeing that Lin Mo was going to get the wine, Kaku directly snatched the wine bottle from the table. You can drink after eating. I think you are really courting death. Analu said angrily. You dare to control Lin Mo now, don't you? Kaku shrugged and said, I don't dare to control you, but there are some principles that must be followed. This old man is thinking about your health. If you don't even eat well, you will suffer in the future. I won't do it before. At the time, if you find it unpalatable, it's fine if you don't eat it. Even if the old man's current cooking skills are not top-notch, at least he can swallow it, right? Analu was really angry. So, for my body, you will feed me grass? Kaku laughed and said, Ha! This is not grass. It is a wild vegetable unique to this island. After you leave, you will not be able to eat it if you want. Besides, it is not all wild vegetables. The old man also put meat in it, right? Analu picked up the pitiful piece of meat that was missing from one of the wild vegetables and said angrily, That's it? Who are you fooling? He now seriously suspects that Kaku is targeting him. Okay. Lin Mo didn't bother to listen to him. AI Nilu, sit down. Analu sat back with a displeased face. The corners of Kaku's mouth curled up slightly, and he pushed the wild vegetables in front of Inalu and said with a smile, There are not enough ingredients in the refrigerator, so there are not enough meat dishes. If you want to eat meat, you can buy some game tomorrow. Do you want to eat it? As much as you want. The old man will do as much as you want, so it's okay, right? That's about the same. Inalu snorted coldly, didn't say anything more, and started to eat. Lin Mo also ate in cooperation. Kaku shook his head with a smile. He had almost grasped the personalities and habits of Analu and Lin Mo. AI Nilu is a very arrogant and narcissistic person. He is quite confident in his own strength, and he has no bad intentions. No matter whether it is men, women, young or old, this guy can do it. On the surface, he looks like a very difficult person to get along with, but in fact he is as naive as a child, and easy to get angry, but at the same time, he is very easy to coax. Lin Mo, on the other hand, seems to talk very little and likes to look at his mood when doing things. He is very indifferent to everyone, as if he is an emotionless robot, but after understanding this period of time, Kaku discovered that Lin Mo is a guy. That is to say, he looks indifferent on the surface and doesn't care about anyone. But in fact, he is a tsundere who is hard-spoken and soft-hearted towards his own people and will not show his emotions. It's actually very simple to deal with such a person, as long as you treat him well all the time and let him let his guard down completely. Therefore, for the undercover mission assigned to him by Spandam, Kaku is quite confident that he can successfully complete it. After all, he is a very patient person. Thinking of this, when Kaku was about to start eating, he just picked up the bowl, but was surprised to find that Lin Mo and AI Nilu had eaten up all the food. This speed is absolutely. Don't you all leave some for the old man? Kaku asked, dumbfounded. Anilu picked up the apple juice on the table, sneered, and said, I was in a daze while eating, and I deserve nothing to eat. Lin Mo snatched the bottle of wine that Kaku had snatched away and went back to his room without saying anything. You two are too harsh on this old man, Kaku said helplessly. Really? This old man is your free nanny on this boat. Cut. The free babysitter is still cheap for you. AI Nilu said lazily. It's impossible for others to get on the boat. You don't even know how much effort I had to make Linmo's oily and salty. The guy who came and promised to take a boatman on board. Kaku was taken aback. Enela glanced at the dark sky outside and walked outside without thinking much. Seeing this, Kaku didn't bother to clean up the dishes and followed out. It's getting dark. Where are you going? Don't make trouble anymore. You bastard has a long nose, so you can't trust me, Thor? Enelu said angrily. Can't you take a walk after dinner and catch some wild game in the forest? Then you wait for the old man. The old man will go with you. Am I a child? Still need you to watch. I don't worry about it. After all, you are a person who doesn't care about the light or the weight. You bastard has a long nose. I think if you don't fight all day, your whole body is itchy, right? Anelu's body was filled with electric current, which was particularly conspicuous in the dark night. At this time, a small female voice suddenly came over. Wow, that's amazing. Xiaolan was holding a pile of food, standing on the coast in front of the spaceship, looking at Enelo, whose body was full of electric current, in the dark night, who looked like a god. Huh. Enelu turned his head to look at Xiaolan. His face was full of disdain. You are so brave. You actually dare to come here. In fact, when Xiaolan started coming to the spaceship, Enelo had already noticed it with the help of knowledge, but Xiaolan was just an ordinary little girl who didn't threaten at all, so he didn't take it to heart. Huh? Did you know I would come over? Xiaolan asked in surprise. Enelu said disdainfully. I've known since you left that town full of women. Wow, Xiaolan said excitedly. Really? You are so amazing. I admire you so much. Page 254. Enelu smiled triumphantly. Though you have foresight, I forgive you for your ignorance and recklessness. Thunder God. Xiaolan was stunned for a moment, and then asked excitedly, Are you really a god? Then do you know everything and do everything? Ah! Enel laughed loudly. Of course. Kaku came to Enelo's side, glanced at Xiaolan, who looked like a girl by the sea, and said with a headache, Don't lie to other little girls. Enelu gave him a blank look. What's none of your business? Master Thor, who knows everything, can you answer a question for me? Xiaolan asked expectantly. Enelo enjoyed Xiaolan's admiration very much, curled the corner of his mouth slightly, waved his hand, and said, Okay, if you have any questions, just ask. Xiaolan couldn't wait to ask. Can you tell me the difference between a man and a woman? Enelo, ? Kaku. Chapter 216. Daughter Island is not a big problem, the difference between a man and a woman. Enelu rubbed his forehead and laughed. Ah, that's a good question. The corner of Kaku's mouth twitched slightly, and he said speechlessly, Don't spoil the child. Enelu turned into lightning and appeared in front of Xiaolan in an instant. With a height of nearly 1.3 meters, he looked like a giant in front of Xiaolan, who was only -meters. Moreover, there is also a flash of thunder on his body, which is really like a god to Xiaolan. You really want to know? Enelu asked with the corner of his mouth hooked. Xiaolan nodded expectantly. Satisfy you. Enelu directly untied his belt and answered Xiaolan's question in the simplest and most direct way. Seeing this, Kaku immediately put on rubber gloves and jumped off the boat and pulled Enelu's pants up for him. You're really crazy. You took off your pants in front of a child. Thanks to you. Kaku couldn't laugh or cry. Otherwise, how do you let her know the difference? Enelu said speechlessly. Then tell me, how do you prove that you are a man? Kaku looked embarrassed. Xiaolan blinked her eyes, as if she had discovered a new continent. It seems to be different. What is that? Mushroom? But it doesn't seem to be. Kaku helped his forehead and said awkwardly, You just need to know the difference. It's not good for a girl to ask such a question. Huh? Why can't you ask? Xiaolan asked depressedly. Kaku didn't know how to answer for a moment. Enelu picked out his ears and lazily said, This is an artifact that only men possess, and it is a key that can let you women go to heaven. Eh, go to heaven. Xiaolan asked in surprise. Will you die? Enelu said with a smirk. It won't die, but it will make you want to die. Want to try? I can satisfy you, ha 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 ha. Xiaolan was stunned, completely unable to understand what Enelu was talking about. Kaku couldn't listen anymore. Are you a pervert? You won't even let children go. Bastard with a long nose, I think you are really fat. How dare you call me a pervert? Okay, I'll show you a pervert. As he said that, Enelu was struck by lightning again and directly slashed at Kaku. Kaku immediately bounced away, dodging the blow. However, the moment he just landed, Enelu had turned into a thunderbolt, appeared behind him at the same time, raised his hand a little, and touched Kaku's shoulder. Kaku didn't even have time to dodge. An electric current rushed into his body immediately. Ah screamed. Kaku staggered and held onto a nearby tree so as not to fall. Humph, the bastard has a long nose. Remember, if I want to, I can kill you at any time. Compared with my speed, you are still a little tender. Enelu said proudly. Although he was completely shocked by the electric shock, Kaku was only slightly injured and did not lose consciousness. Enelu didn't want to make a heavy hand at first, so he only used 100 million volts. If it were someone else, I'm afraid that even if he didn't die, he would have fainted long ago. That's why Enelu admires the physique of the Blue Sea people, who can resist. Xiaolan covered her mouth with both hands, looking at Enelu and Kaku with some fear. Enelu looked at Xiaolan in a blink of an eye, sized her up, and said with a sneer, My thunder god is not so hungry that I want to attack a little hairy kid who hasn't grown up yet. For the sake of your vision, this Thor god spare your life. Get out. Xiaolan took half a step back in fright, and silently put the pile of food she was carrying on the ground. These are for you. Please don't dislike them. Then I'm leaving. After finishing speaking, she immediately withdrew in the direction of the town. Cut. Enelu glanced at the food left by Xiaolan and said disdainfully, That's all. It's not enough for me to stuff my teeth. Kaku leaned against the tree behind him and sighed helplessly. You bastard, can't you be nicer to this old man? You don't have to worry about the old man leaving one day, and all the sundries on the boat will fall on your head again. Enelu shrugged and said, Don't worry, you won't live to leave at all. Kaku, ? Enelu said lazily. Since you got on the boat, you have no right to disembark on your own, so be your boat builder, ha. Kaku, inside the cabin. Just when Lin Mo closed his eyes and was going to sleep, the system's notification sound came in his mind. Didi, prove that you are a man, sign in progress 20, the current total progress is 70, and reward a cookbook. Lin Mo, ? It's just asleep. When did he prove that he is a man? Also, what does the system mean by sending him a cookbook? After a moment of silence, Lin Mo was too lazy to think about anything, closed his eyes, and continued to sleep. The next day, page 255. Lin Mo usually gets up early to go fishing on the coast. When passing the kitchen, he took out the recipe given by the system yesterday and threw it to Kaku. Kaku glanced at the recipes on the table in a daze and scratched his head strangely. It's really weird. When did Lin Mo buy the recipes? Why didn't I know? In the next few days, the life of Lin Mo and the three on Daughter Island was fairly quiet. When the spacecraft was about to be repaired, Lin Mo, who usually fished on the shore, suddenly raised his head and glanced at the southern sea. At the same time, Enelu suddenly appeared by his side, also looked towards the southern sea area, and said calmly, There are a few big ships coming over there, and I noticed a familiar aura. It's the Navy, Lin Mo said indifferently. It's the general. What is the Navy doing here? Enelu looked at Lin Mo and asked strangely. Lin Mo said lightly, It should be to arrest us. Catch us. Enelu looked confused. We're not pirates. Why catch us? Seeing that Enelu and Lin Mo seemed to be whispering something, Kaku jumped from the deck to the shore with a bounce and asked in a relaxed tone, What are you talking about? Let the old man participate. The Navy is here, and Lin Mo said they are here to arrest us. Enelu said a little unhappily, Navy. A look of surprise flashed in Kaku's eyes, and he quickly regained his composure. He seemed to have known it for a long time, and said with a helpless smile, After all, Lin Mo killed the Tian Longren, and being chased by the Navy is also counted. Normal. Just, why would the Navy know we're here? Linimo said calmly. Boa Hancock. Damn it, it's that woman again. Enelrode said. How dare you report the news? I'm going to kill that woman, the other side. Although Hancock hates the people of the world government, since she is here, as Chi Wuhai, she must at least show her face. Therefore, Hancock took the members of the Nine Snakes Pirates and stood on the southern coast with an indifferent expression and a trace of disgust on his face, looking at the 3 warships that were getting closer and closer to the Amazon Lily. Sister, there are only 3 warships. Is it okay? Marigold, who was standing on Hancock's right, asked a little worriedly. Hancock said with a gloomy face, if there is a general, it's not a big problem. Sister, look. Sandersonia, who was standing on the left of Hancock, pointed to one of the people standing on the deck of the warship at the front and said in a trembling tone, It's over. We shouldn't be recognized, Bar? Chapter 217, The Passive Pirate Empress of Daughter Island. If only the Navy came, the 3 Hancock sisters would not have to worry about being recognized. But why are there celestial dragons on the warship? Tianlong people have always been used to being pampered, and they will not leave Marie Joya and Shampoo Land casually. Why did they come to Amazon Lily? The faces of the 3 Hancock sisters were extremely ugly at the moment. Although the celestial dragon who came here was not the one who abused them at the beginning, the celestial dragons often show off their slaves. Even after so many years, they can still remember the one who abused them and the ones they had seen before. Everyone's draconian appearance. Just like the slave marks on their backs, the appearance of these disgusting celestial dragons has been deeply engraved in their memory, and they can't forget it no matter what. The appearance of the Tianlongren Lin Mo killed in Chambord was not published in the newspaper, so Hancock didn't know that the Tianlongren Lin Mo killed happened to be the one who abused them. And this time, the one who came to Amazon Lily with the Navy happened to be such a coincidence. I met the 3 Hancock sisters several times when they were still slaves. If they are allowed to go ashore, the probability of being recognized is very high. On the warship, a celestial dragon with blonde curly hair and an indescribable appearance, wearing a white protective suit, holding a telescope, looking at a group of women standing on the bank of the Amazon Lily, said excitedly, "Haha, Daughter's Island. It's finally here. I've heard that the Pirate Empress is as beautiful as a fairy, and I can finally see it, haha. Oh my god, this old man is really unlucky. Forget about the red dog. When did Akiji's hand speed become faster than mine?" Standing next to the Tianlongren, a tall man wearing brown-yellow sunglasses and wearing the man in the Navy uniform side with a strange look on his face. Huang Yuan, who was fortunate to draw the chasing word because of carelessness, expressed his helplessness. The ship that Hancock sent out to find his companions in the Navy followed the 3 warships. Why did the celestial dragons come? Why? Hancock gritted his teeth. Her 2 younger sisters looked at each other, and Sandersonia said with a serious face, "Sister, you should avoid it first, and Marigold and I will take care of it here. We must not let the Tianlong people recognize your elder sister." Identity. No. Hancock frowned. I can't leave you alone. However, once our identities are discovered, we will no longer be able to stay in Amazon Lily, and maybe we will be taken back by that hateful Tianlongren. Marigold clenched his fists, and he had already made up his mind. No matter what, we won't let you have an accident, sister. If anything happens, Sandersonia and I will take care of it. Sister, leave us alone. The concubine has already said it's okay, Hancock said with an ugly face. If it was that bastard who came, we would definitely be recognized. But it's not that guy who came here now. Anyway, don't mess yourself up. We wouldn't necessarily be recognized. That being said, Hancock already regrets the stupid decision to send someone out of the island to find the Navy. But things have already happened, and it's useless to regret. Soon, the 3 warships and the ship of the 9 snake pirates docked and stopped. Cosmos and Jinshin disembarked first. Master Shiji, we are back. The Navy sent a general to help this time, and it will definitely help us arrest those 3 people smoothly. Both are very excited. Half of Hancock's face is covered in shadows. Under the protection of a few bodyguards and a group of Marines, Tianlongren swaggered down from the warship, and Huang Yuan followed beside him. Originally, Huang Yuan didn't intend to bring the Tianlongren to this mission, but he didn't know where the Tianlongren got the news that the Navy was coming to the Amazon Lily. Guy, There is no way. He has to do things for the public if he eats at the public house. Huang Yuan can only bring the Tianlong people with him. Now, he is not only responsible for arresting Lin Mo and his gang, but also responsible for protecting the Tianlong people. Of course, the most important thing is protect the Draconian. If something happens to this guy in Amazon Lily, he will be out of luck. Huang Yuan didn't want to lose his job because of a celestial dragon. Laughs. Ha 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 ha. So many women, so many beauties. As soon as Tianlongren landed, he quickened his pace and walked towards the black-faced Hancock and his party. Especially seeing Hancock, Tianlongren's eyes were sharp, and his face was full of greed. It really is a beauty in the world. I like it. I want you to go back with me and be my fifth wife. Hearing this, Hancock's complexion changed suddenly. He suppressed the discomfort in his heart, put on a shy look on purpose, and said softly, "But I don't want to go to Marie Joya, and I don't want to be your wife. What should I do?" The Tianlong man's eyes were full of heart, and he smirked and said with a mean smile, "Little beauty, I will definitely love you well. Don't be afraid. Come home with me." Except for the yellow ape, everyone present blushed when they saw Hancock's particularly pitiful appearance. Just like this Tianlongren, his eyes were stern. Kizaru scratched his head and said in a strange voice, "Oh, that's not okay. Hancock is the kabukai that cooperates with the government. What does it matter?" Tianlongren still looked lewd and said with a smile, "What's so good about Kueihai? Wouldn't it be good to go back with me to enjoy the glory and wealth?" Page 256, but I prefer the title Kueihai. Hancock smiled. "I don't want to leave Amazon Lily. What should I do?" "It's simple." The Tianlong man smiled cheaply. "Then I'll stay in this category, Yellow ape." Hancock. No. Hancock couldn't bear it any longer. "My concubine has already told me that she won't be your wife. Don't you understand?" Tianlongren was stunned. Sandersonia whispered in Hancock's ear, "Sister, don't anger the celestial dragon. Otherwise Amazon Lily will be in danger." Damn it. Hancock clenched his fists and quickly returned to his previous shy appearance and said softly, "No matter what I say, you will forgive me, right?" Tianlongren immediately nodded lewdly. Of course, what the little beauty says is right, and I will forgive you for whatever I do. As long as you come back with me, I can satisfy all your requirements." Hey you. Tianlongren turned his head to look at Huang Yuan and said proudly, "I want this little beauty to go back to Mary Joya with me. Can she keep Kueihai together?" Yellow ape. "That can't be done," Kizaru replied. "Shichibukai is a pirate that cooperates with the government, and both are indispensable. It's really troublesome." Tianlongren was too lazy to listen to Huang Yuan's words and cut him off directly. "Then abolish her Chi Wuhai's identity. I don't care. I want her to go back with me to be my wife." Chapter 2:18 Daughter Island is threatened. It's scary what the Tianlongren said made the yellow ape quite speechless. The members of the entire 9 snake pirates had expressions of disbelief and shock on their faces, especially the 3 sisters of Hancock, with a look of panic in their eyes. Hancock's sisters moved closer to her, ready to die. Because they used to be slaves of the celestial dragons, if they really went back with the celestial dragons, they could all imagine what kind of inhuman torture Hancock would experience. Even if they die, they will never go back to the wolf's den and tiger's den. It's not impossible to revoke the title of Boa Hancock Shichibukai, but it's a bit troublesome, and we have to find a new pirate to fill the vacancy of Boya Hancock. Although Kizaru was very reluctant, he didn't. The identity of the Tianlong people is very special, and he has to ignore them. Then find a new pirate to fill the vacancy. Wouldn't it be enough? Tianlong didn't care about the number of talents. Anyway, he had his eyes on Hancock, and he wanted to take Hancock back. Hancock tried his best to restrain his emotions. Her 2 younger sisters couldn't help but step forward and protect her behind her. "My sister is the king of the Amazon Lily. If I go to Mary Joya with you, what will happen to the Amazon Lily?" Sandersonia asked with a frown. The Tianlong man said indifferently, "What happens here is none of my business. Anyway, I want her to be my wife. You 2 ugly snake girls go away. Anyone who dares to stop me will die." As he said that, the Tianlongren took out a gun and pointed the muzzle at Sandersonia's head. Because Huang Yuan was by his side, everyone present did not dare to act rashly. Wait. A look of surprise suddenly flashed in Tyan Longren's eyes. You too? Why do I look so familiar? When he said this, the faces of Hancock's two younger sisters instantly turned extremely pale. Huh? You are a bit like the few slaves released by a Murloc before St. Charles rose. Tyan Longren held a gun in one hand and picked his nose with the other hand, recalling. For the three Hancock sisters, the name said by the Tianlong people is simply a nightmare. The members of the 9 Snake Pirates couldn't help whispering. What is he talking about? What slave? He must have made a mistake. How could Lord Sandersonia and Marigold have been slaves? That's right. That's right. It's said to be a bit similar, but it doesn't mean it is. It must be a mistake. Hearing the voices of the people behind them, the three Hancock sisters had a lot of sweat on their foreheads. They don't know what to do. If this continues, the situation will develop in the worst direction. I can't remember it, but it looks a bit like it anyway. Tyan Longren didn't bother to waste any more time recalling, turned his gaze to Hancock again, and said with a mean smile, Little beauty, can you be a king on this small island? Do you have a high status as my wife? Come on, be obedient. Then, the Draco extended his hand to Hancock. Hancock trembled slightly. Huang Yuan had no choice but to suddenly sense a few familiar auras, and when he turned his gaze, he saw 3 people eating melons sitting on a big tree in the jungle behind the 9 Snake Pirates. Ouch, the Lord is here, Huang Yuan said in a frivolous tone. It was only then that Hancock came to his senses. When she looked back, she saw that it was Lin Mo and the 3 who were watching the show not far away, and a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. They came here to see the concubine's jokes. Right, TCH, it was still discovered. Enelu lazily picked out his ears. Kaku waved his hand helplessly and said, I didn't expect the yellow monkey to come. It's a bit tricky. Lin Mo stared at Huang Yuan with a half-smile. The Tianlong people also noticed Lin Mo and his group, and couldn't help asking angrily. They killed St. Charles Rose? Huang Yuan said casually. Well, to be precise, it was the shortest scary kid who killed him. Wait, Hancock asked in surprise. Is it St. Charles Rose that Lin Mo killed? Yes, Tianlong said angrily. St. Charles Rose is one of the few friends I can compare with each other. He is dead. I bought a new slave, and no one will show it off. Damn it, Yellow Ape, catch me alive I want him. No, I want all 3 of them to be my slaves. Huang Yuan scratched his head and said in a flat tone, But the order from above is to kill Wuxia directly. Huh, I'm here. I have the final say. If I don't let you kill them, you are not allowed to kill them. Tianlong said confidently. Yellow Ape. Hancock completely ignored the conversation between the Tianlongren and the Yellow Ape, staring at Lin Mo, and the words that Lin Mo killed St. Charles Rose kept echoing in his mind. Hancock has mixed feelings right now. The same goes for her 2 younger sisters. Lin Mo glanced indifferently at the mighty and aloof Tianlongren, and couldn't help but sneered. People are ugly, but they think they are beautiful. How dare you scold me? Tianlongren immediately ordered Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan, what are you still doing? Catch them. Page 257. Okay, I got it. Huang Yuan sighed helplessly, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared under the big tree where Lin Mo and the others were, raised his feet, and there was a dazzling light on them. Such a kick instantly smashed the tree into pieces. The 3 of Lin Mo evacuated the tree almost at the same time. And the shore. When Huang Yuan went to catch Lin Mo and the others, a group of sea soldiers immediately surrounded Tianlongren to protect him. Tianlongren pushed away the sailors and bodyguards in front of him impatiently and walked directly towards Hancock. Little beauty, come with me on the warship. I can't wait to love you well. Sister, what should we do? Once we attack the Tianlong people, the Amazon Lily will be finished. Sandersonia asked with an ugly face as she looked at the Tianlong people who were getting closer. Hancock came back to his senses and also stared at the Dragon Man that day with disgust. She didn't care so much anymore, when she just made a gesture to petrify the Tianlongren, as well as all the sailors and bodyguards. Enelo and Kaku suddenly appeared, one on each side, and held Tianlongren's hand unceremoniously. Ah, bastards, how dare you do anything to me? If you don't want to die, let me go immediately. Tianlongren cried out in pain. Seeing this, The sea soldiers and bodyguards who were chasing over stopped immediately, and no one dared to go any further, for fear that the other party would kill the Tianlongren if they were unhappy. It's disgusting. Enelo raised his hand and patted Tianlongren's head. If you don't want to die, just shut up. Damn it. Tianlongren immediately yelled at Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan, you idiot. Come and save me. Huang Yuan turned around slowly and didn't say anything. Lin Mo appeared in front of him and said with a smile, if you don't want that guy to die, you'd better not act rashly. Oh, careless, it's really scary. Huang Yuan raised his hands in cooperation, not panicking at all, with the same expression, and said lazily, don't kill him. You have something to say. Chapter 219 Tianlongren begging for mercy on Daughter Island. The strength of the yellow monkey. As long as he thinks, Enelo and Kaku have no chance to get close to the Dragon Man that day. Therefore, it is obvious that the yellow ape deliberately let the Tianlong people be arrested. As for the reason why he did this on purpose, half of it should come from Huang Yuan's own dissatisfaction with the Tianlong people, and the other half, he understands everything. Lin Mo grasped this point accurately, so he asked Enelu and Kaku to catch Tianlongren. Of course, Tianlongren is just a bargaining chip now and cannot be killed, otherwise it will be very troublesome if Huang Yuan makes a passive move. Lin Mo looked back at Hancock, who was also looking at him. He knew that Hancock hated Tianlongren deeply, so if he wanted to complete Hancock's progress, he could only start with the Tianlongren who was trying to bring her back to Marie Joya. Hancock didn't know what Lin Mo was thinking. When she saw that Lin Mo actually looked at her, her heart was touched unconsciously. Then, in front of everyone, Lin Mo walked up to the Dragon Man that day, staring at him indifferently. Huang Yuan just took half a step forward. Lin Mo said directly, don't move, or I will kill him. Huang Yuan stopped immediately and stood obediently. Hey, I'm an aristocrat in the world. If you dare to attack me, you will die a miserable death. Tianlongren called out to Lin Mo unconvinced. Lin Mo sneered, and without further ado, he slapped him across the face, easily slapping the Tianlongren to vomit blood. Bastard, you dare to hit me. Tianlongren became angry with embarrassment. Lin Mo slapped him again. Tianlong's face was swollen and 2 teeth were missing. You don't hit me, I don't dare. Tianlongren said vaguely, wanting to cry without tears. Don't dare to do anything. Lin Mo slapped another backhand, which swollen the other half of Tianlongren's face. Tianlong couldn't bear it anymore, and burst into tears. I was wrong. I shouldn't scold you. I promise. With me here, no one can arrest you. As long as you let me go, you can leave now safely here. Cut, it's really useless. Enelo teased disdainfully. I really can't see why the nobles in this world are so expensive. As he said that, Enelu patted Tianlongren's head politely again. The surrounding sailors did not dare to act rashly, for fear that Lin Mo and his gang would kill the Tianlong people if they were unhappy. There is no way. The status of the Tianlong people is quite high in this world. If they die here, all of them will not be able to escape responsibility. Maybe the high-level world government will let them all go to be buried with the Tianlong people when they get angry. And the Amazon lily will also be affected. Seeing that the Tianlongren were beaten badly, Huang Yuan raised his hands and said in a strange voice, Domineering boy, you have already killed a Tianlongren. If you kill another one, it will not be time to send out a big general to hunt you down. Lin Mo hadn't said anything yet, but Annalou replied arrogantly, Do you think we are timid people? Oh, the young people of this class are really angry. Huang Yuan smiled strangely. If the Tianlong people die here, based on my understanding of the world government, all the people here, the navy, at least dismissal, or even death, and this island may be ordered to slay demons, and then completely disappear from the world map. As soon as they heard the words, Devil Slaughter Order, the already pale faces of Hancock and the others became even paler. This is no joke. What is the Demon Slaughter Order? Enelo asked without knowing why. Kaku responded accordingly. It is a large-scale military activity organized by the Navy headquarters authorized by the world government to carry out indiscriminate and destructive attacks on the area where the signal is sent and to completely eliminate all forces that have influence on the world government's rule. Threats to the activities of things and people in an area. Oh, Enelo couldn't help but chuckled. Then kill it. It has nothing to do with us anyway. No. Hancock couldn't help but said, if the government really orders Amazon Lily to kill demons, many people will die. So what? Enelo didn't care about that. It's not us who died anyway. You? Hancock clenched his teeth, and his gaze fell on Lin Mo. She knew that the life and death of Amazon Lily was now in Lin Mo's thought. Lin Mo, I am right to you before. I apologize for the things I did. Please save this island, please. After finishing speaking, the always proud pirate empress gritted her teeth and gave Lin Mo a slight bow. The members of the 9 snake pirates behind her, none of them dared to say a word, also lowered their heads. Lin Mo's purpose is to complete this final progress. Clearly, now is an opportunity. Without thinking about it, he looked at Huang Yuan and said lightly, it's fine if we let Tianlongzi go. I have 3 conditions. Huang Yuan curled the corner of his mouth slightly and said, tell me about your conditions. Lin Mo chuckled and said, 1. Let us leave safely. Page 258. Huang Yuan shrugged and said, yes. Lin Mo continued, 2nd, let this island go. Huang Yuan said nonchalantly, that's fine. When Hancock and the others heard this, they couldn't help but secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth curled slightly, and he continued, 3. Retain the title of King Boa Hancock Shichibukai, and don't force her to leave here. Well, what about this? Huang Yuan scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, I don't have any objections, but I can't help that guy who is determined to marry Boya Hancock. Lin Mo looked back at the beaten Tianlongren. Tianlong immediately responded, I won't marry her. I swear, I won't marry her. Your words are unbelievable. Lin Mo looked at Ai Nilu. Eunuch. Enelu looked disgusted. What? Why doesn't Long Nose do such a disgusting job? Kaku couldn't laugh or cry. Your ability is convenient. If the old man does it, it will be disgusting. Oh no. Tianlongren's face changed drastically. Don't do this. I promise not to tell about today's matter. I swear. Don't eunuch me, please. Lin Mo winked at Anelu. Anelu directly struck down with a lightning strike. The screams of the Tianlongren immediately resounded throughout the entire Daughter Island. Most of the people present were surprised from ear to ear. Boya Hancock stared at Lin Mo with a complicated expression and couldn't help but ask, why? Why did you do this? It's clear that I did such an exaggerated thing to you before I became a concubine. Lin Mo said indifferently, I'm in a good mood. In a good mood? Hancock didn't believe it, but at this moment, the image of Lin Mo in her mind suddenly became taller. At the same time, in Lin Mo's mind, the system notification sound he had been waiting for finally rang. Dee, get the approval of Boa Hancock, the Queen of Pirates, and the sign-in progress 30. Dee, the Amazon Lily check-in task is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Overlord Color Level 1, and the current Overlord Color level is LV9. Chapter 220 Daughter Island is over and released to the sea with the fall of the system prompt tone. A more terrifying momentum spread out again, centered on Lin Mo. Even if it was fleeting, everyone present except Kizuru, Enelu, Kaku, Boya Hancock, and her 2 younger sisters was dizzy. But the only ones who can still stand are Huang Yuan and Ai Nilu. Hancock, her 2 younger sisters, and Kaku couldn't hold back, and they were overwhelmed by the momentum. Although Enelo was not overwhelmed, but at that moment, the whole person was unable to move, and there was a sense of fear of suffocation in his heart. Compared with Enelo, the yellow ape looks much more relaxed. It's really scary. You really dare to let go of your domineering at any time. Huang Yuan said with a strange expression. However, your domineering this time is obviously improved compared to that in Shampoo. The domineering you have mastered, the level is not low. Why can't you control it well? It's really strange that you even hurt yourself. Lin Mo didn't bother to explain to him. You promised me, you'd better fulfill your promise, otherwise, see you later, I'll be the first to kill you. Oh yo, I've been threatened. Huang Yuan glanced at Lin Mo and the others. At this time, the 3 sisters Kaku and Hancock had already stood up. They were all from Lin Mo, so I had no choice but to say, there are so many of you against this old man. This old man is really scared. This guy speaks in a weird way. Although AI Nilu was also a little dissatisfied that Lin Mo attacked everyone here with domineering indiscriminately, but no matter what, he was still on Lin Mo's side. Can you believe the words of the Navy? This old man is a general anyway. Huang Yuan hooked his lips and said with a smile, there is still Chi Wuhai here. Since this old man has promised you, he will naturally fulfill his promise. You can go. In fact, Huang Yuan didn't want to do anything either. Originally, he came here to kill Lin Mo and his gang, but the Tianlongren said just now that if he is not allowed to kill him, there is no way. He still wants to listen to the Tianlongren. Anilo and Kaku looked at Lin Mo at the same time, waiting for Lin Mo's decision. Lin Mo waved his hands and said, withdraw. After finishing speaking, he stepped on Xuanbu and ran directly to where the spaceship was. Anilo and Kaku looked at each other and immediately chased after them. Hancock watched Lin Mo and the others walk away with a complicated expression, and when he was about to chase after them, he was stopped by the yellow ape. The old man can't pull so many people by himself, Huang Yuan said in a strange voice. Then you three can do a favor and throw these guys onto the warship. Sonia looked at Hancock and said, Sister, you go, as long as Marigold and I are here. Hancock nodded, didn't say anything more, and ran directly to the east coast of Daughter Island. Huang Yuan didn't bother to stop her. He stroked his chin, thoughtfully. Looking at his young age, I didn't expect him to be such a lustful person. Sexy. Marigold asked strangely after hearing what Huang Yuan said. General Huang Yuan, are you talking about Lin Mo? Huang Yuan waved his hand and said, that's right. That's him. He used his arrogance for a mermaid in Chambord. And here for Boya Hancock. It's all for women. If it's not lust, what is it? Sonia's mouth twitched slightly, and she couldn't help but said in embarrassment, Sister's ability is useless to him. I thought he was a heartless person. The other side. After the three of Lin Mo returned to the spaceship, Anilu waved the golden stick in his hand to power the spaceship. When the spaceship just took off, Hancock chased to the deck of the spaceship, stared at Lin Mo with a complicated expression, and said, thank you just now. Lin Mo waved his hand indifferently. You can go back. Hancock bit his lower lip lightly. A small red cloud suddenly appeared on his face. He turned his head away in embarrassment. You help me like this, yes. Don't you like being a concubine? Lin Mo was speechless. No, I don't like you. Hancock was like a bolt from the blue. He took a half step back directly with some difficulty. Impossible. If you don't like the concubine's body, why would you offend the Tianlong people for the concubine's body? Ah. Enel Road couldn't help laughing. It's so funny. Did you make a mistake? If he really likes you, can he still use domineering pressure on you? No. Didn't he also use domineering pressure on you? Hancock said unconvinced. Anilu gave her a blank look like an idiot. This guy is a person who is not serious and has a tendency to violence. Kaku and I are often beaten on the boat, so I'm used to it. Page 259. Kaku smiled dryly and murmured in his heart, obviously, you are the one who often beats me up. No, it's impossible. Hancock still couldn't accept it, and his eyes fell on Lin Mo again. Lin Mo, if I don't believe it, you really don't mean anything to me. Well, not at all. Lin Mo said lightly. I don't like women who are much older than me. Hancock was hit again. I'm only 26 years old. I'm 15, thank you. Lin Mo didn't bother to talk nonsense with her, and directly issued the order to evict the guest. I, Nilu, see off the guest. Receive. The corners of Enel's mouth hooked slightly, and dense electric current filled the palms of his hands. Are you going by yourself, or do you want me to do it? Oh, there is one more thing. Lin Mo suddenly spoke again. Hancock looked at him expectantly. Lin Mo said indifferently, if you dare to attack my crew again, I will kill you. Hancock was hit a third time and almost fell over. Later, when she returned to the shore, she was in a daze, and Lin Mo's 3 sentences of, I don't like you, I don't like women older than me, and kill you were repeated in her mind. In addition, Lin Mo had suppressed her with domineering arrogance before. When she gradually regained her sanity, her original favor for Lin Mo dropped from 80.00. Enilu controlled the spaceship, and after leaving Daughter Island, he asked Lin Mo, where are we going next? Lin Mo opened the personal attribute panel. glanced at the information of the sign in place, and then said, Krygana Island. Where is that? Kaku asked strangely. Is it on the Great Route? Lin Mo nodded lightly, and by the way pointed in the direction of the lower Krygana Island. Kaku thought for a while, and said a little puzzled. I seem to have heard of this island, but I can't remember it. Cut. Don't care where it is. Enelu said indifferently. Just follow the captain. Lin Mo ignored Enelu and Kaku, and looked towards the direction of Krygana Island, where the man who is currently known as the world's #1 swordsman lives. Chapter 2, 21 Daily Solutions are more difficult than difficult, Moses. Is the Warring States period here? Can you hear it? It's so strange. Why is there no sound at all? On the deck of the warship, Huang Yuan asked in bewilderment while holding the phone. A sailor came to his side, originally intending to report the situation of the Tianlong people who were still fainting. Seeing the phone bug that Huang Yuan was holding, he couldn't help but said awkwardly, General Huang Yuan, you took the wrong phone bug. Huang Yuan glanced indifferently at the small black phone bug in his hand, silently put it away in his clothes, then took out another phone bug from his pocket and called out again. As soon as the word Moses was spoken, the voice of the Warring States period came from it. Warring States asked nervously, How is the situation over there? On the way back. Are you back so soon? Huang Yuan scratched his head and continued. There was a little accident. Zhang Guo was stunned. A small accident? What happened? Could it be that something happened to the Tianlong people? Now the Warring States is most worried about the Tianlong people who insist on going to Daughter Island to have an accident. Once something really happens, I am afraid that the world government will not let them go easily, especially the yellow ape. Huang Yuan said lightly. It's not dead. It's just that something is missing. Something is missing? Zhang Guo was confused. What is missing? Well, how should I put it? He won't even think about having descendants in the future. When Huang Yuan said this, Zhang Guo's face turned green and white. What's going on? Who did it? Boya Hancock or Lin Mo's group? It's Lin Mo's group. What about them? Since you are back, have you killed them? No. Zhang Guo couldn't laugh or cry. You let them go? Huang Yuan directly blamed the Tianlong people. I was going to kill them, but the Tianlong people refused to kill them and insisted on making Lin Mo and his group his slaves. Then, he was killed by Lin Mo. The gang got caught. Zhang Guo asked with an ugly face. Didn't you stop it? Huang Yuan shrugged and said, I wanted to stop it, but he asked me to catch Lin Mo and his gang, so I went. Then, Lin Mo's gang made a lot of noise and caught him. I was alone and was caught by 3 of them. It's too miserable for the guy to bully. Zhang Guo said in his heart that I almost believed it. For these 3 generals with full of personality under his command, no one knows them better than Warring States. He didn't even want to hear such a clumsy excuse. Okay, don't do this with me. Warring States said speechlessly. In short, send the Tianlong people back safely. Although it is very troublesome. You first find a way to let the Tianlong people completely rot the experience of Daughter Island in their stomachs. I'll take care of the other things. Oh, Tianlongren's level is much higher than mine. Huang Yuan said reluctantly. I can't do anything. How can I make him shut up? I don't care what method you use, coercion or temptation. If you don't want to be dismissed, find a way to shut that guy up. Okay, I understand. Huang Yuan said helplessly. It's really troublesome. All of you are too scary. You only know how to bully me. Zhang Guo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. That's it for now. You go back to Marin Fando as soon as possible. Okay, got it. After Huang Yuan finished speaking, Zhang Guo hung up the phone. It happened that Garp was holding 2 packs of senbei and walked in from the office with a smile. Sengoku, let's eat senbei together. Garp directly threw one of the packets to Sengoku. Zhang Guo caught it, with a curious expression on his face. When did you become so generous? Are you asking me to ask for leave to go home again? Are you kidding? Garp sat directly on the armchair next to him, opened the senbei in his hand, grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth, and said while eating, Let me tell you, just now the senbei in Fengche village while calling me, he said that Luffy could kill a big crocodile by himself. Ha. He really deserves to be my grandson of Garp. He was only 12 years old, and he can defeat several crocodiles that adults can't handle. He will definitely do it in the future to become an excellent navy with. Outstanding strength. Ah. Zhangwa smiled and shook his head. Okay, if you have nothing to do, just flatter your grandson here. My ears are almost calloused. If you really want your grandson to become a Navy, can't you just send him to the Naval Academy? This is impossible, Karp said, dissatisfied. The things taught at the Naval Academy are too rigid. How can it be better to teach yourself? My grandson, and I know it by myself. He will definitely become a famous man in the whole sea in the future. Character, ah. Okay, I get it. Your grandson is the most powerful, okay. Zhangwa said speechlessly. I'm suffering from a headache right now, and you came just in time. Help me find a solution. Garp continued to eat the senbei and asked lazily, What's wrong with you? It's about the pirates, or about Lin Mo? Page 260. Not at all, Zhangwa said with a headache. It's the Tianlong people's business. Garp looked puzzled. Dragon Man? Did he get killed again? That's not true, Zhangwa said dumbfoundingly. Yellow Ape went to Amazon Lily to catch Lin Mo. Wu Laoxing's request was to kill him directly, but there was a Tianlong who insisted on following him, so he was caught by Lin Mo's gang. In Huang Yuan's words, Huang Yuan was ordered by the Tianlong people to capture Lin Mo's group alive, and when he did it, Lin Mo's group was overshadowed. Karp stopped grabbing the senbei in his hands and asked strangely, So, is the Tianlongren missing an arm or a leg? Or is he still a hostage in the hands of Lin Mo and the others? Lin Mo released the Tianlongren, but eunuch the Tianlongren, it should be like this. Warring States just finished. Garp couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ah, it deserves it. This is, Karp, Zhangwa said with an ugly face. Now is not the time to laugh. The nature of this matter has become very bad. If the 5 old stars know, they will definitely blame it, and a large number of people will be affected by that time. Don't worry, don't panic when things happen. Garp grinned. This is the result of the Dragon Man insisting on following him that day. As long as he doesn't tell, no one will know about it. Zhangwa said angrily. It's not like you don't know what Tianlong people are like. Do you think you will let it go? Why not? Garp grinned. As long as the method is used correctly, there will be no problems that cannot be solved. You can call Huang Yuan, and I will tell him how to do it. On the warship, after listening to Garp's suggestion, Huang Yuan stroked his chin and pondered for a while. Not long after, a sea soldier came to report that the Tianlong people had woken up and were losing their temper and throwing things. The Tianlong people have a special status. No one dares to approach them, so they can only come to the Yellow Ape. Huang Yuan waved his hand, let the sea soldier retreat, and went directly to the room where the Tianlongren was. Seeing Huang Yuan coming, Tianlongren angrily threw a teacup next to his hand at Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan dodged easily, and the teacup hit the wall behind him and shattered. Asshole, I want all of you to eat and walk around, Tianlong said angrily. Huang Yuan seemed to show weakness and said, This is difficult. We can't eat and walk around. And you are the one who is embarrassing. Chapter 222, A certain general who is forced to work part-time due to daily helplessness. After hearing Huang Yuan's words, the Tianlong people's sickly white face became even paler due to weakness, and said in a trembling tone, What are you talking about? What embarrasses me? It's just an admiral. Dare to talk to me like that. I think you want to die. Oh, it's terrible to be so angry, Huang Yuan said in a strange voice. If you let other world nobles know about your situation, I'm afraid you will be ridiculed for the rest of your life. When Huang Yuan said this, Tianlongren trembled with anger. You dare to threaten me? Huang Yuan waved his hand and said, Don't dare. I'm just a small admiral. How can I offend such a noble world nobleman like you? But oh, no matter how much the world government favors you, after all, we are the Navy. Evidence must be produced for conviction. Otherwise, it will affect the reputation of the Navy and have a bad impact on the world government. As for the evidence, the culprit Lin Mo and his gang are not here. So you are the only one who can present the evidence in person. But the mouth you have to produce substantive evidence to convince the world government and all the Tianlong people. And the only evidence you can produce now is your mutilated body. The Tianlongren stared at the Yellow Ape with an ugly face, and his heart was already in a mess of twine. They Tianlong people are indeed superior in this world, and even the people of the world government have to give them face. It can be said that as long as they want what they want, they can hardly get it. Even though his status is noble, the Tianlong people are not only his family, but also other Tianlong people. When they are bored, they will compare with their plastic friends. Once other Tianlong people know what happened to him, they will definitely be judged by them disrespectful. Therefore, no matter what, he will absolutely never speak out about himself. But if it was nothing like this, he would not be reconciled. Suddenly thought of something, the Tianlongren couldn't help sneering. I am a high-ranking Tianlongren. Whoever I want to convict will be guilty, and it is useless to me if there is no evidence. Humph, I don't care. Lin Mai together with 3 people. I must make them my slaves, and I will torture them to death. Huang Yuan waved his hands helplessly and said, The order from above is to kill Wuxia directly. Listen to me, Tianlong said in a displeased tone. It's not impossible for me to spare you. I have 2 conditions. First, no one is allowed to speak out about me. Once someone leaks the news, I don't care who it is. All of you must die. Second, you must capture Lin Mo and his gang alive and send them to me secretly. Oh, this is going to be difficult. Huang Yuan pretended to be in trouble. The Tianlong man raised his head and toes and said arrogantly, You have no right to choose. From now on, you are mine. As long as you do things for me well, the benefits will be indispensable to you. Huang Yuan touched his chin and was thinking. Tianlong said directly, How much monthly salary the Navy pays you? I will give you double every month separately. Without thinking about it, Huang Yuan made an okay gesture. Deal, spaceship. Lin Mo picked up his recliner every day and was lying down in the sun and taking a nap. A newspaper bird flew by. Kaku greeted the newspaper delivery bird and bought a few newspapers that he hadn't read in the past few days. It doesn't matter whether AI Nilu and Lin Mo read the newspaper or not, but he has to keep an eye on the latest news. Although he knows that the probability of CP9 reporting is very low, maybe one day he will report it when he is not paying attention. As undercover killers, CP9 people also have their own set of codes to transmit information. It is not ruled out that when Spandam will use the codes to recruit him back, if he misses it, he will definitely be caught by Spandam. Small-minded people remember to hate. Buying so many newspapers is really a waste. Enelu passed by Kaku, who was sitting on the deck reading a newspaper, and complained disdainfully, Isn't it good to buy apples with the money bought for newspapers? Kaku shook his head with a smile and said while reading the newspaper, We can't get out of touch with this world. Reading newspapers is the fastest way for us to understand the world. Old man, don't you remember reading it a few times before? It's just to pass the time, Enelu said casually. Every day, the published stuff is boring. It's boring to watch. If you're bored, go practice physical skills and armed skills. I'll continue to study after reading newspapers. Just as Kaku finished speaking, his eyes were suddenly attracted by the headlines of one of the newspapers. Captain Lin Mo actually appeared in the newspaper. Enelo frowned and appeared next to Kaku in the blink of an eye, looking at the newspaper in his hand. What's the matter? The Daughter's Island has been published so soon. It's not Daughter's Island. Kaku quickly scanned the contents of the newspaper and couldn't help laughing. It's about Shampoo killing Tianlong people. Although the story is very vague. Both you and Lin Mo have been offered rewards. A reward? Enelo was stunned for a moment. Isn't it a pirate who will be rewarded? We are not pirates. The interest in the incident is different. Kaku glanced at Lin Mo, who hadn't heard anything, and continued. Just beating the Tianlong people will attract the admiral, let alone killing. You and Lin Mo are the bounty offered by the world government has nothing to do with whether you are pirates or not. Based on what I know about the world government, they will definitely take action. Maybe they will send strong people to hunt us down directly. A very strong person? Admiral? Maybe. Kaku nodded and pulled out the reward slip from the newspaper. When he saw the amount on the reward slip, he looked surprised. This number. The world government is serious about it. AI Nilu glanced at Lin Mo's reward list, calculated the series of numbers in his heart, and then couldn't help laughing and said, 1 followed by 9 and 4. This number is absolutely amazing. Why not just 10? 44 billion is at least at the level of the 4 emperors. Kaku shook his head and said, Besides, this is the first time Lin Mo has been offered a reward. and he can be offered a reward of 14 billion. Given his age, he is probably the number one in history. Ha ha, he is indeed the person my thunder god likes. If he doesn't make a name for himself, he will become a blockbuster. What about me? How many rewards do I have? With my level of Thor, it must be at least 1 billion, ask. Kaku picked up Enilo's reward list and glanced at the numbers on it. Enilo didn't count the zeros at the end and proudly said, yeah, ha ha ha, -million is not bad, and even if you are barely SOSO, you can be worthy of my identity as Thor. Wait a minute. Kaku counted the zero after 8, then smiled. It's not 8,000 million, it's -million. Page 261. The smile on Enilu's face gradually froze, and he dodged the reward order in Kaku's hand. After counting it carefully several times, after confirming that it was really 8,000 million, he angrily tore up the reward order into pieces. Countless fragments were thrown into the sky, and he was still angry after throwing them into the sky. Countless lightning strikes directly, smashing the bounty fragments flying all over the sky into slag. Chapter 223. Kana Island landing. Enilo was angry for several days because of the bounty offer. Therefore, the most unlucky one is Kaku, who not only became the sandbag for Enilu to vent his anger, but also had to coax and deceive Enilu to enlighten his mood. No more. Captain. Kaku finally couldn't help complaining to Lin Mo after being struck by another lightning strike from Enilu. If this continues, the old man will die suddenly sooner or later. Can we take another person on board? No. Lin Mo directly rejected him. Kaku wants to cry, but has no tears. Enilu was thrown over by another lightning strike. Huh. Do you think anyone who wants to get on this boat can get on it? Don't dream, just accept your fate. Kaku jumped onto the guardrail next to Lin Mo, avoiding the lightning strike from Enilo. Captain. Kaku looked pitifully at Lin Mo, who was fishing. Help. Kaku, who has always been the most tolerant and enduring, has shown weakness. It can be seen that this child is really about to be driven crazy by Enil. Hey, you've got courage, dare to complain? Enil dodged and appeared directly in front of Kaku, with electric current in his palm, and grabbed Kaku. I have to give you some color today. Let you know who is the boss. You guy, you're really making trouble for no reason. Kaku's face darkened, and he immediately dodged away. But Enilo became serious, and appeared in the place where Kaku stumbled, smiled triumphantly, and put his hand on Kaku's shoulder, only to hear a scream, and Kaku was stunned by him just like that. Aha ha ha, with your three-legged cat strength, you will never try to beat me in this life. Enilo laughed loudly. Linmo took up the fishing rod in his hand, turned around with an indifferent expression, glanced at Kaku who was lying on the deck, and then said, From now on, you can help Kaku share some of the work on the boat. The smile on Enilu's face slowly froze again. Enilu's mouth twitched slightly, and he said in disbelief, I'm a god. How can I do the chores that ordinary people do? Linmo punched Enilu on the head directly. If he is exhausted, you will do all the work in the future by yourself. I won't let him die. Enil said, extremely aggrieved. I finally took an all-round guy who can do everything on board. How could I let him die? You see, I called him proper. Which time did he get seriously injured? Every so-called insignificant blow you make may become the last straw that breaks the camel's back. You have to think about it yourself. After finishing speaking, Linmo turned around and walked towards the cabin. Enilu stood there in a daze, touched his temple in wonder, turned his gaze to Kaku, who was unconscious, and said speechlessly, Is this guy really so fragile? When Kaku woke up, he was surprised to find that he was actually in his room. Normally, if you are stunned by Enilo, you will wake up wherever you are stunned. How is this going? Kaku got up without knowing why, thinking that it might be the time when Linmo dragged him back. Enilu suddenly appeared at the door and said indifferently, When you don't mess with me in the future, I won't hit you casually. Kaku, ? What's up with this guy? Suddenly conscience found out? Or is there some kind of conspiracy brewing? Also, Enilu said angrily, If you are too busy in the future, you can ask me for help. When I am in a good mood, I will show mercy and help you a few times. Kaku, what is this guy crazy about? Could it be that something was discovered, and he was going to be driven off the ship? No, the task has not been completed. He can't leave yet. Thinking of this, Kaku couldn't help laughing and said, "It's okay. As long as you don't make trouble, the old man can still handle the work on the boat. You bastard has a long nose. Don't push your nose on your face." Enelrode said, "I've made a big step back. If you talk nonsense, be careful, I'll beat you." Kaku didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Which day have you never beaten the old man?" Enel. "In short, I appreciate your kindness," Kaku said with a smile. "If there is nothing wrong, you can do what you should do. If you are too angry, don't be angry all the time. Learn from Captain Lin Mo. Yes, you are good." "It's annoying," Enelu said impatiently. "Anyway, I've already said it, and you refused it yourself. If Lin Mo asks in the future, it's not that I don't want to share it, but you refused it." Wait, what do you mean by that?" Kaku was stunned. Enelu waved his hand and said, "Literally, that's it. I'm going to take a nap." After finishing speaking, he left without looking back, leaving Kaku alone in a mess. After sailing on the sea for another week, a gloomy-looking island covered with forests wrapped in thick fog appeared in front of Lin Mo and the others. "Isn't this the island we're going to?" Enelu asked with a look of disgust. "It's similar to the ghost island we've been to before. There shouldn't be any messy and lifeless zombies on this island, right?" "No," Lin Mo replied lightly. Through his knowledge, Lin Mo can only feel that there are only countless baboons on the island, not to mention Hawkeye, and there is no breath of other living people. Enelu also noticed this through his knowledge, so he asked the question he asked before. "Is this the Krygana Island?" Kaku stroked his chin and looked at the island. Seeing Lin Mo nodded, he continued, "It looks very eerie. It should be a fun place." Lin Mo. Enelo, ? Ha ha ha. Kaku laughed loudly. "I've been floating on the sea since I came out of Daughter's Island, and finally I can go ashore. I'm really looking forward to it." "Long nose, you must be sick." Enelu couldn't help complaining. "Your interests are really different from others." To each other. Kaku shrugged indifferently. When the spaceship entered Krajana Island, Lin Mo jumped off the ship directly. As soon as his feet landed, the system's notification sounded in his mind. "Didi, congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the sign-in location, Krykana Island. The sign-in progress is 10, and the current total progress is 10. Shuanpa level 1 is rewarded, and the current Shuanpa level is LV6. In an instant, Lin Mo felt that his body became much lighter. Although the reward was not the swordsmanship he expected, the Shuanpa improvement is not bad. Page 262. You two are free to move around. Lin Mo turned his head and said casually to Kaku and Enelu, who were still on the spaceship. Kaku asked in surprise, "Don't you need me to keep an eye on Enelu?" Enelu said angrily, "Long nose, what did you say? Do you dare to say it again?" Lin Mo said indifferently, "It's okay, there is no one on this island." "Well, what about you? Where are you going?" Kaku asked strangely. Lin Mo pointed directly in front of him and said lightly, "Go to the castle over there." "Castle?" Kaku looked in the direction Lin Mo was pointing at. It was a dense forest with no buildings in sight. The corner of Anelu's mouth curled slightly, and he mocked, "Long nose, your knowledge is too rubbish." Kaku. Chapter 224. Kana Island. Human imitator. Krajana Island is the ruins of the Sizkiel Kingdom. On the ruined land, among a large number of ruins, stands a dilapidated ancient city. In the ancient city, there is a well-preserved ancient castle. One of the Shichibukai, nicknamed Hawkeye, a man named Joracle Mihawk, took the ancient castle that was still intact in the ruins of the ancient city as his residence. It can be said that almost no one will come to this island except Hawkeye. Therefore, Lin Mo's progress task this time is definitely related to Hawkeye. It's just that Lin Mo has a headache. Hawkeye is a man who likes to wander around in the vast sea alone in a small boat. Although Krygana Island is his home, he is a person who does not often go home. Suddenly thinking of the experience of the empty island, Lin Mo was speechless for a while. Probably won't have to wait here for several years. Forget it, wait here first. Thinking of this, Lin Mo continued to walk forward, asking as he walked, "System, how many tasks are here?" "Didi, in addition to the first signing task, there are currently 4 progress tasks to be completed, one of which accounts for 30 of the progress, and the other 3 progress tasks each account for 20. It's the same as when I was in Daughter Island. Lin Mo didn't think about it anymore and said directly, check the 30.00 task details. Didi, defeat Shichibukai Hawkeye Mihawk. The host will get 30 sign-in progress. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckled. Really? What else can I do now? Just wait. This time is different from the previous ones. Before, you only need to fight with those related people, but this time, you want to defeat Hawkeye? Although Lin Mo is not afraid of Hawkeye, the opponent is a great swordsman with superb swordsmanship. It may not be easy to defeat Hawkeye just with swordsmanship. Lin Mo was walking, when suddenly, several baboons wearing armor caps and holding various spears, swords, and axes jumped out of the jungle filled with thick fog and blocked Lin Mo with creaking sounds. Before, these baboons are called human imitators, smart baboons who can imitate and learn human behavior. It can be said that they can develop what kind of character they stay around what kind of people. But this island has experienced a tragic war. For a long time, it was filled with the smell of blood and gunpowder smoke. There were corpses everywhere on the island, and it was impossible for people to settle down. These baboons just looked at those ferocious humans as he grew up. He learned how to use weapons and became a forest warrior. Human beings are superior to animals with weapons and wisdom, but these baboons are even stronger than most humans when they take up weapons. It can be said that this island has been unoccupied before Hawkeye came. The baboons who became violent and skilled were killed or driven away. Because of Hawkeye, these baboons have even learned some of Hawkeye's sword skills, and their strength has become much stronger. As a result, it is even more difficult for outsiders to enter this island. The baboons surrounded Lin Mo aggressively, yelling at Lin Mo with their weapons. Lin Mo glanced at them indifferently and pulled out the 3 generations of ghosts without hesitation. All the baboons swarmed up. Lin Mo directly evaded with a move, and countless sword aura wrapped in a domineering look swirled towards the group of baboons and slashed at their heads and faces. Almost instantly, all the baboons fell, weaker than Lin Mo expected. It seems that this group of baboons haven't stayed with Hawkeye long enough, and haven't learned much of Hawkeye's sword skills. Putting the 3 generations of ghosts back into their sheaths, Lin Mo continued to walk towards the only well-preserved castle on the island. Along the way, many baboons waited for the opportunity to hide, but none of them dared to challenge them. It wasn't until Lin Mo came to Hawkeye's house that the baboons who had been following him and hiding did not withdraw. Before Lin Mo, they were scared by Hawkeye, so they didn't dare to approach Hawkeye's house, which is the ancient castle on the island, on the shore of Krigana Island. After Lin Mo left, Kaku also jumped off the deck. Ha ha! Since Captain Lin Mo said free activities, the old man will go exploring around first. Kaku said with a smile. Annalise said in a displeased tone, what about the spaceship? Don't you stay and watch the ship? That's great. I've finally landed. I'm almost exhausted from sailing this time. Kaku deliberately pretended not to hear it and jumped straight away, sinking into the forest full of dense fog in an instant. The corners of Ennelu's mouth twitched slightly, and he clenched the golden stick in his hand. You bastard has a long nose. You haven't hit it for a few days. You must be itchy. Damn, I don't want to see the boat either. No matter, just find a place to stop. Without much thought, Ennelu found a relatively secluded place, parked the spaceship, and went ashore. First, he checked the location of Lin Mo and Kaku. He wanted to separate from them, but he noticed that Kaku was fighting with baboons, and it seemed that he was still fighting hard. Ennelu became interested, and with a swish, he appeared at the place where Kaku was fighting with a group of baboons in a few seconds. On a big tree next to it, watch the excitement. After entering the jungle from Kaku, he was targeted by baboons. Not long after, the baboons appeared and started attacking him. At the beginning, Kaku used his own 2 knives to cooperate with Lan's feet, and he still had the upper hand to deal with this group with 4 knives. But the strength of this group of baboons is not weak, and the weapons they hold are quite high strength. Before fighting for a long time, Kaku's 2 knives were broken. Without weapons, he just used 6 styles to pick a few baboons. Kaku can still handle it easily, but it is enough to fight against a large group of baboons who are very good at swordsmanship. Since you're here, you can help. Kaku sensed Enel's breath and said while avoiding the attacks of the baboons. Enelu sat on the tree trunk and said lazily, "Oh, just ask for help. Please ask me. Maybe Ben Thor will help you out of mercy." Kaku looked speechless, kicked a baboon that was about to hit him into the air with his kick, and then rushed over a dozen more from all directions. As if he didn't feel pain, as long as he didn't die, he would get up again and continue to attack him. Page 263 at this time, one of the baboons suddenly jumped up from the ground, holding a long sword in his hand, and slashed towards Enelu fiercely. Enelu yawned, and with a casual touch, a lightning strike actually hit the baboon. With a terrible scream, the baboon was stunned, rolled its eyes, and fell to the ground. Longnose, your strength is so rubbish that you can't even beat a few baboons. Enelu mocked Kaku. Kaku continued to evade and fight back against the baboons who were still attacking him, and said dumbfoundedly, "You guy, you really don't have back pain when you stand and talk. If you have the ability, don't use the fruit ability. TCH, you're just envious." Enelu said with a look of disdain, poking out his ears. "You guys are really bad." Just as Kaku finished speaking, one of the tallest and strongest baboons in the group suddenly appeared behind Kaku. When Kaku noticed it, the baboon went straight down with a paw and scratched a few blood marks on Kaku's back. Fortunately, Kaku found it in time and avoided it, so he was not caught with 2 deep wounds. "Cut. It's useless. You can be injured by a baboon." Enelu teased, and then a lightning strike casually knocked down the baboon that Kaku had scratched. Chapter 225 Kana Island. Kaku's training plan. When the largest baboon was electrocuted by Enelu, the other baboons who were still attacking Kaku stopped and communicated with each other in a baboon language that only they could understand. Kaku frowned slightly and took 2 steps back. "Ah!" Enel laughed loudly. "Sure enough, they are a group of bullying guys. What rubbish." Kaku looked back at Enelu on the tree and said casually, "It seems that you still have a little conscience. Thank you." Heh. Enelu didn't care about Kaku's thanks at all. Long nose. "Don't get me wrong. I didn't do it for you. If you die here, I will be in trouble." "Okay, the old man knows." Kaku seemed to have seen through it long ago, changed the subject, and continued, "These baboons are a bit strange." "Strange." Enelu glanced at the baboons who were communicating in a group, holding his side face with one hand, and said indifferently, "So what? In my Thor's eyes, they are all garbage. I can kill them with one finger." Kaku said speechlessly, "You bastard, you really deserve to be beaten. This old man is talking to you seriously. Can't you be serious too? It's funny, just this group of useless monkeys still want Ben Thor to be serious?" Enelu yawned, turned his gaze, and looked at the baboons who were already preparing to evacuate, and waved at them without saying a word. Several thunderbolts quickly split towards the baboons. A tragic moment resounded through the entire forest. In just a few seconds, all the baboons who had attacked Kaku before were electrocuted. Kaku's mood at the moment is extremely depressed. I even started to envy Enel's ability. Although people who eat devil fruit can't touch the sea water, the ability given by the fruit is quite convenient. No matter how bad Enelu's physical skills and domineering are, this guy can surpass many people just by relying on the fruit ability. In fact, it can be said that even if this guy is allowed to go to the new world, as long as he restrains his temper, he can still gain a foothold. "That's great," Kaku said enviously. "If I can eat a devil fruit, maybe I won't be suppressed by you all the time. It's a pity that devil fruits are too rare. If you want to get one, I'm afraid it will be difficult." Enelu said disdainfully, "It's just a devil fruit. Is it hard to get?" Kaku chuckled and said, "Hearing your tone, it seems that this thing is easy to get. I'm the god of thunder. Can I get what I want?" Enel proudly said, "When I was in the capital of 7 waters, I got a fruit of time and space." Time and space fruit? Kaku asked in surprise. The name of this fruit sounds very powerful. I remember that there seemed to be a silence fruit in the capital of 7 waters at that time. What is the time and space fruit you mentioned? That's a lot of nonsense. Enel said lazily. Ben Lation has no obligation to answer your questions. Anyway, I have already given Lin Mo the fruit of time and space. I don't know if he ate it. If he didn't eat it, say maybe one day when he is in a better mood, he will give it to you. When Enelu said this, Kaku said in disbelief, "Devil fruits are quite rare. and the price of one can be sold for at least -million Baileys. Even if Lin Mo doesn't eat it, the old man doesn't think he is I will give the fruit to others casually. That's not necessarily the case. Enlil shrugged. That guy's thinking is different from ordinary people, and common sense cannot be used to judge his next move. It's like what happened in Chambord, which neither Enlil nor Kaku would have expected. What you said makes sense. Kaku stroked his chin and pondered, thinking about his mission. It would be great if he could prostitute another devil fruit for nothing after completing the mission. This island is really boring. Enlil yawned again. It's so big, there is no one, and the island is full of garbage baboons. Is this Baboon Island? Hearing this, Kaku looked at Enlil and said with some envy, although the old man really doesn't want to admit it, your sense of knowledge seems to be stronger than I expected. Ahahaha. Enlil laughed loudly. Of course, who am I? I am Thor, and the power of God is not comparable to you ordinary people. Kaku wiped off his cold sweat speechlessly. You are only fruitful and knowledgeable, which is in stark contrast to your armed color and physical skills. The technique has improved a bit, but it is still not enough, and I don't know how long Captain Lin Mo will stay on this island. Before we leave, let us have a Hellstyle training. Hellstyle training. Enlil's mouth twitched slightly. Kaku smiled and said, That's right. This island is very suitable for training your armed color and physical skills. If you want to become stronger, from now on, before you leave this island, you should not use the fruit ability. Use physical skills and armed colors to fight the baboons on the island and gain true knowledge in actual combat. Only by constantly fighting can you grow faster. Enlil just wanted to say, Are you out of your mind? Before he could say anything, Kaku cut him off directly and continued, Of course, if you don't want to become stronger, just pretend that the old man didn't say anything just now. From now on, before leaving this island, the 2-hour gymnastics and armed combat training is temporarily suspended. What are you going to do? The old man also wants to improve his strength. Kaku said briskly. The baboons on this island are not only good at physical skills, but also very good at swordsmanship, although I don't know who they learned swordsmanship from. As the old man said just now, only continuous fighting can improve his strength faster. The old man is a shipwright and also a swordsman. I should be able to learn a lot from these baboons. In short, this is an opportunity. Old man, I don't want to miss it easily. Ha. Enlil. This long nose seems to be serious. Whatever you want. Enlil said impatiently. Anyway, no matter how much you train, you can't beat me. That's all. After finishing speaking, he jumped down from the tree, put his golden stick on his shoulder with one hand, chose a direction at random, and walked away leisurely. Kaku stared at Enlil's back and asked, Where are you going? Enlil said casually, Take a walk. Kaku smiled and shook his head. What a duplicity guy. In Eagle Eye's castle. Because there was no one, and the surrounding atmosphere, the castle was extremely gloomy. Lin Mo is quite courageous. Walking alone in this old castle that looks like a haunted house, he doesn't have any ups and downs in his mood. After roughly turning around in the castle, he soon found a good place that seemed like heaven to him. Chapter 226 Kana Island. Please give me Thor some face in the kitchen of the old castle. Most of the food spoiled. It can be seen that Hawkeye has been out for a long time and has not returned. Page 264 Food is easy to deteriorate, but there is one thing, especially if it is stored in a sealed container. Even if it is stored for a long time, not only will it not deteriorate, but it will become more mellow. That's right. What Lin Mo found was Hawkeye's private wine storage. Almost all the red wine that Hawkeye likes to drink is placed in the wine cellar. Lin Mo took a bottle unceremoniously, opened it with the red wine bottle opener that was placed in the wine cellar, and took a sip from the bottle. The taste was different from what he had imagined, and it was not very stimulating. It's a bit heavier than fruit wine. All in all, not bad. Lin Mo chose a few more bottles, and after leaving the wine storehouse, he found a relatively spacious and clean room, planning to live in it temporarily. He wasn't sure when Hawkeye would come back, so he could only wait here. In the room, Lin Mo sat down at a round table by the window, took out a bunch of food in the system space, and put them on the table, took out a few books, and started quietly eat, drink, and read to pass the time. After almost an hour, there were some roaring sounds from time to time in the forest outside the window. Linimo put down his book and glanced into the forest. Anyway, he was idle, so he let go of his knowledge and found that Inalo and Kaku were in two directions, fighting with the human imitators in the forest. Woke up. Although the human imitators haven't fully learned Hawkeye's swordsmanship, Fur has learned some. It will definitely be a bit difficult for Kaku to fight with a large group of baboons. As for Anilo, he can use his fruit ability to easily kill those baboons. But what surprised Linimo a little was that AI Nilu, who was arrogant and usually lazy, didn't use his ability to fight. Looks like this guy has got his head around it. Regardless of Kaku, after all, he is an undercover agent, and Linimo knew about it when he agreed to board the ship. As far as AI Nilu is concerned, after coming down from the empty island, this guy's disposition has changed a lot. Although he often needs to be beaten, he is a person who can make Lin Mo trust a little bit. Therefore, if Enelo can become stronger beyond his own fruit ability, it would not be a bad thing for Lin Mo. Thinking of this, Lin Mo silently poured himself a glass of red wine, took a sip, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. That evening, when Kaku and Anilu came to the castle to find Lin Mo, they were both wounded. Kaku is slightly better. Anilu was in a worse situation, with a bruised nose and swollen face, and several bones in his body were broken. Are you okay? Kaku saw Anilu and almost didn't recognize him. What are you looking at? Anilu said angrily. I fell by myself. The bastard has a long nose. Don't get me wrong. Kaku didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you fight baboons, you'll fight. There's nothing to hide about it. I won't laugh at you. Hey. Anilu clenched his fist and waved at Kaku. You talk nonsense. Be careful, and I will beat you. Okay. Okay, the old man misunderstood. You fell like this yourself, it's okay. I will bandage you in a while. You are so badly injured. I guess you will have to lie down for a few days before you can continue training. Kaku was helpless laughed. Anilu snorted coldly, dragged his scarred body into the castle, and found Lin Mo's location with a glance. Kaku followed him to the room where Lin Mo was. Lin Mo had noticed them since they entered the castle, so it was not surprising that they appeared. This island is really boring. Anilu complained as soon as he saw Lin Mo. There is no one. It's fine if the island is full of baboons. The road is not smooth. Kaku said with a dry smile. Captain Lin Mo, don't bother with this idiot. By the way, how long are we going to stay on this island this time? Lin Mo glanced at him and said calmly. Maybe a few days, maybe a few months. Is it so ambiguous? Anilu said dissatisfied. Let's go after Long Nose and I kill all the baboons on this broken island. You are missing, Kaku said dumbfoundedly. The number of baboons on this island is astonishing. We just fight with pure personal strength. It is estimated that we may not be able to kill them all in a few months. TCH, you really look down on yourself with a long nose. Enelo said disdainfully. I won't easily change what I, Thor, have decided. Kaku said helplessly. Then what if Captain Lin Mo wants to leave? Do you want to stay here alone and continue beating those baboons? The corners of Inalu's mouth twitched slightly, looked at Lin Mo, and said, Ahem, at least give me some face. Lin Mo looked at Inalu's bruised nose and swollen face, which was so embarrassing that he felt a little joy, and couldn't help but chuckled. Okay. Huh? You really agreed? Enel was shocked. Kaku was also surprised. Lin Mo shrugged and said, Yes, I agree. Ah. Enel laughed loudly. Let me just say, Lin Mo's brain circuit is different from that of ordinary people, so you can't use common sense to judge him. Huh? Hiss. Smiling and laughing, he touched the upper part of his body, and Enelu frowned in pain. Seeing Lin Mo moving his hand bones, AI Nilu thought it was his own words that made Lin Mo unhappy, and immediately said, No, I have injuries all over my body now, and I even broke a few bones. Don't hit me. Come here, Lin Mo said flatly. Anilu unconsciously took half a step back. No, I'm already wounded. Do you still want me to send myself there to be beaten? 3-2. Lin Mo hadn't counted to 1 yet. Anilu had no choice but to bite the bullet and walked over. Lin Mo raised his hand. Anilu closed his eyes, ready to be beaten. However, the expected pain did not appear for a long time. Instead, the wound on his body had an obvious burning and itching sensation, as if the wound was healing automatically. Enelo opened his eyes cautiously and was shocked to see the bright green light pouring from Lin Mo's palm continuously into his body. Kaku at the door also had an incredible expression on his face. He didn't know what Lin Mo had done, but it was obvious that Lin Mo was treating Enelu, and the treatment effect was surprisingly effective. Who the hell is this guy? What is this ability? Is he a devil fruit ability user? Kaku isn't sure. Enelu asked in surprise, "Are you treating me?" Page 265. Lin Mo said indifferently, "Nonsense." Amazing. AI Nilu saw that his wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even his broken bones were slowly returning to normal. The way he looked at Lin Mo changed. "I don't know you with such a strong healing ability. You really deserve to be recognized by my thunder god. Lin Mo, you are really amazing." Chapter 227. An unexpected call from Kana Island. Faced with Enelu's flattery, Lin Mo directly chose to go in the left ear and out the right ear, completely ignoring him. In just a few minutes, Lin Mo healed all the wounds on Enelu's body with the palm fairy technique. After moving his body, Enelu even turned 2 somersaults on the ground to make sure that he was really all right. And he was so happy that he opened his arms to hug Lin Mo. Lin Mo stepped on Shuinpa to avoid Enelu's bear hug, then glanced at Kaku, who was still in a daze, and said calmly, "It's your turn." Came back to his senses, Kaku pointed to himself and asked in surprise, "Is the old man also involved?" Lin Mo nodded lightly. Kaku said with a dry smile, "The old man's injury is not serious. It's fine. Just sleep and he'll be fine." "Long nose, are you stupid?" Enelu said with a look of disgust. "All the broken bones on my body are healed, and Lin Mo can heal your injury in a few seconds. Why do you have to do it yourself?" Looking for guilt. This. Kaku scratched his head in embarrassment. "You're right. Captain Lin Mo, please excuse me." As he spoke, Kaku consciously walked towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't say a word of nonsense, and continued to treat Kaku with the palm immortal technique. Feeling that the wound on his body was obviously healing automatically, Kaku said in surprise, "Captain Lin Mo, what kind of ability do you have?" Lin Mo said lightly, "The palm immortal art." "Palm immortal art? Medical ability." Kaku paused for a moment, then continued to ask, "Then are you a devil fruit ability user?" Lin Mo said speechlessly, "No." "Huh? Not a capable person. How could he have such a powerful medical ability?" Kaku asked in disbelief. Lin Mo was too lazy to explain to him. Enelu became upset. "You are still so chatty while treating your wounds. You talk too much with a long nose." "Ha ha ha, the old man is being rude." Kaku said with a dry smile. "Captain Lin Mo, don't mind." Lin Mo said indifferently, "It's all right." Put down his hands at the same time, and then said calmly, "It's all right." Kaku's injury was not serious, and the treatment time was much shorter than that of Enelu. "It's really all healed." Kaku jumped twice on the spot and said a little inconceivably, "It seems that his physical strength has recovered. Captain Lin Mo, your palm fairy technique is too powerful." "It's okay." Lin Mo shrugged his shoulders indifferently, and then continued, "I have no plans to leave this island in a short time, and you can arrange your own time." "Got it." Enelu grinned. "I got injured after that. Can I come to you for treatment?" Lin Mo responded with a faint hum. AI Nilu said in a good mood, "Ha! Compared to the time when you just got off the empty island, Lin Mo, you are really more and more human." Lin Mo gave him a blank look speechlessly. "It's nothing else. You too can get out." "Ah!" Enelu laughed indifferently. "All right, I'll go out first with a long nose, and I'll call you when I have dinner." Lin Mo waved his hand to signal them to leave quickly. Enelu folded Kaku's back and left Lin Mo's room with a smile. After going out, Kaku said helplessly, "This place looks deserted for a long time. There should be nothing to eat." "Then go fishing in the sea and catch seafood." Enelu said indifferently, "I'll stun the fish in the sea with mines, and you catch them." Kaku couldn't help giving Enelu a thumbs up. "You are such a clever ghost." Afterwards, the three of Lin Mo stayed in Krajana Island for nearly 2 months. Not to mention Hawkeye, he didn't even see anyone else. As for Anilo and Kaku, after these 2 months of training, their physical fitness has been greatly improved. Not only them, but even the human imitators baboons on the island became much stronger than they were 2 months ago. On this day, The three of them had dinner in the hall of the castle as usual. Eating and eating. The originally quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken by a series of beep-beep sounds from phone bugs. What's the sound? Enelu asked vaguely while biting a piece of fried fish. Kaku looked towards the corridor where the sound came from and wondered. It seems to be the voice of a phone bug. It's really strange. How could there be a phone bug here? Lin Mo remained silent. Hawkeye wasn't surprised that there was a phone bug in his house. But there are not many people in this world who know the Hawkeye phone. And he is also one of the Kawaii. It is very likely that this call was made by the world government. Kaku looked at Lin Mo and asked, "Who are you going to answer the call from?" Lin Mo shook his head indifferently. No need. It was okay at the beginning, but the phone bug kept making beep, beep, beep noises, and after a few seconds of silence it started to make noise again, making Lin Mo and the three of them a little annoyed. What a broken phone bug. It's so noisy, I'm going to smash it. Enela got up immediately. Kaku stopped and said, "Don't. Maybe this is an important call, or else we'll answer it, and have a look, and don't talk for now." Enelu looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded to him. Enelo immediately elementalized into lightning, and within a few seconds, he brought a palm-sized phone bug back to the castle hall. The three of them stared at the phone bug that was still calling. Seeing that Lin Mo and AI Nilu did not move, Kaku stretched out his hand and carefully connected the phone bug. Immediately afterwards, an excited male voice came from the phone bug. "You guy, you are finally willing to answer my call. Ha! I knew you were at home. Don't go out for the next month. I expect to be there in half a month." Page 266. This voice is so familiar. A name appeared in Lin Mo's mind, leaving him speechless. Anilo and Kaku are at a loss. They don't know who the caller is, but one thing they can be sure of is that the person who spoke will land on this island in half a month. Moreover, this seemingly abandoned castle was inhabited before they came. Seeing that there was no response, the caller continued to say, "Hey, you guys, you are really cold and cold. Why don't you ask me why I came to see you? Why don't you just say something? Forget it. I guess I can stand your personality. That's enough. Let's not talk nonsense. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Just in time. The place I'm going to go next will pass by your place, so I'll find you for a drink, and then we can learn from each other's swordsmanship. You shouldn't reject me, huh? Let me tell you, during this period of time, my swordsmanship has improved a lot. When we meet again, I won't be merciful. You'd better take advantage of this time to practice your sword well, and be careful that you will be defeated by me, huh? Okay, I won't tell you anymore. My crew is telling me to drink. That's it. Don't let me go, Hawkeye." Then, the other party hung up the phone directly. Lin Mo. Enelo? Kaku was stunned, and then he was shocked. Hawkeye? Could it be that the person on the phone is talking about one of the 7 Wukai, Hawkeye Mihawk, with the title of Great Swordsman? Chapter 228. Kana Island is coming. Enel looked at Kaku in a daze, and asked a little funny, "Kawaii? Is it the same identity as the woman with a brain problem on Daughter's Island?" "That's right." Kaku nodded. Enelu looked disdainful. Before the old man Garp said how powerful Shichibukai and the 4 emperors are. I have seen the power of the 4 emperors before. It is indeed a bit scary, but this Kawaii is nothing more than that. Kaku couldn't laugh or cry. Don't talk too much. Hawkeye is a man known as a great swordsman, and his swordsmanship level is quite high. Even if it is you, he may not be his opponent. The old man understands now. Why do the baboons on this island have such powerful swordsmanship? If this castle is the residence of Hawkeye, then the swordsmanship that those baboons learned is very likely to be learned from Hawkeye. Cut. What kind of swordsman is not a swordsman? No matter how powerful he is, can he be as powerful as Lin Mo? Enelu waved his hand and said, "You have to know, our captain also plays swords, and the level of playing is quite high. Even the 4 kings, it can be easily blocked with a single sword. What kind of eagle eye is that? In Lin Mo's eyes, it is just rubbish." Lin Mo. Kaku? Ahaha. Enelo laughed and picked up the juice in front of him, but didn't drink it yet. Lin Mo immediately appeared behind him with a shuanpa and punched Enelo hard on the head without hesitation. When did I call Hawkeye trash? There was a big bump on Enelu's head instantly, and he couldn't help but excitedly said, "Then don't hit me. Don't you know that it hurts when you hit someone? Anyway, It's you who hurt, not me. Lin Mo teased casually. Enelu's scalp tingled when he heard it. You bastard, don't you think I'm addicted to beating me? You didn't do it yourself. Kaku waved his hand and smiled. You just can't control your own words and behavior. You see, the old man has never been beaten by Captain Lin Mo since he got on the ship. Enelu glared at Kaku angrily. You bastard has a long nose. I think you are looking for a fight. This old man is just seeking truth from facts. The conversation changed, and Kaku continued. You said just now that Lin Mo can easily block the sword of the four emperors. Is it true? Nonsense. Enelu snorted coldly. Just before you got on the boat in the capital of Seven Waters. The capital of the Seven Waters? Kaku was stunned for a moment, then suddenly thought of something, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The old man remembered that the Whitebeard pirates appeared at that time. Could it be that the four emperors you were talking about are Whitebeard? That's right. That's right. It's him, that sickly-looking old man. Kaku couldn't laugh or cry. Sick. If you are heard by the Whitebeard pirates, you will definitely be beaten, Enelu said indifferently. Anyway, there are only 3 of us here. Even if we are really heard, as long as it is not Whitebeard, Thor, will not be afraid of anyone, haha. Kaku hesitated to speak, but after thinking about it, he was too lazy to complain about Enelu. However, Lin Mo was able to receive Whitebeard's sword, which he did not expect. Thinking of this, Kaku couldn't help but look at Lin Mo more. Enelu chuckled and said, What are you looking at? Don't think about it. That old guy with white beard is very optimistic about Lin Mo, and the 2 of them even drank together, so they can be regarded as drinking buddies. You actually have drinking buddies with one of the 4 emperors? Kaku was surprised. Based on what this old man knows about Whitebeard, he will accept anyone he likes as his son. Lin Mo's personality is definitely not, will you agree? Can you still become drinking buddies with Whitebeard even if you reject him? Of course, Enel proudly said. Even Whitebeard wants to give Lin Mo face. Do you think Lin Mo is powerful? Awesome, Kaku said with a dry smile. I really didn't expect that Captain Lin Mo not only knew the naval hero Garp, but also was friends with the legendary pirate Captain Rayleigh. And now he is actually with one of the 4 emperors. My Whitebeard is also a drinking buddy. It seems that this old man is really on a boat. That's right. Most people don't have a chance to get on the boat. You're lucky. As soon as AI Nilu finished speaking, he was punched by Lin Mo again. There's so much nonsense, Lin Mo said speechlessly. Kaku looked at Lin Mo and AI Nilu silently, with mixed feelings in his heart. He was very confident in completing the undercover mission, but now he began to doubt himself a little. With a helpless sigh, Kaku changed the topic back and said, Hawkeye has a solitary personality, and the person who usually looks for him should be someone from the world government or the Navy. But the person who called him just now man is obviously not a member of the government. Is it a friend of Hawkeye? AI Nilu looked at Lin Mo and asked directly, Really? Lin Mo punched him again. I don't know. Although listening to the voice, he already recognized who it was. The caller was one of Hawkeye's few friends, the red-haired Shanks, who has become one of the 4 emperors and had crossed paths with Lin Mo several times. It was really a coincidence that the red-haired guy didn't come early or late, but he came at this time. This world is really small enough. AI Nilu was punched 3 times and had 3 bumps on his head. He wanted to be angry, but he didn't dare to be angry with Lin Mo. If you don't know, you don't know. Can you not do it? I thought you knew everything. Lin Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he returned to his seat and continued to eat dinner. You guys are really? Forget it. Thor, don't care about you, Enelu said arrogantly. Lin Mo gave him a blank look and continued to eat. Kaku smiled and shook his head. Are you sure it's not because of cowardice? Hello. Enelu just raised his hand, the moment lightning flashed at his fingertips. Kaku put down the tableware in his hand and ran away before Enelu released the lightning strike. You thought you ran away? Enelu chased after him without saying a word. Lin Mo still maintained his calm appearance, ignoring the roar of various fighting outside the castle, and went back to the room directly after dinner. For the next few days, everything was uneventful. The baboons on the entire island were severely beaten by Kaku and Enelu, who had grown in strength by leaps and bounds. Most of the baboons ran away when they saw them. On the 10th day after receiving the call, a pirate ship with a pirate flag printed with a skull with 3 scratch marks on the left arrived at Krygana Island ahead of schedule. Page 267. When the pirate ship docked, Enelo, who was chasing a few baboons on the island, felt it immediately. As for Linimo, who was salting fish in the castle, he happened to be taking a nap, so he didn't notice it. Huh? It seems that a group of good guys have come. Enelu's mouth curled up. Heh, what a group of unlucky guys. It's just for Ben Thor to try out the training results during this period of time. Chapter 229. Kana Island picks someone who is hard-headed. Ha ha ha. I'm really looking forward to it. I haven't seen Hawkeye for a long time. I don't know if his drinking capacity has declined during this time. The red-haired one with a laugh was the first to disembark from the boat. Beckman and the others followed behind him, with helpless smiles on their faces. Boss, don't forget the main purpose of coming here. What if Hawkeye refuses to compete with you in swordsmanship? We are looking forward to seeing you slap yourself in the face. Lajalu gnawed on the flesh and blood and said while eating. The red hair waved his hand and said casually, It's okay. It's okay. Ha ha. I know that Hawkeye guy very well. As long as you challenge him, he will accept it. Besides, he answered the call that day. Although he didn't say anything, silence means acquiescence. Ha ha. It's just your acquiescence. Jesus Boo teased. Will you bet that Hawkeye knew we were coming and had already left early? Hey, Jesus, don't be crowed. The red-haired said dissatisfied. Just as Hongfa had just finished saying this, a thunderbolt flashed over. When he was close to him, in just a split second, Hongfa took a step back seemingly casually, then raised his hand. His arm covered with armed colors, he slashed down with an unceremonious blow, hitting Enelo, who suddenly appeared on the ground hard. Huh? Is it a natural fruit ability user? The red hair touched his chin, stared at Enelu, who fell face down on the ground, and said with a half-smile, It seems that there is something terrible coming from Hawkeye's side. Guessed? Oh, no, this guy has 2 other companions, huh? I have a personal aura. Why do I feel so familiar? Enelu was hit by the red hair and took a mouthful of dirt. Fortunately, he was used to being beaten by Lin Mo, and the red hair didn't hit him with all his strength. This level of armed color was not enough to cause him to suffer multiple injuries. Damn, it seems that I was careless. Enelo supported his body with his hands, jumped up from the ground, then turned his golden stick and continued to attack the red hair directly. He didn't use the power of thunder and lightning, but based on the physical strength of these 2.5 months, he directly launched a physical attack on the red hair. Originally, he thought that as long as he was serious, even if he couldn't kill the opponent, at least he could hurt the opponent to some extent. However, the result was extremely blatant. No matter how Enelu attacked, he couldn't even touch the corner of the red-haired clothes. Hey, your physical skills are not bad. The red-haired dodged Enelu's attack and said with a smile, I'm obviously a capable person, but I don't use it to attack. Is it because I'm not a capable person, so I don't use it? What a nice guy. Stop talking nonsense. This is a battle. Take it seriously. Enel said angrily. The red hair laughed loudly. Ha! Don't be so angry. I don't mean anything to you. I just came here to find my old friend Hawkeye, but he doesn't seem to be at home. You know, where did he go? None of the crew members behind Hongfa stepped forward to help. They all acted as onlookers and did not forget to tease Hongfa. Boss, you can take care of yourself, and be careful not to be killed by this tall man. Ha ha ha, boss, aren't you cowardly? TCH, boss, can you do it? If you can't, just tell me. Let's deal with this tall man. Oh my goodness. When the red hair was avoiding the attack of Enelo, he still touched the back of his head easily and glanced back at his group of leisurely crew members. You really don't give me any face. Anyway, it's also your captain, huh? But having said that, Jesus Boo rubbed his chin and looked at the red-haired Enelu, who was still trying to hit the red-haired with a decent physical skill, and said strangely, Why does this guy look so familiar to me? After Jesus Boo said this, the red-haired man looked at Enelo carefully. From this point of view, he really seemed to have seen it somewhere. It seems to be Lin Mo's partner. Beckman thought for a moment, then continued. I remember this person on the wanted notice. It seems to be called Enelo. Huh? Lin Mo's companion. Shanks suddenly became interested. So, Lin Mo is also on this island? Ha 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 ha. What luck, I didn't catch Hawkeye, but I found Lin Mo ha 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 ha. Enelu stopped all attacks with a gloomy face. His body was filled with terrifying electric current, and his tone became unhappy. You actually know Lin Mo and me. You are here for the bounty, humph. Since if so, then don't blame me for being rude to Thor. As he said that, Enelu spun his golden stick and hit the thunder drum behind him twice. A thunder dragon flew out of it and flew towards Hongfa aggressively. The red hair seemed to be angry when he saw AI Nilu and said helplessly, "You misunderstood. We and Lin Mo are actually friends." As he said that, when the thunder dragon approached, the red hair immediately dodged away. But the Brontosaurus didn't just disappear or hit the position where the red hair was before, but under the control of AI Nilu. It kept chasing the red hair. "You bastard, can you listen to people?" The red hair dodged a few times helplessly, seeing that he was about to be overtaken by the thunder dragon, and didn't bother to continue dodging. So he drew out his saber griffin and slashed and smashed Enelo's thunder dragon with one blow. Seeing this, Enelo was startled. "How is this possible?" Enel said in disbelief. "My Brontosaurus has 6,000 million volts. How could it be cut apart by a sword?" At this time, Kaku, who heard the movement, ran quickly in the jungle towards the coast where Enelo, Hongfa, and others were. When he arrived at the destination and saw the group of Hongfa, he was completely stunned. "Oh, there's another one." Jesus Boo curled his lips and looked in the direction of Kaku. Kaku couldn't help but took half a step back, and there were already many fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Although Enelo has already noticed the presence of Kaku, but now his attention is on the red hair. Damn it. Don't be too complacent. Since the 6,000 million thunder dragon is useless to you, then try it. Taste my -million volt thunder god. I don't believe it. You are as immune to my thunder and lightning as Lin Mo. As soon as Enelu finished speaking, before he could launch his big move, Kaku's slightly nervous voice suddenly sounded. "Silly man, do you know who your opponent is? As long as he thinks, you will suffer even if you don't die now." Seriously injured, Enelu stopped his movements, froze for a moment, turned his head to look at Kaku, and asked in a daze, "What did you say?" Kaku said anxiously, "Your opponent is the red-haired Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, and one of the 4 emperors." Enel was startled, looked at Shanks who was grinning at him in surprise, and asked in disbelief, "Are you really one of the 4 emperors?" Shanks stroked his hair and laughed loudly. "It seems to be true, ha ha." Chapter 230 Kana Island. You stand against me and withdraw first Enelo's original arrogance, after knowing that the opponent he chose was one of the 4 emperors who are as famous as Whitebeard. More than half of it was extinguished. This is the 4 emperors. That strength is no joke. With the experience of being almost killed by Whitebeard before, Enelo is still a little bit afraid of the 4 emperors. Thinking about it now, it seems a matter of course that the red-haired man in front of him could slash his thunder dragon with a single blow. Even so, AI Nilu still moved Lin Mo out firmly. "Damn it. Is it amazing that you are the 4 emperors? Our captain is a person who even wants to give face to the white beard." Kaku raised his hand to cover his forehead with a headache. "You guy, can't you say a few words less?" The red-haired group was a little shocked. "Huh." The red hair was surprised. "The white beard doesn't even give me face, but Linmo's face, ha. Not bad. Linmo's grown up." AI Nilu was stunned for a moment. Remembering that Hongfa said just now that they knew Lin Mo, he couldn't help asking, "Do you really know Lin Mo?" "Of course." The red hair waved his hand and said, "I have known Lin Mo since he was 10 years old. I even invited him to board my boat, but unfortunately he was ruthlessly rejected. Ha." Page 268. Speaking of this, the red-haired crew started discussing happily again. "Boss, it's because you're not attractive enough." "That's right. If you are a big beauty with protruding front and back, boss, maybe that kid Lin Mo will agree, huh?" TSK. Speaking of beauties, boss, when will you take us to Daughter Island? I heard that the king of Daughter Island is a super beautiful woman. There is no wind around Daughter's Island. If our leader was swallowed by sea kings in the past, we need to save it. How troublesome. Uffed. Ha ha ha. You're right. Let's forget it. The red hair didn't care about the ridicule of his crew. touched his chin, and looked around Enelo and Kaku. Finally, his eyes fell on Kaku and asked a little puzzled. Based on what I know about Lin Mo, he is a somewhat withdrawn person who doesn't like to get in touch with too many people. I was surprised to be able to accept one crew member. Did he actually accept another one? Jesus Boo laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, seeing that kid, I suddenly thought of my son Usopp. Do you want to hear about my son?" When Jesus said this, the crew complained. "Come on, our ears are almost calloused." Jesus Boo, if you miss your son, why don't you ask the boss for a vacation and go back? The red hair also joined in. If you really want to go back, you can go to the East China Sea after we finish our work. Jesus waved his hands and said, No, I can't do it now. Since I have chosen to become a free pirate, I won't go back easily. I am already an incompetent father. If I lose my dream, then isn't life a failure? Hara. Obviously, the members of the Red Hair Pirates have ignored Enelo and Kaku. In fact, the Red Hair said that Lin Mo had known him since he was 10 years old. Enelo and Kaku were already shocked. Lin Mo's ability to become drinking buddies with a white beard is already a great thing, but now it's a good thing, and he actually knows another 4 emperors? And looking at the Red Hair, it seems that he has a good relationship with Lin Mo. Hello. Enel couldn't help asking, red-haired Shanks, right? Shanks smiled and raised his right hand and replied, Yes, it's me. The corner of Enel's mouth twitched slightly and asked, What's the relationship between you and our Captain Lin Mo? I've been with him for so long, but I've never heard him mention you. Huh? Didn't he mention me? The red-haired looked shocked. Is that kid really? Is it embarrassing to know me? He didn't even mention me. No, I'll see him later. He must be punished with 3 cups. Enel. Kaku didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, I don't believe what this guy said. Enelu clenched the golden stick in his hand. Long nose. Hold it here. I'll go to Lin Mo to make sure. Kaku? Enelo didn't give Kaku any chance to respond, and instantly elementalized, turning into a bolt of lightning, and withdrew directly in front of everyone on the shore, leaving Kaku alone in the wind again. The expression on Kaku's face was extremely rich, and he scolded Enelu from beginning to end in his heart. Huh? Let's go now? The hands and feet are quite fast. The red hair returned to the original optimistic smile, and said directly, In that case, little ones, set off to Eagle Eye's castle with me. Hey. Good, the red-haired crew members responded in unison. Kaku didn't know what to do at the moment. He is very clear about how much he owns, so he wants to stop the red-haired gang. It's killing him. This guy Enel is too bad. Ahem. Can you listen to the old man? Kaku bit the bullet, but still stood in front of the red hair and the others. Although he knew that there was no need to lie to them about the identity of the redhead, since Enelo had let him stand here, he couldn't just do nothing. If you have something to say, go to Hawkeye's house. The redhead walked past Kaku with a relaxed tone. Jesus Boo patted Kaku on the shoulder when he passed by him, and said with a hooked smile, Young man, I am very optimistic about you, haha. After finishing speaking, Jesus put his hands behind his head and leisurely followed Hongfa and the others to the old castle where Lin Mo was. And Kaku, apart from saying that sentence, did nothing. Seeing the red hair and others walk away, Kaku murmured in his heart. The old man stopped it, but it just didn't work. Yes, that's it. It took only a few seconds for Anelo to return to the castle and appeared in the room where Lin Mo lived. Hey, Captain, here comes the 4 emperors who say they know you. Get up and go and have a look. Enelu yelled directly at Lin Mo, who was still sleeping. Lin Mo frowned, turned over impatiently, turned his back to Enelu, and said in a displeased tone, Go out. The corners of Enelo's mouth twitched wildly. Here comes the 4 emperors. It is the 4 emperors. The 4 emperors are as famous as Whitebeard. They can easily slay my Thunder Dragon. They are very powerful 4 emperors. One more word of nonsense, and I'll cut you apart. If you don't go, Long Nose will be killed by them. Lin Mo lost his temper. If you bother me again, I'll kill you too. Enel. Okay. Enelo had no choice but to compromise, and at the same time, under his best knowledge, he felt that the red-haired group was coming towards the castle, and Kaku was following behind the group. Long noses are really useless. Enelu frowned. didn't say anything more, moved a bench and left Lin Mo's room. Then put the bench at the door of Lin Mo's room and sat with Erlang's legs crossed like this on the top, quietly waiting for the arrival of the red hair and the others. Chapter 231, The Exploration of the Red Hair in Kano Island. Looks like the baboons who are looking after Hawkeye's home have been conditioned. Along the way, the red hair observed the baboons hiding around and couldn't help sighing with emotion. Beckman curled his lips slightly and said, "It should be the 2 crew members of Lin Mo who did it. However, I'm really surprised that he actually has companions, and there are 2 of them." The red-haired said with a smile, "But that's good too. It's also a good thing for him to have companions." "That's right." Lajalu was still gnawing on his endless meat and said while eating, "Although those 2 guys are a bit stupid, Lin Mo is not a casual person. Since he was chosen by him to be a crew member, it shows that there are still many merits in those 2 people." The redhead laughed and responded, "Haha, yes, I think so too." The red-haired group walked all the way talking and laughing, and soon arrived at Hawkeye's old castle. "You guys rest in the lobby first. I can go over to Lin Mo by myself." After entering the castle, Hongfa let the crew members go to rest and followed Lin Mo's breath, and soon found Lin Mo, the room where Mo is. Seeing that Enelu was guarding the door, the red-haired man walked towards him with the corners of his mouth hooked slightly. "You guy who plays thunder, it seems that you are very loyal, and you are actually guarding the door." Page 269. Enelu was playing with the golden stick in his hand. Although he felt guilty, he still had a look of disdain on the surface. "Lin Mo is taking a nap. You'd better not disturb him. Sleeping too much in the afternoon is bad for your health." The redhead smiled. "If you don't dare to wake him up, why don't you let me do it?" AI Nilu couldn't help but frowned. "You said you know Lin Mo. Don't you know that he hates being disturbed by others when he is sleeping?" "No, you're wrong." The redhead waved his hand. "We still have to see who it is." Anilo was about to refute. The corner of the red hair's mouth hooked suddenly, and a powerful force surged out of him, pressing down on Ainalu's body. Feeling his body sank, he couldn't move at all, and even his consciousness began to slowly lose consciousness, and there was a lot of fine sweat on Anilo's forehead. He is too familiar with this feeling. It's Overlord. This guy can actually look like a king, and it's not worse than Lin Mo, sure enough. The 4 emperors are the 4 emperors. Not everyone can be the 4 emperors. Enilu's mood at the moment is like a mess. "I'll give you another chance." The red-haired continued with the corners of her lips curled up. "Leave immediately, and I can keep you safe, or stay here to guard the gate." "Damn it," Enilu said with an ugly face. "If you dare to attack me, Lin Mo will not let you go." The red hair shrugged and said, "Who knows? Anyway, I want to kill you. It's very simple. So, I give you the choice. Which one do you choose?" "I won't leave here." Enel gritted his teeth. The red hair asked again, "I'm very serious. If you don't choose carefully, I can kill you right now. So, which one do you want to choose?" "Asshole. Who do you think I am?" "Oh, stop dreaming. So what if you are the 4th emperor? Do you really think that this level of threat can scare me?" Enelo sneered. The redhead rubbed his chin and stared at Enelu, and was silent for a while. Although it was only a few seconds, it was a torment for Enelo, who was under the pressure of Bawanglusi. "Ha ha ha, you really have backbone." The red hair laughed and removed the domineering look that was pressing on Enelu. Enelu was relieved, his face still ugly. "So, are you going to kill me?" "No, I didn't say I would kill you," the redhead said with a smile. "I just gave you 2 choices. Since you choose to stay here to guard the gate, there is nothing you can do. What are you going to do?" Enelo asked vigilantly when he saw Hongfa walking towards the next room. The red hair didn't answer his question right away, and directly moved out a stool from the next room, placed it next to Ainalu, sat down calmly, then patted Ainalu on the back and laughed loudly. "Since if you don't give way, then I'll wait for Lin Mo to wake up with you. Anyway, I'm free now, ha." "Enel, you guy?" Ainalu's mouth twitched wildly. "So what were you doing just now? What's the point of those 2 choices you gave me?" The red hair shrugged and said, "Don't care so much. I'm just talking casually. It's not a big deal. Haha. That's great. Lin Mo has hired a good crew. Not only is he upright, but also a very loyal person." Enelu was stunned. Facing the red-haired compliment, He completely forgot that he was crushed by someone with a domineering look just now. He felt a little embarrassed for a while, turned his head, and said arrogantly, "Even if I won't be happy if you praise me." The redhead couldn't help laughing. "Ha! What an interesting person. Your name is Enel, right? I remember you." "Huh." Enelu snorted softly. "Then I really thank you." After the red-haired group entered the castle, Kaku used his amazing jumping ability to jump directly to the windowsill outside Lin Mo's room from outside the castle. Seeing that Lin Mo was still sleeping, Kaku outside the windowsill couldn't help but sighed softly. Lin Mo was angry about getting up. He didn't dare to go in. He had no choice but to find another room to enter the castle. Without thinking too much, he found a room a little farther away from Lin Mo's room, which was dusty because it hadn't been cleaned for a long time, similar to a utility room, and got in through the window. As soon as he landed, he was surprised to find a phone bug left in the corner of a shelf. The most important thing is that the world government logo is painted on the shell of this phone bug. So, this phone bug can contact the world government. This luck, it seems to be lucky. The corner of Kaku's mouth twitched. Without further ado, he immediately put away the phone bug and prepared to contact the world government after they fell asleep in Enel Road at night. Going out of the utility room in a happy mood, Kaku just opened the door of the utility room, just as Jesus walked through the corridor. "Yo, isn't this the boy I'm optimistic about?" Jesus glanced at the utility room behind Kaku, especially when he saw the open window, and couldn't help laughing. "Ha! You are really an interesting person, ah. I don't want to go through the main entrance, but I have to climb the window." Kaku explained with a dry smile. Actually, old man. Before Kaku could finish speaking, Jesus put his shoulders on him familiarly and said without any exception, "Everyone is preparing for the banquet. If you are free, come and help." Kaku was stunned, a little confused. Banquet? What kind of banquet? If I had to have a reason, with the personality of the boss, it would probably be said to be a banquet to celebrate the reunion with Lin Mo, huh? Chapter 232 Kana Island Red Hair's suggestion Hongfa and AI Nilu were guarding the door. In fact, Lin Mo had already sensed it, but he just didn't bother to talk to them, as long as they didn't quarrel with him. It wasn't until an hour later, when he was almost asleep, that Lin Mo got up unhurriedly. The two outside the door noticed Lin Mo's movement almost at the same time. "Looks like a slob woke up." The redhead grinned. Enela glanced at him speechlessly. This hour was still extremely tormenting for him. The red hair kept talking to him like a chatterbox, just like checking his household registration. "It's a clever question." Lin Mo opened the door and walked out, calmly walking between Enelo and Hongfa. "You kid, I haven't seen you for a long time. Don't you know how to say hello when you see me? It really makes me sad." Having said that, the red hair still looked the same and followed with a smile, saying as he walked, "I really didn't expect that you would come to Hawkeye, a place where birds don't shit. You really are a traveler. You can go everywhere. Ha! By the way, did you see that guy Hawkeye when you came here?" Lin Mo replied lightly, "No." No. "Then how long have you been on this island?" The redhead continued to ask. Lin Mo wrote lightly, "More than 2 months." "Ahem. More than 2 months?" The redhead asked dumbfounded. "No, I just called 10 days ago, and the phone bug was indeed connected. Could it be that the one who answered the phone was not Hawkeye but you?" Lin Mo, yeah. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. I really laughed to death. The red-haired laughed loudly. "That's right. You have the same temper as Hawkeye, and it's normal for you to answer the phone without talking. Although it's not Hawkeye, the result is not bad. Ha ha. I haven't seen you for so long. You kid can do it. You actually took 2 crew members. Come, tell me, what did they use to impress you to make your stupid head open?" Page 270 Lin Mo. Lin Mo said speechlessly. "If you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb." Ha ha ha. The redhead said indifferently. "What? Are you angry? I remember that you are not so easily angry. By the way, your strength should have improved a lot in the past few years, right? How about we play against each other? Let me see how far you have grown." "No." Lin Mo directly refused. The red hair was dissatisfied. "Why? You are not as good as Hawkeye in this regard. That guy will accept anyone who challenges him." Lin Mo. "This guy is really outspoken." "Oh, then there's nothing I can do." The redhead waved his hands helplessly. "Since you don't want to, Then forget it. Let's hold a banquet later. Ha. Banquet. Enelo asked speechlessly. Why is there a banquet? The red-haired touched his chin and thought for a while, then smiled and said, if there must be a reason, then it should be a reunion banquet with Lin Mo. Ha. Lin Mo. Enel. The red hair put his hand on Lin Mo's shoulder and said with a smile, we haven't had a good drink together for a long time. This time you have to give me face, and you can't refuse me again. Lin Mo slapped the red-haired hand off his shoulder in disgust, and then responded casually. Okay. AI Nilu walked on the other side of Lin Mo and asked softly, are you really friends with this guy? Lin Mo, that's right. What do you mean? The red-haired dissatisfied. It's all right. Enel was heartbroken. Lin Mo already knew 2 of the 4 emperors, so the other 2 probably knew each other too. Thinking of this, AI Nilu couldn't help asking, Captain Lin Mo, don't you know the other 4 emperors? Lin Mo said directly, I don't know. Enel mumbled. But when Shanks called, you said you didn't know him. Lin Mo made up a reason at random and replied, I just didn't recognize his voice. Uffed. The red-haired laughed loudly and directly dismantled the stage. If you want to find a reason, can't you find someone who is more convincing? Lin Mo glanced at the red hair in dissatisfaction, as if you talk again, I will beat you up. The red-haired man was still eager for Lin Mo to make a move, so he bared his teeth and said with a smile, if you don't accept it, let's fight. I'll be waiting for your challenge anytime. Lin Mo suddenly smiled at him. Don't worry, I won't challenge you. The red hair was stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. Ha! Don't talk too much. Be careful to slap yourself in the face in the future. Don't keep your face sullen. You kid, how energetic you were when you laughed just now. Laugh more in the future, laugh, and it makes everyone around you a lot easier. When the red hair said this, Lin Mo's face sank again. He changed the subject directly and asked, do you have any other ways to contact Hawkeye? Yes. Why? Do you want to see Hawkeye? The redhead asked with a smile. Yeah. Lin Mo nodded. If the red hair could get in touch with Hawkeye, at least it would give him an idea of how long he would have to wait here. Oh, it's strange. You are looking for Hawkeye. Do you want to compete with him in swordsmanship? The red hair asked seemingly casually. Lin Mo nodded again. Hearing this, the red hair was dissatisfied and said, are you trying to anger me on purpose? Although I don't have the title of swordsman, my swordsmanship is not bad. Why would you rather compete with Hawkeye than me? No fair. No. Suddenly realizing something, the redhead said in surprise, you're not the kind of person who would take the initiative to find someone to fight against. Why did you take the initiative to compete with Hawkeye this time? Is there any purpose? Lin Mo. Oh, I got it. The red-haired fisted his right hand and knocked on the palm of his left hand, with a look of sudden realization. You want to defeat Hawkeye and replace him as a swordsman? Ha! Yes. You now but the bounty criminals with a bounty of 14 billion. The strength of Tianlong people is very weak. It is not difficult to kill them, but they are backed by the world government, so no one dares to touch them. And the world knows there are not many capable people, seeing that you are only 15 years old. There will definitely be many uninformed people who will come to trouble you. And the solution to some unnecessary small troubles is also very simple. Having a title that makes people respectful is one of them. After a short pause, the red hair continued. As long as you defeat Hawkeye, you will be awarded the title of swordsman, so that most people will not dare to trouble you again. However, there is also a disadvantage in this way. If you really become a swordsman, many swordsmen will come to challenge you. So, you should change your target. I have a little suggestion. What do you think of me? Anyway, I am now one of the 4 emperors. If you defeat me, wouldn't it be more respectful than defeating Hawkeye? Chapter 233 Kana Island Banquet begins. Lin Mo wanted to challenge Hawkeye purely to complete the progress task. As for other things, he really didn't think much about it. What Hong Fa said, if you think about it carefully, it really makes a lot of sense. But even if what he said made sense, so what? For the time being, it doesn't matter who they are strong and who is weak. Lin Mo just didn't listen. Hey, it's not as good as the red hair. Still want to challenge him one-on-one? No way. Thinking of this, Lin Mo rejected the red hair again. It's boring to fight with you. I'm going to fight with Hawkeye. Huh. The redhead didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What you said is too hurtful. Why is it boring to fight with me? I find that you are getting more and more skinny. Lin Emote didn't bother to talk to him and continued walking forward. Enelu followed behind him, and when Lin Emo said the last sentence, there was a look of admiration in his eyes. Shanks is a 4 emperors anyway, a very powerful character. Lin Emo dared to talk to Si Huang like this, and the other party was still not angry. Coupled with the fact that the other white beard of the 4 emperors who met before took good care of Lin Emo, what does this mean? It completely shows that even the 4 emperors have to give Lin Emo face. Okay, maybe Lin Emo also knows the other 2 4 emperors. As Anila thought about it, he felt more and more that he had followed the wrong person. Soon, the 3 of them came to the hall on the 1st floor of the castle. At this time, the hall had already been simply arranged by the members of the red-haired pirates and Kaku. There were several long tables in the middle, and there were a variety of food and drinks on the tables. When everyone saw the redheads coming, they immediately greeted them enthusiastically. Page 271. Boss, you are too slow. Even the snails have already come. Hey, isn't this the little guy we saw in Windmill Village? I haven't seen him in a few years, and he's still a little guy. Ha ha. TSK, it really hasn't changed at all. Ha ha. Have you been shut down by our boss again? Do you still need to ask? Don't you know our boss? He doesn't have the ability to let Lin Emo give him face. Ha! The red-haired scratched his head and laughed. Ha! You guys, Lin Emo is still here. Can't you give me a step down? It's embarrassing for me. The red-haired crew couldn't help laughing, and even Beckman, who had always been relatively calm, couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth. What's going on with this group of guys? Enelu's mouth twitched slightly. Is the red-haired Shanks really their captain? Is he really the 4 emperors? Why doesn't his crew seem to let him go? The way it looks in my eyes. This is their way of getting along. Kaku jumped to the side of Enelo and explained to him. Although it is the first time for the old man of the red-haired pirates, I have heard of their reputation a long time ago. Don't look at them now. At the critical moment, they are quite united. And the most important point is that the red-haired pirates don't have any abilities. What? Enel Road was surprised. There is not a single capable person on board, and he can become the 4 emperors? How strong is the red-haired guy? Kaku shook his head and said, the old man has never fought against him, so I can't say for sure, but if he wants to kill me, I will probably be gone in a moment. Moreover, the average strength of his crew is very high. Even if the 2 of us join hands, let alone fighting the redhead, we can't even beat his crew. Enel. AI Nilu said speechlessly. Are you too unconfident in the strength of the 2 of us? Kaku smiled helplessly. It's not that we don't have confidence. It's that the people we face are too strong. Ha ha. You can do it. The banquet is ready so soon. The red hair laughed and pushed Lin Mo to the main seat of the banquet, let him sit down first, and then stood next to him sitting down. He picked up the bottle of wine in front of him, uncorked the cork, filled 2 empty wine glasses, and handed one of the glasses to Lin Mo. Come on, let's have a drink first. Lin Mo took the wine handed over by the red hair unceremoniously, clinked glasses with him, and started to drink. The others also sat down happily. The cheerful banquet officially started, and several members of the Red Hair Pirates took turns to perform entertainment. For Enelo and Kaku, who had never attended a banquet, it was very strange. Hey, what are you 2 still doing? Jesus Boo waved at Enelo and Kaku. I have a seat here. Come quickly. The 2 hesitated, but still walked towards him. As soon as he was seated, Jesus poured a glass of wine for each of them, then patted both of their shoulders, and said with a smile, these are all good wines we purchased from the last island, and the food is also very fresh. You're welcome. Eat and drink whatever you want. Yo, Jesus Boo, you really know how to take care of people. A member of the red-haired pirates sitting next to him said with a smile, do you think of your kid when you see this kid with a long nose? Jesus laughed loudly and said, ha ha. To be honest, it's a little bit. If your son wants to venture out to sea in the future, will you support him? Of course. Jesus said proudly. As long as it is that kid's decision, I will support it. A man should fight for his dream once. Otherwise this life will be too boring. Ha ha, let's not talk about that kid. Come on, Let's raise our glasses together to celebrate the reunion after 5 years. Cheers to Lin Mo. As he spoke, Jesus was the first to raise his glass. Then everyone raised the cups in their hands one after another. Anilo and Kaku actually don't like drinking very much, but if the atmosphere is not catered to, it seems that they are wrong. Moreover, at this banquet, there really wasn't even a bottle of drink. It was all wine. The two looked at each other and were hesitating whether to drink with them. Lin Mo put his hand into his pocket seemingly casually, took out 2 bottles of drinks from the system space, and threw them directly at Anilo and Kaku. This move made the lively atmosphere of the audience quiet down all of a sudden. Anilo reached out to catch it reflexively. It's a bottle of apple juice and something similar to tea. Lin Mo, what are you doing? Jesus Boo couldn't help but asked with a smile. Lin Mo took a sip of the wine in his glass and said casually, he can't drink. Ha ha ha. The red hair laughed and patted Lin Mo's back and said happily, not bad. You look very indifferent. I didn't expect to be so kind to your crew. Anilo and Kaku are in a bit of embarrassment at the moment. I thought everyone in the Red Hair Pirates would laugh at them. In the end, everyone didn't take this matter to heart. Jesus murmured, really, if you don't know how to drink, you should have said it earlier. Ha ha ha. It's okay. It's okay. Eat more meat. Inside the castle, the banquet continued. At the same time, a one-person boat carrying a man wearing a wine-red patterned shirt, a black top hat with white fluff on his head, and a black knife on his back is slowly approaching Krajna Island. Chapter 234 Kana Island comes from Lin Mo's challenge. The man Lin Mo had been waiting for more than 2 months, Hawkeye Mihawk, who holds the title of Great Swordsman and is also one of the king's Shichibukai, is back. From a long distance, Hawkeye spotted the ship of the Red Hair Pirates, and he was not at all surprised by this guy who came to him suddenly. After parking the boat, Hawkeye walked towards the castle with ease. In the castle, the banquet is going on normally. Because the atmosphere at the scene was so cheerful, no one noticed that Hawkeye had returned, until the gate of the castle was pushed open from the outside. Hey, isn't this Hawkeye? We just arrived at your house, and you came back. You really did me a favor, huh? Seeing Hawkeye, the red hair immediately waved to him. You're back, it's time. Come, drink together. Hawkeye silently glanced at the lively scene in the hall of his house. Especially when he saw Lin Mo sitting next to the red hair. He was silent for a moment. Then he naturally walked in the direction of the red hair. Haha, we thought we couldn't wait for you to come back, Jesus said with a smile. Hawkeye ignored him and walked past him. Sitting on Loggy Road opposite Jesus' cloth, he ate meat and said, You have been ignored. Haha, you are not ignorant of Hawkeye's personality. You deserve it. Ha 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 ha, it's okay. Jesus Boo picked up his wine glass again indifferently. Everyone continue to drink. If you don't get drunk today, you won't go home. AI Nilu glanced at Hawkeye who had just passed by. Although the other party didn't say anything, just the aura of people passing by made AI Nilu feel a chill on his back inexplicably. Is he the swordsman from one of the 7 martial seas? Enelo muttered. Kaku nodded, turned his gaze to Hawkeye's back, with a trace of admiration in his eyes, and said, He is a great swordsman, and someone who can win the title of swordsman is very strong. He makes me feel more powerful than that woman on Daughter Island. Enelu rubbed his chin and muttered. Page 272, of course. Kaku looked at Enel and continued. Although this is the first time this old man has seen Hawkeye as a swordsman, he has a dream of being a swordsman, and he hopes to defeat Hawkeye, and this old man is no exception. Enelu poked his ears and said lazily, You still have a dream of being a swordsman? I thought your dream was to become a great shipwright. Kaku didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before I became a shipwright, I was also a swordsman, okay? Even if I'm a shipwright now, I'm still a swordsman. Hawkeye came to where Hongfa and Lin Mo were with indifferent expressions. The red hair took the initiative to get up and give up his seat for him. Come on, you're welcome. The redhead put his hands on Hawkeye's shoulders and pressed Hawkeye to sit on the seat without any notice. Then he took a new glass and filled Hawkeye with wine. Drink and drink. Ha ha ha. You're welcome. Drink more. The red-haired said with a smile. Hawkeye picked up the cup in silence. The redhead also picked up his glass in a good mood and took the initiative to clink with Hawkeye's wine glass, then glanced at Lin Mo and said with a smile, What are you doing in a daze, kid? Come on, Let's clink glasses. From the moment Lin Mo saw Hawkeye, he had no choice but to accept that the red hair was really lucky. Almost as good as Bucky. Obviously, the red-haired gang just arrived at Kraikano Island, and Hawkeye came back not long after. And he has been waiting here for more than 2 months. But after thinking about it, it's not bad to wait for only 2 months, at least not 2 years. The next step is to find time to compete with Hawkeye. As Hong Fa said before, Hawkeye is indeed a person who is not very good at rejecting challenges from others. So Lin Mo is not worried that Hawkeye will reject him at all. Under the urging of the red hair, Lin Mo also picked up the wine glass and touched the wine glasses of Hawkeye and the red hair. Except for the red hair, they still had a smile on their faces. I drank all the wine in one gulp. The red hair patted Hawkeye on the back, laughed loudly, and said, "Let me tell you, the kid next to you is quite amazing." "I know," Hawkeye said indifferently. "He killed the Tianlongren. That's just one of them." The red-haired grinned. "He also knows Whitebeard, and he rejected my invitation to fight, insisting on challenging you." Hawkeye turned to Lin Mo, and his tone remained the same. "You want to challenge me?" Lin Mo nodded lightly. "You decide the time." Hawkeye thought for a while, and said directly, "It's okay now." "Huh? Are you going to fight now?" The red hair asked in surprise. "The banquet has just begun. Can't we wait until the banquet is over?" Hawkeye ignored the red hair and got up directly. "Let's go." Lin Mo nodded, got up, and walked outside the castle with him. The red-haired scratched his head and followed immediately. I said, "You too, for the sake of fighting. Didn't you even drink alcohol?" When everyone in the hall saw the red-haired 3 people go out, their faces were full of excitement. Is Lin Mo going to challenge Hawkeye? That kid can do it. Come on, brothers, let's go out and watch the excitement. Ha ha ha. If there is a competition, of course there must be a bet. Come on, everyone, come and bet on who will win, Lin Mo or Hawkeye. Hey, it's hard to choose. Lin Mo is a ruthless person who doesn't pay attention to the world government and dares to kill even Tianlong people. His strength is recognized by our bosses, and Hawkeye but great swordsman. That strength is no joke. Well, I bet Hawkeye wins. I also bet on Hawkeye. Lin Mo is only 15 years old. No matter how powerful he is, can he be as powerful as Hawkeye? Anyway, I don't believe it. I bet Hawkeye too. Hawkeye will definitely win. Hawkeye's swordsmanship is not a joke. That kid Lin Mo may have a chance to win after practicing for a few more years. He is still too young now. Hey, what's wrong with you? Isn't anyone betting on Lin Mo to win? Jesus, Boo asked with the corner of his mouth curled up. Lajalu gnawed on the meat and said while eating, "We all know the strength of Hawkeye. Although Lin Mo's strength is not weak, it's really hard to judge. Beckman, what do you think?" Beckman took a puff of cigarette and said with a half-smile, "Lockie is right. If it's just about swordsmanship, I don't think Hawkeye will lose." "Heh, a group of guys without eyesight." Enola chuckled. "You don't know Lin Mo's horror at all." Kaku touched his long nose and said, "The strength of Captain Lin Mo is also recognized by the old man. But the old man also thinks that Hawkeye may be even better." Enola gave Kaku a blank look speechlessly. "Which side are you from?" "Ha ha ha. Since so many people are betting on Hawkeye, I'll bet on Lin Mo's win." Jesus Boo said with a big laugh. Beckman took another puff of cigarette and said calmly, "I also bet on Lin Mo." Chapter 235 Kana Island Lin Mo versus Hawkeye. The red-haired crew members, Anilu and Kaku, participated in the bet on who would win Lin Mo and Hawkeye. Except for Enelo, Jesus Boo, and Beckman, everyone else is unanimously convinced that Hawkeye will win. Outside the castle, among the ruins, the red hair looked at the two who were already preparing for battle not far away, stroked their chins, and said with a hooked smile, "Maybe this will be a very exciting duel. Boy Lin Mo, don't lose." Jesus Boo and others also followed. "I've put all my belongings on you." Huh. Hearing this, the red-haired man looked at Jesus Boo and the others in surprise. "What kind of property? Did you make a bet?" Lajalu said with a smile. "There is a duel. How can there be no gambling? Boss, do you want to participate?" "Of course," the red-haired excitedly said. "What's the percentage now? Who do you bet on has a higher chance of winning?" "Of course it's Hawkeye." A crew member of the Red Hair Pirates grinned. "Hawkeye is so strong. How could he lose to Lin Mo, an underage brat?" Oh, ignorance. Enelu looked disdainful. The red hair rubbed his chin for a while, then clapped his hands and laughed. That's fine. I'll bet on Lin Imo to win too, ha. Ha. Boss, you're going to give us money. 1,000 Baileys. The boss will give the money first. That is, give the money first, lest you default later. Hey, what about the trust between people? The redhead looked at Beckman helplessly. Beckman, help me put it on first. Beckman responded indifferently. Okay. Page 273, the very center of the ruins. Lin Imo pulled Lake Toya from his waist. This move of his caused strong confusion among most of the people watching the battle. Competing with Hawkeye, Lin Imo just uses a wooden sword? Is he crazy? What a joke. You obviously have a real sword, so why use a wooden sword? Could it be that the wooden sword is not an ordinary sword? But why can't I see anything special about that sword? You guys just have too little knowledge. Jesus Boo smiled and said, Lin Mo's eyesight is not bad. Do you think an ordinary wooden sword can get into his eyes? Jesus Boo is right. The red-haired stared at Lin Mo's Toya Lake and smiled. That sword is not ordinary at all. Hawkeye glanced at Lake Toya in Lin Mo's hand, and at the same time pulled out his own saber, Hei Dao Yi, one of the 12 masters of the supreme sword, from behind. If the opponent is a very weak person, Hawkeye will not even use the Black Sword Knight, but use the cross knife hanging on his chest to fight. In fact, from the first time he saw Lin Imo, he felt that Lin Imo was a strong person, so he directly used Hei Dao Yi. Before the competition starts, please answer me a question. Hawkeye asked indifferently. What is your purpose of challenging me? Lin Imo hadn't answered yet, but the red-haired man standing tens of meters away excitedly answered for him. That kid is going to take your place as the swordsman. Ha, Hawkeye. You have to be careful. That kid is shrewd very. Maybe I won you. Hawkeye glanced at the red hair in the distance speechlessly, then turned his gaze back to Lin Imo and continued. I can see that you don't care about fame and fortune. Lin Imo shrugged and said, I can also see that you are not a nonsense person. Heh. Hawkeye sneered. What an arrogant kid. Okay, let's get started. Seeing that Hawkeye was standing there without any movement, as if he wanted him to make a move first, Lin Imo held Toya Lake in his hand and directly slashed at Hawkeye with the sword energy wrapped in countless domineering auras. It has appeared. The redhead was extremely excited. Beckman was stunned for a moment. Is this hidden away from God? A slight look of surprise also flashed in Hawkeye's eyes, and he immediately swung Yi, and with two seemingly random slashes, Lin Mo's shroud was completely scattered. It seems that you are stronger than I expected. Hawkeye stared at Lin Imo sharply. Although Lin Imo also thought that with his current swordsmanship, even God's avoidance might not be able to defeat Hawkeye, but he never thought that Hawkeye could break God's avoidance so easily. After being silent for a moment, Lin Imo immediately stepped on Shuanpa and appeared in front of Hawkeye in the blink of an eye, and slashed at Hawkeye with a sword so fast that the people watching the battle didn't have time to react. But to Hawkeye, it was nothing at all, and it was still very easy to block it with Yi. Toya Lake and Yi, the blades collided, and the two seemed to stop there without moving, and the powerful sword energy, centered on the part where the two blades collided, suddenly spread towards the surroundings. The red-haired crew members, some of them with relatively low strength, didn't even withstand the invisible sword energy and suffered some internal injuries from the shock. Even the trunks of some of the surrounding big trees were cracked with countless dense cracks. Lin Imo thought he could hold on for a while longer, but unexpectedly, he couldn't stand it after only a few seconds and was directly forced back several steps by Hawkeye's powerful sword energy. While Lin Imo paused, Hawkeye had already caught up and slashed towards Lin Imo with a horizontal sword. Lin Imo immediately got up and jumped, dodging this wave of chopping blows. Just as soon as he landed, Hawkeye's attack came again. Lin Imo kept dodging and fighting back instinctively. In just a few seconds, the two had already exchanged hundreds of moves. From the perspective of outsiders, they could only see countless sword lights shining continuously. You can block so many moves from me. Your sword skills are not bad, Hawkeye said while attacking, but your strength is not enough. The current you are not enough to defeat me in sword skills. I know. Lin Imo kept defending to evade and counter Hawkeye's attacks. Although he was relatively passive now, he was not worried at all. until Hawkeye pushed him back out of the ruins. The two of them entered a small piece of sunshine through the thick clouds covering Krajana Island from the shadow of the ruins. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth suddenly raised. But I didn't say that I would defeat you with swordsmanship." After finishing speaking, Lin Mo quickly jumped back, and there was a distance of 3 meters between him and Hawkeye. Hawkeye was wondering what Lin Mo was going to do next, when he suddenly noticed something wrong with his body. "What did you do?" "It's nothing." Lin Mo calmly hung Lake Toya back around his waist. At this moment, under the sunlight, his shadow has long been elongated and connected with Hawkeye's shadow. Then, something happened that surprised the red-haired people who were watching the battle not far away. Hawkeye actually followed Lin Mo and made the same move, but Hawkeye's hideaway was on his back, so Lin Mo's sword was hung back, but Hawkeye's fell directly to the ground. Chapter 236 Kana Island is a bit difficult, Am I right? Hawkeye actually lost his black sword knight. What's going on? Isn't a sword very important to a swordsman? Hawkeye is a swordsman. How could he throw away his sword? There must be something wrong. Look, Hawkeye doesn't seem to be able to move. Did that kid Lin Mo do something to Hawkeye? The crew members of the Red Hair Pirates talked about each other. It's a shadow. Beckman stared at the shadow under the feet of the two people who were in a stalemate, feeling a little strange. I remember that Lin Mo is not a person with the ability of some kind of fire fruit in the natural department. How can he still have superhuman abilities? And it has the ability to control shadows similar to Moonlight Mariah. Jesus Boo suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Lin Mo killed Mariah at some point and got the shadow fruit? Lajalu continued, "It's unlikely. If Moria died, it would definitely be in the newspapers. I haven't seen any news about Shichibukai's death during this time. That's weird." Jesus Boo looked at Analu and Kaku and asked, "What devil fruit did that little Lin Mo eat?" "It's impossible for the two of you not to know," Kaku said awkwardly. "I really don't know. I asked before, but Captain Lin Mo said that he had never eaten a devil fruit." "Hee." Enel proudly said, "I've already said that Lin Mo is stronger than you imagined. Does it matter if he eats the devil fruit or not? Whether he eats it or not, he is the strongest." "Oh, you are very confident in that kid Lin Mo." The red-haired glanced at Enelu with a smile while rubbing his chin, and then turned his gaze back to Lin Mo and Hawkeye. The strength of Hawkeye is best known to Red Hair, and from the confrontation between Lin Mo and Hawkeye just now, it can be seen that Hawkeye's swordsmanship and sword skills are superior to Lin Mo's. Mo will definitely lose. The Redhead originally thought that Lin Mo was simply looking for Hawkeye to learn swordsmanship, but no matter how much strength Lin Mo still hides, it seems obvious that this kid is here to win Hawkeye by any means. Lin Mo, when did he become so determined to win? Back to Lin Mo and Hawkeye. This is the first time Lin Mo has used it since he got the shadow imitation. The effect is not bad. Eagle Eyes stared at Lin Mo sharply, trying to break free from Lin Mo's shadow. Page 274, however, as long as the sun is not blocked, he cannot regain his freedom. Hawkeye was not angry because of Lin Mo's deceit, but asked calmly, "Are you a devil fruit user?" "No," Lin Mo replied truthfully. As for whether Hawkeye believed it or not, that was Hawkeye's business. Hawkeye is a very accurate person. Although Lin Mo's denial sounds unreliable, he can tell that Lin Mo is not lying. From Lin Mo's successful control of Hawkeye's actions, as long as he uses another ninjutsu casually, Hawkeye will definitely lose, because Hawkeye does not have a full attribute chakra physique. But Lin Mo did not do this, because Hawkeye Lin Mo's personality is similar to him to some extent, so Lin Mo still has a good impression of Hawkeye. And his mission is just to defeat Hawkeye, and he didn't say how to defeat him. In his opinion, he has won if he can completely control Hawkeye's actions. Next, as long as Hawkeye admits defeat, the mission is almost complete. Up. "So, your purpose is just to make me admit defeat?" Hawkeye still stared at Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded slightly. Hawkeye said indifferently, "You want me to admit defeat? What a joke." Lin Mo glanced at the slowly moving clouds in the sky. The small patch of sunlight covering him and Hawkeye was gradually shrinking, and once the clouds blocked all the sunlight, his shadow imitation technique would be invalid. Since Hawkeye does not admit defeat, there is no other way. Sure enough, I still have to do it. So the question is, Which skill is more suitable for the current situation? After all, the range of this piece of sunlight is extremely limited. With more aggressive skills, if Hawkeye is hit into the shadow next to him, the shadow imitation technique will also fail. It will be a little troublesome, unless one trick wins. The general swordsman's heart is very high, not to mention that Hawkeye is still a great swordsman. Even if he is injured, he may not necessarily admit defeat, and Lin Mo doesn't want to kill him, so there is only one way left. Thinking of this, Lin Mo raised his head without fear and looked at Hawkeye's eyes that seemed to be able to see through people at a glance. As long as there is no sunlight, you can't control me. Hawkeye immediately discovered the weakness of the shadow imitation technique. My actions are completely synchronized with you, just like the shadow. Although you control my actions, you can't do anything about it. I shot. How do you know that I can't help it? Lin Mo's mouth curled slightly, and with a thought, a person exactly like him appeared beside him in an instant. This scene once again shocked everyone watching the battle. Even Hawkeye, the calmest man, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. Is this a phantom? No, it's a real entity, Hawkeye said with a gloomy expression. The Redhead originally didn't want to comment on the unfinished duel between Lin Mo and Hawkeye, but when he saw another Lin Mo appeared, he couldn't help asking with a little excitement. There are actually two Lin Mos. What a surprise. Ah, Lin Mo, you can actually split into a physical clone. Huh? Entity? Boss, isn't that a phantom? What's going on here? What kind of devil fruit did Lin Mo eat? How come he has so many messy abilities? I don't know. Didn't he just say that he didn't eat? Do you believe this kind of nonsense? How can you have so many abilities without eating a devil fruit? And can you restrain Hawkeye? The crew of the Red Hair Pirates started talking again. Beckman came to the side of the Red Hair and said in a calm tone, Lin Mo's ability is a bit strange. The Redhead waved his hand and said indifferently, It's okay, Beckman. Don't you think Lin Mo is getting more and more interesting? Ha ha ha. Beckman. Compared to the Red Hair Pirates, AI Nilu looked at Lin Mo with the light of Bryn Bryn shining in his eyes, and he looked like a fan. I heard 2 heartbeats. This avatar technique is perfect. Lin Mo deserves to be Lin Mo. It's too powerful. As for Kaku, the expression on his face was a little stiff, and some fine sweat had sprung from his forehead at some point. From the performance of AI Nilu, it can be seen that even AI Nilu, who has been with Lin Mo for so long, still doesn't fully understand Lin Mo's strength, let alone him who is on the boat at night. Even if Lin Mo and AI Nilu have the complete trust in the end, when his undercover identity is exposed in the future, the consequences are a bit unimaginable. Ha ha ha. Kaku, what's the matter with you? At this moment, Jesus Boo suddenly appeared and patted Kaku on the shoulder. Kaku was taken aback and immediately came back to his senses and hurriedly shook his hands. It's nothing, nothing. It's really nothing? Jesus asked with a smile. I see that your face is not very good. Is there something uncomfortable? This. Kaku touched his long nose and said with a dry smile. Maybe it's because I didn't sleep well last night. Chapter 237 Young people in Kana Island do not speak martial arts under the circumstances that Hawkeye cannot be restored to freedom. Lin Mo has to defeat the opponent himself, and it is most suitable to use the shadow avatar. As long as he stood here and let the shadow clone hit Hawkeye, it was considered his action. Boss, what are your orders? As soon as the shadow clone appeared, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What skills have you been assigned? He glanced at the shadow clone. The shadow clone replied respectfully, Tianma Meteor Fist. Lin Mo nodded lightly. Okay, I will control Hawkeye. You go knock him out. The shadow clone rubbed its fists, turned its gaze to Hawkeye, whose half face was covered by a shadow at the moment. Without saying a word, he quickly approached Hawkeye, punching and kicking him. Lin Mo just stood still. As long as the shadow imitation technique is still effective, Hawkeye will also be unable to move. Therefore, facing the attack of Lin Moing's clone, Hawkeye has no room to fight back. Lin Mo. Hawkeye got a little angry. Is this what you call a challenge? Lin Mo smiled and said, Well, as long as you can win, the process is not important. I'll go. This kid doesn't talk about martial arts. Hawkeye is too miserable. Boss, don't you care? Hawkeye is your friend, right? This kind of competition has no meaning at all, okay? Even if Lin Mo wins, no one will recognize this competition. Most of the red hair pirates began to fight for Hawkeye. Although Hawkeye was being beaten helplessly, the red hair was not worried about him at all. Instead, he laughed heartlessly. Ha! Hawkeye, you are too weak. You can be beaten. A 15-year-old brat is being pissed off. If you say this, your sword hero's face will be lost. Ha ha ha. I'm really laughing to death. Boss, how can you still laugh? Aren't you worried about Hawkeye at all? Page 275, a red-haired crew member asked puzzledly. Beckman smoked a cigarette and said with a half-smile, Lin Mo has no murderous aura, and nothing will happen to Hawkeye. Hey, Lin Mo, be gentle. The red-haired yelled at Lin Mo again. I haven't sparred with Hawkeye yet. Remember to use your miraculous healing technique to heal Hawkeye's wounds later. It's all cured. Miraculous healing? Lajalu asked strangely. Boss, what are you talking about? Huh? Didn't I tell you guys? The red-haired continued with the corners of his mouth curled up. When I was in Alabasta, I fought with a Kainu once. The left shoulder was injured by a Kainu. Lin Mo used to call the ability of Palm Fairy technique completely healed the bone-deep wound on my shoulder in a few minutes. Lajalu, Jesus said speechlessly. You never said that. Okay, boss, you are unreliable. Beckman glanced at his red-haired left shoulder and said, Are you sure you're completely fine, with no sequelae? The red hair said with a smile. It's okay. Lin Mo's Palm Fairy art is very miraculous. I really want you to see it. Ha ha ha. Maybe you will be able to see it in a while. Lin Mo here. He just quietly watched Hawkeye being beaten by a shadow clone, especially seeing Hawkeye's livid face. Based on what he knew about Hawkeye, when this guy regained his freedom, he would definitely not let it go. And the sunlight covering them has become less and less. Seeing that the shadow imitation technique was about to be lifted, the shadow clone saw that Hawkeye was still standing there motionless. Even though he had beaten him into a mess, he still didn't look like he fell or was about to faint. You are indeed a swordsman, the shadow clone said with a half-smile. It seems that ordinary attacks are indeed ineffective against you. Hawkeye said indifferently. Beautiful fists and embroidered legs. The shadow clone hooked the corner of its mouth and directly hit Tianma Meteor Fist, hitting Hawkeye into the ruins behind him. At the same time, the sun was completely blocked by thick clouds. After regaining his freedom, Hawkeye stood up from the rubble of the ruins that he had smashed into pieces. The previous attack from the shadow clone could only cause him a little skin trauma, but the punch that looked like a punch but actually had in punches just broke some of his bones. If it were someone else, Immortal would have passed out. Hawkeye, on the other hand, was still able to stand up awake. Excited blood flashed in the eyes of the shadow clone, and he picked up the black sword knight that Hawkeye was forced to throw on the ground. Then use your knife to end this competition. The shadow clone rushed towards Hawkeye excitedly, and disappeared after running a few steps just now. Lin Mo directly took back the guy who became more and more excited as he fought. Haidowai fell to the ground again. Lin Mo stepped forward to pick it up and walked towards Hawkeye calmly. Admit defeat, and the knife will be returned to you, Lin Mo said with a faint smile. Hawkeye said coldly, I haven't lost yet in this competition. Hey, you two can do it. At this time, the red hair suddenly appeared, blocking Lin Mo and Hawkeye. You two should give me face. How about a tie this time? No, Lin Mo and Hawkeye said in unison. The red-haired looked around in puzzlement, and his eyes fell on the seriously injured Hawkeye. He advised, Look at you. You still want to fight after this? Lin Mo is only 15 years old. Just let him do it once. So what if you're 15? Hawkeye said indifferently. This is no reason for him to disrespect the game. Oh, Lin Mo weighed the eagle-eyed Haidowai and wrote lightly, Since you don't admit defeat, then don't even think about taking this knife back. Hawkeye, red hair. As Lin Mo spoke, he looked in the direction of Anilu and Kaku and threw Haidowai at him. Anilu has quick eyes and quick hands, and quickly took it. Lin Mo glanced at Kaku and said, This knife is for you, Kaku. Take it. Anilu cooperatively handed Hawkeye's knife to Kaku. Kaku was stunned and didn't dare to reach out to pick it up. Lin Mo, you're going too far. The red hair didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yi is not someone who can control the night. Besides, the match between you and Hawkeye hasn't been decided yet. You put Hawkeye's it's unreasonable for the knife to be sent out directly. Lin Imo said indifferently. I can't even hold my own knife steadily, and I deserve it if I get robbed. Now that it's in my hands, it's my trophy. What I want to do with it is my business, and I still need your consent. You bastard, the redhead said with a headache. You really want to win by any means. Lin Imo shrugged and said, either you don't compete. Since you compete, it doesn't make any sense if you don't win. The stronger the swordsmen are, the more they cherish their swords. It can be said that their swords are their lives. Haidawai is not only a famous sword, but also has been with Hawkeye for a long time. For Hawkeye, this knife is already a part of his body. Hawkeye will never give up his knife. That's why Lin Imo used this to force Hawkeye to admit defeat. One last time, Lin Imo looked at the changed face of Hawkeye and continued, I just want you to admit defeat. I will return your knife, and I will heal your wound. Hawkeye remained silent. The red-haired stared at Hawkeye for a few seconds, then turned around and walked towards his subordinates, laughing and saying as he walked, Let's go, little ones, go back and continue the banquet. Huh, boss, what were you talking about just now? Is the duel between Lin Imo and Hawkeye over? Who won? Lin Imo used a dirty trick. Although he wasn't injured at all, Hawkeye's strength is quite terrifying. Even if he was injured, Lin Imo might not be able to beat him. Keep it down, Hawkeye's complexion has changed now, and his body must be unable to take it anymore. Although Lin Imo is opportunistic, if they continue to fight, Lin Imo will not necessarily lose. Okay, you guys, go back soon. Their game is not over yet, the red hair said with a smile. They will ask the result when they come back later. If you don't go back, then I will drink all the wine at the banquet by myself. Drink up, eat up all the meat. Beckman glanced at the red hair and seemed to have guessed something. So he followed the red hair and led the red hair pirates back to the direction of the castle. Kaku watched them walk away strangely. Under the influence of knowledge, AI Nilu heard Lin Mo's conversation clearly, and at the same time roughly estimated Lin Mo's thoughts, and said a little boringly, Really, what is this guy doing? What are you talking about? Kaku looked at Enilu strangely and asked. Enilu waved his hand and said, It's nothing. Long nose, you go back first. Page 276. Kaku was taken aback. Enilu turned into lightning in an instant, appeared beside Lin Imo, and handed Haidawai to Lin Imo again. I really don't know what you are doing. Forget it. Who called you the captain? You and Kaku go back first. Okay, I got it. I obey the captain. Enilu replied weakly, and immediately turned into lightning again, and brought back Kaku, who was still standing in the distance watching the situation here. Now, among the ruins, only Lin Imo and Hawkeye are left. Hawkeye asked with a sullen face, Why are you so obsessed with asking me to admit defeat? Why are there so many? Lin Imo held He Dao Yi, who was taller than him, and wrote lightly, I just want you to say a word, and the sword will be returned to you. I won't say anything about you admitting defeat, and no one will tell you about it. Well, no. Hawkeye. After a moment of silence, Hawkeye stretched out his hand to Lin Imo. Lin Imo hooked his mouth and handed Haidawai back to him. It's still trustworthy. Hawkeye hung Yi back on his back and said indifferently, This time, I admit defeat. Just as Hawkeye finished speaking, a system notification sounded in Lin Mo's mind. DD, defeat Hawkeye Myhawk. Sign in progress 30. Current total progress is 40. Reward sword skill level 1. Current sword skill level is LV9. Chapter 238 Kana Island's dissatisfaction from Redhair with the fall of the system prompt tone. A powerful sword energy spread out from Lin Imo as the center. Wherever the sword energy touched, all the stone walls of the ruins immediately broke into countless fine stone chips and scattered all over the ground. Almost at the same time, Hawkeye immediately pulled out his saber again with an extremely keen reaction, and in the blink of an eye, he resisted Lin Mo's indiscriminately spreading sword energy. Your sword skills have improved? Hawkeye stared at Lin Imo in surprise. Lin Imo nodded lightly. With the improvement of level 9 swordsmanship, the sword energy released is no longer something ordinary people can resist. And Hawkeye was still injured, yet he was able to react immediately and resist it smoothly. As expected of a man who can become a swordsman, he is really strong. although Lin Mo's ability surprised Hawkeye a little. Moreover, swordsmanship can indeed be improved through fighting with opponents. It can be said that the more powerful people are fighting, the more things can be learned. But what can they learn from the two of them playing tricks just now? Eagle-eyed people never miss. But Lin Mo's abilities, whether it's using shadows to control people or physical avatars, now inexplicably improve his swordsmanship. He actually couldn't see through the kid in front of him, who seemed to be only 15 years old. Suddenly thought of something, and a trace of doubt flashed in Hawkeye's eyes. Could it be that this kid's improvement in swordsmanship is related to the fact that he insisted on admitting defeat? The goal has been achieved, and Lin Mo is in a pretty good mood now. Seeing that Hawkeye was still looking at him, Lin Mo roughly guessed what Hawkeye was thinking and said casually, "Even if my swordsmanship has improved now, I am still not your opponent in swordsmanship." After a moment of silence, Hawkeye asked the past with another question. "Have you ever been injured?" "Have." "Okay, let's go." Hawkeye retracted his knife again, turned his back, and started to walk back indifferently. After being stunned for a while, Lin Mo followed and walked over. "Would you like to heal you?" Hawkeye directly refused. "No need." Lin Mo remained silent and didn't speak anymore. Since he said he didn't need it, it happened to save him from wasting energy. Although Lin Mo has a full attribute chakra physique, each use of ninjutsu will consume different degrees of physical strength and energy. Once excessive consumption, it will have some impact on the body. Soon, the two returned to the castle. As soon as you enter, sure enough, the group of red-haired guys had already started to continue the previous banquet. Seeing the return of Hongfa and Lin Mo, the crew of Hongfa were very excited. "You guys are back, which means the competition is over. How is it? Who won?" "It must be Hawkeye who won." "I don't think so. Lin Mo's little one has no injuries at all. Lin Mo must have won." "TCH, Hawkeye definitely won." You see, Hawkeye took his knife back. "So who won?" Everyone looked at Lin Mo and Hawkeye expectantly, waiting for their answer. However, Lin Mo and Hawkeye ignored them at all and walked past them calmly. The red-haired smiled and waved at him twice. "Ha! Come quickly. You can have a good drink now." The two sat back to their original positions under the greeting of the red hair. Hawkeye took a sip from the wine glass in front of him and coughed a few times as soon as he swallowed it. The red hair glanced at him, then turned his gaze to Lin Mo and asked with some surprise, "You kid, didn't you help Hawkeye heal?" Lin Mo also picked up the wine glass and said calmly, "He refused." "Huh." The red-haired stunned, then laughed loudly. "Ha! Hawkeye, you have too much self-esteem. Ha! You don't know how terrifying Lin Mo's healing ability is. I can guarantee it. In just a few minutes, he can heal you." "So what?" Hawkeye said indifferently. "I haven't fallen so low that I need my opponent to heal me." "That's not okay." The redhead didn't care about this. "I came here to find you to learn from you. Don't think that I don't know about your injury. You can recover from it by yourself. It won't be healed in a few months. I can't wait you for a few months. Even if I get injured, I won't lose." Hawkeye drank another sip of wine indifferently, completely ignoring the pain in his body, and continued, "If you want to fight, you can do it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." The red hair didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? You can recover from your injuries in a day or two. I'm not interested in fighting a wounded person." "Hawkeye, page 277, forget it, don't fight." The red hair waved his hand. "I still have a lot of things to do. I can only stay with you for a few days before I have to leave, since you don't want to accept Lin Mo's treatment. Let the ship doctor on my ship has cured you. If you refuse me again, be careful that I will turn my face and deny anyone." Hawkeye responded speechlessly. "Okay, that's right. Ha ha ha, drink and drink." No, you drink less. Come on." Lin Mo cheers. As he spoke, the red hair jumped over Hawkeye and shouted at Lin Mo. Lin Mo held the wine glass and bumped into the red-haired wine glass in silence. The red-haired laughed and drank all the wine in the glass. Although the crew members under him did not get an answer from Hawkeye and Lin Mo, they just complained a few words at first and soon blended into the cheerful atmosphere of the banquet. Afterwards, Hawkeye didn't drink much, and the redhead asked Beckman to take the ship's doctor with them, and forced Hawkeye to take him away for treatment. As soon as Hawkeye left, the redhead sat in Hawkeye's seat. next to Lin Mo, and asked with a half-smile, "Boy, tell me the truth. What's going on with your physical clone?" Lin Mo said while drinking, "It's just an illusion. I don't have any physical clone." Uffed. The red-haired almost burst out laughing. "You are so rare. So many people have seen it. Is it possible that everyone has hallucinations collectively? I believe everything that is a little credible, but your kid's ability to lie really bad." Lin Mo. "Also, what's the matter with your shadow?" The red-haired stared at Lin Mo and continued to ask, "I remember that you still have the fire ability. How many secrets do you have that I don't know? Is it important?" Lin Mo glanced at the red hair, then picked up the wine glass that had just been filled. "Come on, drink." The red-haired smiled and shook his head, then picked up the cup and said helplessly, "I really can't do anything about you." "Well, drink. Let's see which of us has the better drinker, huh?" The banquet lasted for nearly 3 hours before it came to an end. Most of the crew members of the Red Hair Pirates were already drunk, and they either sat on the table or fell to the ground, and fell asleep long ago. Anilo and Kaku didn't drink, so at the end of the banquet, after obtaining Lin Mo's consent, they left the castle and continued their training plan. And Lin Mo, who had been drinking with the red hair, stopped drinking when he felt his head was a little dizzy. The red hair seemed to be drunk, and he glanced at his slumped crew members with a smile, and couldn't help complaining. "You guys are really useless. You get drunk after drinking so much. Ha ha. It seems that in the future you still have to just hold more banquets, so that you can practice your drinking capacity. Ha. It's too late, boss." Lajalu also complained. "If you want to have a banquet and drink, don't make excuses, we all know it." Lackey, you are talking nonsense. How come I want to have such a happy banquet? Everyone is very happy, right? Happiness is to be shared with each other. On Lin Mo, "Little one, don't you drink anymore?" Lin Mo nodded lightly. "No, you." The red-haired laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. It seems that your drinking capacity is no more than that. In terms of drinking, I won, ha." Lin Mo. Chapter 239. The suspicion of the red hair. In Kana Island, Lin Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with the red hair, and just walked away from the red hair. The red hair suddenly shot, grabbed Lin Mo's arm, and forced him to stop. Lin Mo looked at him speechlessly. The red hair curled his lips slightly and asked, "On this island, there is nothing but the ruins and the group of baboons in the forest. You have also fought Hawkeye as you wished. There should be nothing worth staying here for you, right? So, when are you going to leave? Does it have something to do with you?" Lin Mo asked with a half-smile. "Ha ha ha ha, you are still so sharp." The red-haired laughed loudly. "Then let me ask you one last question." After a short pause, the red hair suddenly became serious and continued, Have you ever considered me as a friend?" Lin Mo, question mark. Why did this guy suddenly ask such a question out of nowhere? Without thinking too much, Lin Mo replied directly, "Yes." Although the red hair is sometimes annoying, but the red hair is Lin Mo, who came to the world of pirates. He is the first person to know and have more contact with. Don't look at the redhead who doesn't have a straight face and is always joking and unreliable. But at critical moments, this guy is quite reliable. The most important thing is that drinking with redheads is refreshing. In summary, Lin Mo still regards red hair as a very good drinking buddy, laughs. "Can't you remove the word bar?" The red hair smiled and let go of Lin Mo's arm. "Then what are you going to do next? Don't tell me you're going to sleep. You just woke up a few hours ago. Walk casually, sober up." "Uffed, it's really yours." The red-haired laughed loudly. "It seems that the two of us have never formally fought each other. I don't know when the next meeting will be. How about it? Why don't you take this opportunity to fight? Don't worry, I'll let you in, ha ha ha." Lin Mo directly refused. "No. You fought Hawkeye, why didn't you fight me?" The redhead objected. Lin Mo didn't bother to talk to him, so he just left. If it wasn't for the system mission, would he be fine to challenge Hawkeye? Wouldn't it be nice to have time to drink, sleep, and read books and go fishing when you have nothing to do? Hey, what a weird temper you have. You really don't give me any face. The red hair looked at Lin Mo going out from the gate of the castle, dumbfounded. "Boss, you were rejected again. It's too shameful," Lajalu said with a smile while biting the flesh in his hand. The red hair said helplessly, "Forget it. Lackey, take care of the brothers who drink too much. I'll go see how Hawkeye is doing." "Okay, let's go." Lajalu readily agreed. The red hair got up and walked towards Hawkeye's room in peace. When he came to Hawkeye's room, Beckman and the ship's doctor just came out of it. How is it? The redhead asked. Beckman replied. It has been dealt with. The problem is not big. Just rest for a while. Okay. The redhead nodded. You two go to the hall and take care of the brother who drank too much with Loki. Beckman nodded and then led the ship doctor directly to the hall. The red hair didn't stay at the door for too long and walked directly into Hawkeye's room. Looking at Hawkeye, who was wrapped in a lot of bandages, he couldn't help laughing and said, "Ha! You look so funny." Hawkeye glanced at him speechlessly. The red hair walked towards Hawkeye without seeing anything and sat down on the sofa opposite him, not forgetting to sprinkle some salt on Hawkeye. I really didn't expect that you would be killed by a 15-year-old, you brat, like this. If you let those who admire you know how you lost, there should be many people who will fight for you and find trouble with Lin Mo. Page 278. The confrontation between me and that brat is not considered a battle at all. Hawkeye said flatly, I don't approve of this match. Uff, you don't agree. That's you who lost. The red hair continued with the corners of his lips curled up. You have accepted Lin Mo's challenge, no matter what method he uses to win you. You win if you win, and you lose if you lose. I remember that you don't seem to be someone who can't afford to lose, right? I don't approve of this match, but it doesn't mean I don't admit defeat. Hawkeye's tone remained the same, not at all angry at what the redhead said. This kid is a person who has grown very fast. One day in the future, when his strength reaches after reaching a certain height, I will take back the competition he owes me. The redhead looked at Hawkeye with a half-smile. Oh? It seems that our great swordsman has a new target. Hawkeye stared at the red hair sharply. His ability is very strange. I know. When I surrendered just now, his sword skills improved. Huh. The redhead raised his eyebrows. If you admit defeat, he will improve his swordsmanship? So casual. Hawkeye nodded lightly. Yes. Although it is incredible, I think Lin Mo's strange ability is related to his sudden improvement in swordsmanship. The redhead rubbed his chin and thought for a while, then looked up at Hawkeye and asked, Then how is his current level of swordsmanship? Hawkeye made a rough estimate and replied, It's on par with me 5 years ago. A flash of surprise flashed in the red-haired eyes. Lin Mo is only 15 years old and can reach your 31-year-old swordsmanship level. Hawkeye nodded and said, I can feel the momentum from his improved swordsmanship. As soon as he mentioned the aura exuded by the improvement of swordsmanship, the red hair suddenly remembered that he had a similar experience when he was in Alabasta. At that time, Lin Mo also improved his swordsmanship inexplicably, which caused him to be injured a second time when he was injured by the red dog. There are too many secrets in this kid. The red-haired man suddenly had a bold guess. Even if he is a genius, it is impossible for him to improve his strength so quickly in an instant many times. Is it reforming people? Hawkeye shook his head and said, Probably not. I asked him if he was injured, and he said yes. No one can lie in front of me. What he said is true. You said that. It seems that I guessed wrong. The red hair laughed indifferently. Ha! That kid is indeed a very interesting person. It's a pity. If he is willing to join my Sea the Thieves will be fine. Hawkeye was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, and said indifferently, I'm going to rest. You go out. You guy, is this how you treat old friends? By the way, there is one more thing. The red-haired said with a smile. Anyway, you are also alone. As far as our relationship is concerned, why don't you join my pirate group? Forget it. This way we can still have nothing to do to learn swordsmanship. So as not to want to find you to learn from in the future, we have to go all over the sea to find you. No. Hawkeye rejected him without hesitation. Your island is poisonous. The red hair scratched his head wonderingly. Since I came to the island, I have been rejected by you and Lin Mo. I really doubt that you two agreed in advance to punish me together. Hawkeye. The redhead waved his hand and said, It's fine if you don't join. Oh, and one last thing. Are there any wild phone bugs on Krajagana Island? Hawkeye gave him a strange look and didn't ask any more questions and said directly, There are in the forest in the southwest. Okay, thanks, then I'll leave first. The redhead waved at Hawkeye with a smile and left Hawkeye's room directly. Chapter 240 Come on Kana Island. Choose 1. The phone bug in Pirate World is an animal that looks like a snail and can be used for communication. Phone bugs generally have spots or stripes or a solid color all over their bodies. There are walkie-talkies or buttons on the top of the shell. They will sleep when they are not connected and wake up when they are connected. There are also human emotions that can understand human speech. The working principle is to convert human voices into the voices of phone bugs for long-distance transmission. There are many types of phone bugs, the most common being communication. There are also small black phone bugs for eavesdropping, golden phone bugs that can be used for very summons, video phone bugs that can take pictures and show, and camera phone bugs, etc. Before these phone bugs became functional bugs for our daily life, they were all wild phone bugs living in the wild. Most wild phone bugs are very docile and do not reject being caught by humans. Moreover, even if they are equipped with microphones and buttons, they will not cause too much harm to the phone bugs, and they will not even cause them any pain. Although the Redhead didn't say what the purpose of catching the phone bug was, based on Hawkeye's understanding of red hair, it's not hard to guess the reason. It seems that the guy with the red hair is quite optimistic about that kid Lin Mo. After Lin Mo left the castle, he took a walk after dinner to sober up. He wandered around in the forest outside twice. Seeing that the sky had darkened, when he was about to go back to the castle, he happened to meet someone who came out of the castle. Jesus Boo and some crew members of the Red Hair Pirates. Hee, the little one is back. Jesus said briskly with the corners of his mouth curled up. Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't bother to talk to him, and just walked past him. Jesus Boo didn't care and let others go to the boat to get things first, while he stayed behind. Lin Mo, wait a moment, I have something to tell you. As he spoke, Jesus Boo quickly walked up to Lin Mo and blocked his way. What's the matter? Lin Mo asked speechlessly. Jesus Boo continued. Do you know your 2 crew members? Lin Mo. Jesus Boo is not someone who would ask such questions out of nothing. Since he asked, it shows what he discovered. There should be no big problem with Inilo's words, so Kaku is left. Lin Mo didn't know what Jesus Boo discovered, and he wasn't very interested in knowing it. Just like Jesus Boo asked, let alone how much he knew about Inilo and Kaku. He knew a lot about most people in this world, okay? Although some of his actions have changed the original destiny of some people in this world. Without thinking too much, Lin Mo replied calmly, understood. Oh, really? Jesus continued rubbing his chin. How much do you know? You're only 15 years old, and you haven't seen as many people as I have. Be careful not to be fooled by others, although you are almost always fooling others. I know what happened to them. Thank you. After finishing speaking, Lin Mo walked around Jesus' cloth again and walked into the castle. Jesus Boo was stunned, and when he looked back, Lin Mo had already closed the door. This arrogant kid can actually say thank you. Jesus Boo seemed to have discovered some terrible secret. At this time, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Is Jesus cloth? Just right. You take these 2 phone bugs and deal with them. The Redhead came out of the nearby forest with a phone bug in one hand. Jesus Boo looked at the red hair and said, Boss, let me tell you, Lin Mo just said thank you to me. However, the red-haired man was not as surprised as Jesus Boo expected. Instead, he asked strangely, he is not a robot, and he also has emotions. Is it strange to say thank you? Boss, why don't you play cards according to common sense? Jesus Boo scratched his head in puzzlement, but he thought about it. After all, I haven't seen Lin Mo for so long. Humans will always grow and change. Nothing to be surprised about. Page 279. Turning his gaze, Jesus Boo looked at the 2 phone bugs that the red hair was holding and asked strangely, the phone bugs on our ship are all fine. Why did we catch 2 more? Could it be for Lin Mo? The red-haired grinned and said, that's right. It's for that kid. If I'm not mistaken, he probably doesn't have phone bugs yet. Oh, I see. Jesus Boo took the phone bug in the red-haired hand. Then I'll go to the boat first. The redhead nodded. Okay. Jesus took the phone bug and left. The red hair returned to the castle again. Seeing the mess in the hall due to the banquet, he couldn't help crying and laughing. These guys are real, so there is no one left to clean up. Hawkeye is a person who loves cleanliness and has a cleanliness habit. If that guy finds out that the banquet at his house is not cleaned up, he probably will be driven away before he even goes to the island when he comes again next time. After thinking about it, the red hair sighed helplessly, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to do it himself. The redhead had just collected a few dishes. Lin Mo happened to pass by the corridor next to him, holding a bottle of red wine just taken out of the wine cellar of Hawkeye's house. The redhead turned to look at him. Sensing the sight of the red hair, Lin Mo also glanced at him casually. The moment the eyes of the two met, the red hair put down the plate in his hand and shouted at Lin Mo, "Your boy came just in time. Come quickly and help me clean up together." "No." Lin Mo refused without hesitation and continued walking. However, before Lin Mo took a few steps, the red hair appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, forcing him to stop. Glancing at the red wine that Lin Mo was holding, the red hair hooked the corner of his mouth and joked, "I remember. You are a person who doesn't like to owe others. Right now you eat, drink, and live here, and you don't do anything to treat it as free. Do you drink in return for nothing?" Lin Mo. After a moment of silence, Lin Mo said, "When Inalo and Kaku come back, I will ask them to help you." "No." The red-haired reached out to touch the hilt of his saber and grinned. "You have two choices now. 1, clean up the mess of the banquet with me, or 2, fight with me. You must choose one, otherwise I will not let you leave here." "Boring." Lin Mo walked around speechlessly. The red hair pulled out Griffin directly and blocked Lin Mo's way again with the blade. "Then I will treat you as agreeing to my challenge." "I didn't agree." The red hair ignored Lin Mo's words and said with a little excitement in his tone, "Let's go. Go out and fight." Lin Mo. Seeing the red hair so excited, Lin Mo really turned around and walked towards the hall. The red hair held Griffin and followed behind him and said with great anticipation, "I'm really looking forward to it. Fight me. You don't have to be so restrained. You can use whatever you want." However, when Lin Mo passed the dining table, he stopped suddenly, took off his coat, and threw it on a stool next to him. The red hair was stunned. "What are you doing?" Lin Mo said calmly. "Clean up." Red hair. Chapter 241. Kana Island. Who drank my wine? Lin Mo's choice made the redhead quite depressed. "You bastard, is that why you don't want to fight me?" the redhead asked, dumbfounded. Lin Mo didn't bother to talk to him and started to clean up the messy hall. Although he can completely ignore the red hair's choice and leave directly, but he did live here for more than 2 months for nothing. The most important thing is that Hawkeye almost drank all the red wine. It's just to clean up the mess of the banquet. It's not a big deal. Seeing that Lin Mo ignored him, the red hair had no choice but to scabbard Griffin and was very disappointed to pack up with Lin Mo. "I'm really convinced of you," the redhead said while tidying up. "We've known each other for so long. Can't you show me face and accept my challenge?" Lin Mo said calmly. "No?" the redhead asked speechlessly. "Why?" Lin Mo said casually. "It's boring to fight with you." Hearing this, the red hair couldn't help complaining. "It's this reason again. You're looking for such a stupid reason too casually. You haven't played it before. How do you know it's boring?" "I don't care. Before I leave this island, I must fight you once." Lin Mo. "You too." At this moment, Hawkeye suddenly appeared at the entrance of the upstairs corridor, staring at Lin Mo and Hong Fa indifferently, and asked in a cool tone, "Who drank the wine in my wine cellar?" Then, Lin Mo and Hong Fa, who were still talking just now, fell silent. Eagle Eyes scanned Lin Mo and Hong Fa sharply, and noticed that the bottle of red wine that was being placed on the dining table at the moment was exactly the wine in his collection. And the bottle of red wine is currently the closest to the red hair's position. "Red hair, is that you?" Eagle Eyes fixed on the red hair. Just as the red hair was about to speak, Lin Mo replied first, "It's him." "Huh." The red hair looked at Lin Mo dumbfounded. Lin Mo turned his head away, looking as if he had nothing to do with himself. The redhead smiled and shook his head, looked at Hawkeye, waved his hands helplessly, and said, "That's right, it's me. I have a lot of wine on board, so I can make up for your shortage." "Humph." Hawkeye snorted coldly. "Fill it up for me." After finishing speaking, Hawkeye turned around and left, and soon disappeared in the shadow of the corridor. After Hawkeye left, the red hair raised his hand and was about to knock Lin Mo on the head. At the same time that the red-haired hand fell, Lin Mo took a quick step and dodged it. "Your skill at pushing the pot is getting better and better." The red hair did not chase after Lin Mo, but picked up the bottle of red wine on the table. "In that case, I will accept this bottle of wine. Anyway, Hawkeye's wine is all drunk by I, and this bottle is not bad. Lin M.O. Page 280 suddenly thought of something. The red-haired smirked suddenly. You kid likes to drink so much. How about this? You promise to compete with me, and I will give you all the wine left on my boat. You see, I treat you very well. That's great. I will give you wine and help you take the blame. If I were you, I would definitely agree. But you're not me. Lin M.O. continued with the corners of his lips hooked slightly. So, I still refuse. You, the redhead's mood at the moment, helpless, can no longer be described in words. So, what am I doing here? I have been rejected by you and Hawkeye all day long. If Hawkeye is injured and can't do anything, you still don't give me face like this. Didn't you say that we are friends? You don't even agree to your friend's request. Lin M.O. nodded. The red hair made Lin M.O. laugh angrily. After thinking about it, he gave up. Forget it. If I don't fight, I won't fight. So I have a good temper and can bear you. If it were someone else, I would do it directly. Don't say anything. Finish packing early and go back to bed early. As soon as the red hair finished speaking, the system's notification sounded in Lin Mo's mind. Dee, if you reject the red-haired Shank's invitation to battle, the sign-in progress will be 20, and the current total progress will be 60. The reward will be 1 for the domineering level of the armed color, and the current level of the armed color is LV9. Feeling the changes in his body, Lin M.O. wanted to laugh. He didn't accept the redhead's challenge. He just thought it was fun to hit the redhead. It's really good that this can also complete the progress. It seems that it is hopeful to leave Krajana Island as soon as possible. After half an hour, the gate of the castle was opened again from the outside. Lajalu and Beckman walked in with a few crew members. When they saw Hongfa and Lin M.O. cleaning up the mess of the banquet, they were all shocked. Oh, it's really strange. The two captains are actually cleaning up the mess? Boss, I haven't seen you tidy up on the boat. Will you do it? Am I not mistaken? Lin M.O. is cleaning up too? I can't tell. I thought he was just like our captain, and he didn't do anything on board. Ha ha ha. It seems that we came back too early. Otherwise, we will leave now. Boss, you and Lin M.O. will pretend not to see us. Seeing that they were really about to leave, the red hair immediately shouted, You guys are here. Come and help. Otherwise Lin M.O. and I won't be able to clean up until midnight. It's really useless, you guys. It's just this little thing that needs to be packed until midnight. TSK. They are really two spoiled captains. It seems that the boss will have to do more work on the ship in the future. Huh. Okay, pack up early and go back early. Beckman walked into the castle with a half-smile. Lajalu followed behind and said as he walked, Beckman, don't spoil the boss too much. You got used to his bad temper of not doing anything. Beckman hooked his lips and said with a smile, Still talking about me? Don't you do the same? Seeing the red-haired crew members coming, Lin M.O. silently put down the dinner plate in his hand. Stinky boy, don't try to slip away. The red hair noticed Lin Mo's movements immediately. Don't even try to run away until you've packed everything up. Lin M.O. I'll go. What's the situation? At this moment, Enelu's voice came from the door. Kaku followed him and found the situation in the castle, especially when Lin M.O., who had a slight cleanliness, was stained with oil on his hands, and his face was filled with surprise. Is the old man dazzled? The old man, it seems that I saw a person exactly like Captain Lin M.O. helping to clean up. It's just right, Lin M.O. said directly. I'll leave this to you. After finishing speaking, Lin M.O. ran away on Shuanpa. Enelo and Kaku were left behind with dazed faces. This bastard, you run really fast. The red-haired rubbed his fists. Don't think you can run. Beckman, you clean up here first. I'll go after that kid. The red-haired didn't wait for Beckman to speak and ran away in the blink of an eye. After that, Hongfa and Lin M.O. never came back. After packing up completely and cleaning the castle hall spotlessly clean, the red-haired crew left the castle cursing and walked towards their ship. And Anilo and Kaku each went back to the rooms they had chosen in the castle, ready to go to bed. Midnight. After Kaku confirmed that Hawkeye, Lin M.O., and Enelu in the castle were all asleep, he left the castle secretly by himself, went to the dense forest outside the castle, and hid the girl who had been hiding during the day. The phone bug that can only be contacted with the world government was taken out. Chapter 242 The Enlightenment of Kana Island. Kaku CP9 is a secret intelligence agency directly under the world government. Kaku didn't know who would receive the call after the phone bug dialed, but he can't control that much anymore. He hasn't been in touch with Spandam for so long. With that guy's personality, he absolutely has a grudge against him. Just report the situation to that guy. Anyway, no matter who receives the call, it is his own person, as long as the other party helps to transfer the call bug to Spandam. Thinking of this, Kaku didn't think about it anymore and just broadcasted the phone. Suddenly, there was a slight movement from the dark forest next to him. As a professional assassin, Kaku's senses and reactions were still very sensitive. The moment he felt the turmoil, he immediately hung up the phone bug that hadn't connected yet and hit it again. Then, a slender figure gradually came out from the darkness of the jungle from far to near. "Yo, isn't this Lin Mo's crew?" A brisk and playful voice came over. When Kaku saw the appearance of the person coming, he reflexively took half a step back, and a lot of sweat broke out on his nervous forehead. It was Shanks with the red hair who came. This time it happened. Kaku was thinking about how to explain. The red-haired man came to him calmly, curled his mouth slightly, put his hand on Kaku's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Am I so scary? You look very nervous, huh?" It's not. Kaku was still brainstorming what to do, but when he was shouldered by the red hair, his mind went blank instantly. At that moment, only one sentence flashed through his mind. "It's over. By the way, what's your name?" The redhead asked with a smile still. Kaku knew he couldn't run away, so he could only bite the bullet and answer. "Kaku." "Oh, Xiaoka, how old are you?" the redhead continued to ask. Page 281. "I'm 18. "Uft, your self-proclaiming is very interesting, huh?" Kaku laughed dryly. "Hee, I'm used to it." "What an interesting kid," the red hair continued. "Then what did you do before you got on the Linma boat?" "The old man is a shipwright." "Oh, boat builder." Lin Mo is not the kind of person who would accept people who eat and drink for nothing on board. It seems that your boat builder level should not be low. The red hair patted Kaku's back with a smile. "Seeing that you still have 2 knives, you are still a swordsman. I heard from Enelu that you usually cook on the boat." Not bad. You are young and know a lot of things." Kaku smiled helplessly. Now, he wants to leave here immediately. At this time, a cold voice suddenly appeared from above the heads of the two. "There is so much nonsense." The appearance of the voice made Kaku feel cold again. The red hair was not surprised at all. He casually glanced at the big tree next to him and Kaku. He was standing on a branch at the moment, staring at his eagle eyes indifferently, smiling. He waved at him. "Yo, you're here too, huh?" Hawkeye jumped down from the tree, ignored the red hair, and walked towards Kaku. "You dare to take anything. You are not small." Kaku's face froze. His mind was in a mess. Being caught by the red hair was already enough to make him feel at a loss. But now, Hawkeye also came. "No, how did they know he took the phone bug?" "Obviously when I took the phone bug, no one saw it." And many more. Kaku suddenly thought of meeting Jesus Boo outside the storage room. Could it be that Jesus Boo saw it? If that was the case, it wouldn't be surprising that Redhead and Hawkeye would know about it. It seems that I am an undercover agent, so I have to expose it. Damn it, the mission went smoothly, but he is not reconciled to being exposed at this time. Although Hawkeye is Shichibukai, and Kibukai is a pirate cooperating with the world government, it stands to reason that as long as he confesses his identity, Hawkeye might have a small chance of helping him. But these Kueihai's tempers are very strange. The most important thing is that Hawkeye and Red Hair are obviously good friends, and his Kaku is just a little-known killer in CP9, and CP9 is raised by the world government. There are not many people who know this organization. Even if they know this organization, they may not know who is in the organization. So, all in all, even if Hawkeye knows that he is a member of the world government, between Red Hair and him, Hawkeye will definitely choose to help Red Hair instead of him, a stranger who has never met before. About the phone bug, even if you refuse to admit it now, Kaku's clenched fists and palms were sweating. The atmosphere fell silent for a while, and the night wind blew through the forest, making an extremely noisy rustling sound for Kaku. "Hawkeye, you are too fierce." The redhead broke the silence first, and said with a smile, "Look, you scare Xiaoka." "Ha, don't be so serious. We have something to talk about. Hawkeye said speechlessly. What are you doing here? The red-haired shrugged and said, It's nothing, just to confirm one thing. Hawkeye continued, Are you sure? The redhead nodded. Well, sure. Hawkeye asked blankly, How to solve it? The red-haired touched his chin, smiled, and said, Look at your attitude. If you can't do it, break your leg first. Hawkeye, Kaku, question mark. Shao Ka, I'll give you a choice. The red-haired man looked at Kaku with a smile and said in a relaxed tone, 1. Leave Lin Mo's spaceship immediately and leave the things you took. Today's matter, Eagle and you can act as if nothing happened. 2. Die. Well, you choose. Hearing this, Kaku was dumbfounded. Is the red hair going to let him go? But isn't the relationship between Hongfa and Lin Mo very good? Now that he is found to be a traitor, why not just arrest him and hand him over to Lin Mo and give him a chance to leave? In other words, in fact, this choice is a pit. No matter which one he chooses, he will die in the end. Kaku looked nervously at the redhead's smiling, harmless face, unable to figure out what the redhead was trying to do. Then, the unique beep-beep sound of phone bugs suddenly sounded. Kaku, who could pretend to be calm before, suddenly panicked. Oh, what a coincidence. The red hair reached out to Kaku directly. Take it here. Kaku took a deep breath, silently took out the phone bug he had hidden, and put it in the red hair's hand. The redhead took the phone bug, looked around, and threw it to Hawkeye. I'll take care of it here. You wounded. Go back and rest. Hawkeye picked it up and answered it directly, and an old voice came out from it. What's the matter so late? It's okay. Hawkeye replied indifferently, hung up the phone, took the phone bug, and really left. Now, Kaku and Hongfa are left. So, of the choices I gave you, which one would you choose? The redhead asked again with a smile. Anyway, it's death. Kaku took a deep breath, as if looking away, and said as if death was at home. You kill the old man. The CP9 mission is first, or do not dispatch the mission. Once dispatched, it must be successful. If the mission fails, even if you don't die in battle, you will be punished severely when you go back. In addition, Kaku hasn't contacted Spandam for so long. It's okay if the mission is successful, but if it fails, it will definitely be a dead end. Since death is all about death anyway, it would be more meaningful to die in the mission. Huh? You want to die so much? The redhead said with a half-smile. I can't see it. You are quite sincere to your organization. Kaku shrugged and said, This old man's life was given by the world government, so I have made up my mind to die for the world government since I was a child. Since I failed to complete the task, I deserve to die. It is my honor to be under the 4 emperors. Page 282, Chapter 243. Kaku, threatened by Kano Island, because he figured it out. Kaku is not as nervous as before. The red-haired man couldn't help laughing when he saw that he looked at death like home. Ha! So you are really a member of the world government. Kaku, question mark. The red hair continued. I heard from Enelu that you are on the boat in the capital of 7 Waters. The capital of 7 Waters is really a good place. I really miss it. The Oro Jackson was born there. Yes, given the opportunity, I really want to visit the capital of 7 Waters again. The Oro Jackson is the main ship of the Roger Pirates. It is made of the treasure tree atom by the Murloc Tom, who lives in the capital of 7 Waters and has the title of Legendary Shipwright. This is the ship of the legendary One Piece, and Kaku naturally knows it. It's just that he didn't understand why the redhead suddenly mentioned this. The red-haired grinned and said, When it comes to the capital of 7 Waters, I think of Mr. Tom, and as a member of the world government, it is impossible for you to go to the capital of 7 Waters to be a shipwright for no reason. So, your purpose of going to the capital of 7 Waters is to get something, right? Kaku remained silent. The red hair continued. As far as I know, there are really the same things related to the capital of the 7 Waters and the ship, and it is also related to Mr. Tom. So you go to the capital of the 7 Waters to be a shipbuilder because you want to get close to the iceberg, and then get what you want from him, right? Kaku swallowed anxiously. The redhead was right. The purpose of their trip to the capital of 7 Waters was to get the blueprint of Pluto. This is a top-secret mission, and the only people who know about it are the relevant personnel inside CP9 and the chief who gave the order. Once the content of their mission is leaked out, the consequences will be disastrous. No, even if you die, You can't let the red hair mess up their plans. Thinking of this, Kaku said with a dry smile, "What are you talking about? Why can't the old man understand?" In fact, the old man was sent to the capital of Seven Waters just to get on Lin Mo's boat. The old man's task is to gain Lin Mo's trust. That's all. Oh, really? The redhead stared at Kaku suspiciously. Kaku nodded and said, "Yes, it's true. Ha ha. Xiaoka, you are still too young." The red hair patted Kaku's shoulder with a smile. "The explanation is just a cover-up. Do you really think that with your acting skills, you can fool my eyes? If I didn't guess wrong, is this the first time you came out to perform an undercover mission?" This. It really is. Well, let me think about it." The red hair touched his chin and thought for a while, and within a few seconds, he clenched his fist with his right hand and knocked on the palm of his left hand, suddenly realizing, "I think of it, there seems to be a secret spy organization. It seems that people in this organization are killers. Kaka, are you from CP9? Aren't you going to kill the old man?" Kaku couldn't stand it anymore. The feeling of being completely seen through was too uncomfortable. "Since you want to do it, stop talking nonsense. If you don't do it, the old man can do it himself." As he spoke, Kaku drew out his two knives, and when he brought the blades close to his throat, the red hair hit Kaku's wrist quickly and mercilessly. Kaku let go of his hands in pain, and both knives in his hands fell to the ground. "I really can't hold back," the red-haired said with a smile. "If you get caught, you will commit suicide. Is your life so worthless? Obviously, you said you wanted to kill the old man, but now you want to prevent the old man from committing suicide. What exactly do you want to do?" Kaku asked seriously. The red hair waved his hand and said, "When did I say I was going to kill you?" Kaku was stunned. "Didn't you give the old man a choice?" "That's right. It's just a choice. No matter which one you choose, I won't kill you." "Huh?" Kaku was dumbfounded. The red hair smiled and said, "No matter what, you are also Lin Mo's crew member, and I should not be the one to deal with you. So, you want to hand over the old man to Lin Mo?" Kaku asked with an ugly face. "No." The red hair shook his head and said, "I can pretend that nothing happened today, and you can continue to be an undercover agent on Lin Mo's boat. But don't forget that your little tail has been caught by me. If you expose yourself, you'd better do what I say. Don't look at Lin Mo's indifferent attitude. Even I can't figure out his mind, let alone you, a fledgling kid. If you want to gain his trust, you still have a long way to go. So before gaining Lin Mo's trust, you should stay on his boat and take care of his daily life." The red-haired words caused Kaku to fall into confusion. For some reason, he always felt that if he agreed to the red hair's request, he would embark on an endless road of no return. But now he has no other choice at all. After a moment of silence, Kaku asked with an ugly face, "Why do you want to help the old man? Aren't you and Lin Mo friends?" The red hair shrugged and said, "I'm not helping you. That kid Lin Mo is not someone who can take care of himself. Even if he is thrown into a group of peers now, people will believe him when he is 12 years old. By the way, you can take this on." With that said, the red hair handed a phone bug to Kaku. Kaku took it with a complicated mood. The red-haired said with a smile, "This phone bug can contact me. You keep it. Don't give it to that guy Enel. If this phone bug dies, I will have a headache." Kaku nodded silently. The redhead waved his hand and said, "Okay, you can go back and rest. Don't worry about Hawkeye. He's not someone who likes to meddle in other people's business." "Then I'm leaving?" Kaku asked hesitantly. "Let's go." Then, Kaku immediately took the phone bug and ran away. After feeling that Kaku ran far away, the red hair turned his head to look at the direction of the dark, dense forest on the other side, and said, "Everyone is gone. Why don't you come out?" Then, a small figure walked out of the darkness from the direction the red hair was looking at. When the face of the visitor appeared under the hazy moonlight, the red-haired grinned and said, "Sure enough, I have grown up and know how to care about people. Huh? Is my performance just okay?" It was Lin Mo who came. Lin Mo walked towards the red hair indifferently and said as he walked, "It's SOSO. You are really harsh." Changing the subject, the redhead continued, "You already knew about Xiaoka?" Lin Mo responded lightly, "Yes. Since you know he's an undercover agent, why do you still stay by your side? Nothing to do with you." "Huh? I'm sad when you say that." Even so, the red hair didn't look sad at all. It seems that Xiao Ka's behavior is under your control, but I'm surprised that are you following here for an undercover agent? Are you worried that I or Hawkeye will kill him? Lin Mo. Page 283, Chapter 244. Is Kana Island worth it? Lin Mo didn't want to come, but it doesn't matter if it's just Hongfa here. Based on his knowledge of Hongfa would definitely not kill Kaku. But Hawkeye also came over. Although there is a red hair, Hawkeye will probably not embarrass Kaku too much, but just in case, he still followed. After all, Kaku is indeed a good security guard despite his original identity before being an undercover agent. No, he is a boatman. If it is said that the purpose of Kaku staying on the ship is to gain his trust, then it is just right that this point can be used indefinitely, and it is not a loss to prostitute a capable shipbuilder for nothing. Lin Mo didn't answer the red hair directly. The redhead continued to ask with a smile. So, for an undercover agent, is it worth it? Lin Mo said indifferently. What I do is not worth it or not. Ha ha ha, you are really stubborn. The red hair laughed loudly. However, I understand why you want to protect him. Xiao Ka is really a good kid. He is quite decisive and loyal to what he believes in. If you have a way to make him turn back and stay on your boat sincerely, he will be a good partner. But it is very difficult to change a person's deep-rooted thinking. If you can't change it, it will be very difficult to keep a hidden danger by your side. Danger? I know, Lin Mo said indifferently. Everything he does is within my expectation. There is nothing to worry about. Oh, you are very confident. It's okay, I'll go first. After saying that, Lin Mo walked past the red hair. It hasn't been long. The red-haired voice came again. Lin Mo, it feels like a partner. Isn't it actually not bad? After pausing for a while, Lin Mo continued to walk forward without turning his head. They are just useful tools for me. Oh, is it just a tool, man? The red-haired man looked at Lin Mo's back gradually disappearing into the jungle, touched his chin, and said with a half-smile, You say so, but your subconscious actions are not like that. After Lin Mo left, the red-haired didn't stay here too long. He went to Hawkeye's house and chatted with him for a while before returning to the boat. Most of the red-hair pirates are already asleep. Only Beckman and Jesus Cloth were still waiting on the deck. Boss, do you still know to come back? Jesus Boo teased. I thought you were staying at Hawkeye's house tonight. Beckman leaned back against the deck railing and asked while smoking. How is it? The redhead replied with a smile. It's not a big deal. Hawkeye and Lin Mo don't care, so let's not worry about it. So, that kid is from the world government? Jesus Boo continued to ask. The red hair shrugged and said, Who knows? Okay, it's getting late. Go back to the cabin and sleep. Jesus Boo and Beckman didn't pay much attention to the redhead's prevaricated answer. Since the redhead said it was nothing serious, there was no need for them to worry about anything. Cut. Really, forget it, go to sleep. Jesus said while walking towards the cabin with the corners of his mouth curled up. The kid named Kaku is not bad. Pleasant, if only he wasn't a government man. After Jesus Cloth entered the cabin, Beckman saw that the red hair seemed to have something to say, so he asked, What's wrong? The redhead shook his head, thought for a while, and asked, Beckman, do you know CP9? CP9? The group of killers raised by the government. That's right. The redhead nodded and said, I'm a little concerned. After I'm done with the rest of the work, take some time to visit the capital of Seven Waters. Okay, Beckman said indifferently. You are the captain, you decide where to go. For the next few days, everything was calm, as if nothing had happened. Kaku also paid special attention to Hawkeye and Red Hair, and saw that they seemed to have really forgotten what happened that night. Although he was a little happy, he was caught after all. Seeing them every day, he felt a little guilty. After all, the old castle is the home of Hawkeye, and the three of Lin Mo stayed here for free, and in exchange for staying overnight, he asked Kaku and Inalo to help Hawkeye with cleaning and doing things. Rice or something. And Lin Mo himself, just like before, is very regular at 3 o'clock and one line every day. A group of red-haired people would come to Hawkeye to eat and drink every day, until they stayed on the island for a week and were about to leave. We're leaving. In front of the castle, the redhead said with a smile. Anyway, there are phone bugs. If you have anything, you can contact me at any time. Hawkeye waved his hand. Let's go. Lin Mo responded indifferently. Oh, Anilu asked strangely. Phone bug? We also have phone bugs on board. Kaku smiled helplessly. Well, Mr. Red Hair gave us one. The red hair glanced at Kaku, then smiled and said, Haha, that's right. I took a lot of effort to catch the phone bug for you. You have to treat it well. Don't kill it. You can call me if you have anything to do. Don't be shy. TCH, it's as if we're going to kill the phone bug you sent. Anilu said dissatisfied. Kaku said subconsciously, it's not like you haven't crushed before. Huh. Anilu looked at Kaku and said in a displeased tone, You bastard has a long nose. I haven't hit you for a few days. Your skin is itchy, right? You should restrain your bad temper. Sooner or later you will suffer because of your temper. Kaku had just finished speaking. An electric current has begun to flow from Anilu's body. Seeing this, Kaku immediately ran into the nearby forest without saying a word. At that speed, there was no one in the blink of an eye. Anilu followed Kaku's aura, and with a schwa, he turned into lightning and went after him. Ha ha ha. The redhead laughed loudly. Lin-Mo, your crew is really interesting. Lin-Mo directly ignored Hongfa's words. Hawkeye glanced at Lin-Mo and said directly, When are you leaving? Stay for a while longer. Lin-Mo said casually. The progress task is only 60.00 completed, and there are 2 untriggered. He won't leave until the task is completed. What's so good about this broken island? Why don't you just come with us? How about I take you to some interesting places? The redhead asked with a smile. Lin-Mo said speechlessly. No, thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. The redhead smiled and waved his hands. You are really becoming more and more polite. Yes, keep up the good work. I have a hunch that when I see you next time, you will definitely grow into a spirited guy who will make my eyes shine. Page 284. Lin-Mo. Want me to see you off? Hawkeye touched the handle of Hideo on his back. The red hair immediately smiled and waved his hands. No. Ha! Let's go now. There is no need to send it off. Chapter 245. Kana Island is just in a good mood after the red-haired group left. Lin-Mo and Hawkeye went back to their own rooms, reading books for those who read books and newspapers for those who read newspapers. Lin-Mo had only read the book for half an hour when Kaku appeared at the door of his room in a scorched black suit. Glancing at him casually, Lin-Mo asked lightly, What's the matter? Kaku hesitated for a moment, walked in, and took out the phone bug given by Hongfa. This is the phone bug given by Mr. Hongfa. After thinking about it, I think it's better to leave it to Captain Lin-Mo for you to keep. It's okay, just keep it. Lin-Mo continued to turn the pages of the book in his hand, saying indifferently, No, you should keep it. As he spoke, Kaku put the phone bug on the small round table in front of Lin-Mo. The moment he put down the phone bug, in Lin-Mo's mind, the system's notification sounded. DD, get a phone bug, sign in progress 20, the current total progress is 80, and reward the new skill proficiency level telepathy. Then, information about telepathy entered Lin-Mo's mind. This is an ability that can have a spiritual dialogue with others, and can activate the ability on multiple people at the same time, and the scope is very wide. In other words, as long as he has this ability, he can convey his meaning to the person he wants to convey without even speaking. Although this ability is not too aggressive, it can still play a small role at critical moments. In short, this ability is still SOSO. Lin-Mo couldn't help but look up at the phone bug on the desktop. He really didn't expect that this thing could also trigger progress tasks. After Kaku put down the phone bug, he was about to leave. Lin-Mo suddenly stopped him. Wait a minute. Kaku paused, turned around, and asked with a smile, Is there anything else I need to do? Lin-Mo glanced at Kaku's distressed appearance, closed the book in his hand, got up and picked up the phone bug on the table, and then walked towards Kaku. Seeing Lin-Mo coming, Kaku suddenly became a little nervous for some reason. Lin-Mo came to Kaku and directly stuffed the phone bug into Kaku's pocket again. I told you to hold it, so you take it. Kaku said with a dry smile. This is a phone bug that can communicate with the 4 emperors. This old man is just a shipwright on the ship. I think it is more appropriate for you as the captain to keep such a precious phone bug that can communicate with the 4 emperors. I told you to hold it, so you take it. Lin-Mo suddenly raised his hand, too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Kaku was taken aback, thinking that Lin-Mo was going to hit him because of the phone bug. Unexpectedly, when Lin-Mo raised his hand, He only healed his wounds with the palm immortal technique. If Kaku was seriously injured, it would be fine for Lin Mo to treat him, but he was only struck by lightning a few times by Analu, and the injuries were not serious, not to the point where Lin Mo needed treatment at all. So, what does it mean that Lin Mo suddenly treated him? Kaku was wondering why. After Lin Mo healed him, he said, "Get ready, follow me to the beach." Kaku looked confused. "Go. What are you doing at the beach?" Lin Mo walked past him and said calmly, "Fishing." Watching Lin Mo walk out of the room, Kaku's mood at the moment is mixed. It's okay for Lin Mo to heal him somehow, but now he still wants to take him fishing? You know, Lin Mo is a person who likes to go alone. Although he and AI Nilu are also on the boat, Lin Mo lives by himself most of the time, and fishing is done by himself. Neil or he accompanied him to fish. What's going on now? Kaku thinks that he has almost grasped Lin Mo's personality, but the current Lin Mo gives him a feeling that he has not seen him through it all. Could it be that the red hair told Lin Mo that he was an undercover agent of the government? No. If Lin Mo really knew that he was an undercover agent, Lin Mo would never keep him on the boat. Maybe this time Lin Mo took him fishing to kill people? Thinking of this, Kaku's face couldn't help but become serious. At this time, Lin Mo's voice came from outside the corridor. "Hurry up." When he came back to his senses, Kaku took a deep breath and responded calmly, "Got it." Then he trotted out immediately, following Lin Mo, who had already taken the fishing tackle. Lin Mo handed an empty bucket to Kaku to carry. The two walked silently all the way to the nearest coast. It was only a few minutes away, and for Kaku, it was as long as several years. Until you come to the coast. Lin Mo arranged the fishing tackle with ease, then sat on a relatively clean stone and began to concentrate on fishing. And Kaku, staying beside him, was even ready to fight to the death. However, after waiting for half an hour, Lin Mo caught 2 fish with a length of more than 30 centimeters, after throwing the fishing line into the sea for the 3rd time. Kaku couldn't help but asked softly, "Captain Lin Mo, you asked the old man to accompany you to fish. Do you have anything to say to the old man?" Lin Mo said lightly, "No? No." Kaku was a little disbelieving. "Don't you like fishing alone? How could you think of asking the old man to accompany you today? Good mood." "Huh? In a good mood?" Kaku was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't laugh or cry. What's the reason for this? Page 285, just because he was in a good mood. Let him follow him to accompany him fishing in fear? This is too childish. What's more, Lin Mo's mood is too confused, cloudy and sunny, too elusive. This is inexplicable. Maybe it's because the red-haired group left today, so they are in a good mood, right? Suddenly thinking that Lin Mafei wanted to give him the red-haired phone bug for safekeeping, Kaku actually believed his guess a little bit. In the next 2 hours, although there were still not many conversations between the two, Kaku's originally nervous state of mind had calmed down. Looking at the bucket that was almost full of fish, Kaku asked, "Captain Lin Mo, the bucket is almost full." Lin Mo turned his head and glanced at the bucket. Without thinking too much, he put away his rod, skillfully put away his fishing tackle, then got up and said calmly, "I'm going back." "Oh." Kaku consciously picked up the bucket of fish, followed Lin Mo, and said as he walked, "I think I can prepare some refreshments when fishing in the future and eat while fishing." Lin Mo said casually, "Okay. Ha. This is the first time for this old man to accompany someone to fish, and it feels pretty good. If there is still a chance, can you also give this old man a fishing rod and let him try?" Kaku asked with a smile. Lin Mo didn't care. Yes. Soon, the two returned to the castle. When the red-haired group was still on the island, they held banquets every day. Although the atmosphere was very happy, the food was greasy. He ate meat all the time, and there were almost no vegetarian dishes. Anyway, Lin Mo couldn't take it anymore. "Cook some lighter dishes tonight," Lin Mo explained to Kaku. Kaku responded with a smile. That night, Kaku really cooked a table of 7 or 8 relatively vegetarian dishes, the most meaty of which was a pot of fish soup. There are 4 people sitting around the dining table. It was supposed to be a relatively relaxed dinner, but because of the addition of Hawkeye, the atmosphere suddenly became a lot more awkward. "It seems that your crew doesn't welcome me," Hawkeye said indifferently. "Don't worry about them." Lin Mo poured himself a glass of rum first, then pushed the bottle to Hawkeye. Hawkeye glanced at the wine that Lin Mo pushed over, didn't say much, but poured himself a glass unceremoniously, and took a sip expressionlessly. Chapter 246 Kana Island. Just keep pretending you the silent meal is still going on. Lin Mo and Hawkeye naturally eat their own way. Although there is no communication during the whole process, they are not embarrassed at all. As for Enil and Kaku, Enil is better. Kaku was sitting on pins and needles like a thorn on his back, very embarrassed. Hey, long nose, what's the matter with you? Seeing that Kaku's state was not right, Enilo asked strangely, and took the lead in breaking the silence of the dinner. Suddenly caught by it, Kaku said in embarrassment, "It's nothing, it's just that everyone doesn't talk. The old man is a little uncomfortable." "Cut," Enil said boringly. "You are the only one who has too many things." After hesitating, Enilu opened up the chatterbox, and now, the atmosphere has eased a little. Hawkeye drank the wine in the glass, and then asked, "How long do you plan to stay here?" Lin Mo said calmly, "Stay for a while. There is no way, there is still one task short." Moreover, according to Lin Mo's guess, this last task is probably related to Hawkeye. Eagle Eyes stared at Lin Mo sharply, and just about to speak, suddenly, a call from a phone bug blocked what he was going to say. Hawkeye took out the phone bug he was carrying, and didn't care that Lin Mo and the others were still here, so he answered it directly. A hurried voice came from it. "Is it Jinhao Hawkeye?" Hawkeye responded indifferently. "Yes. Where are you now? Say something straight." Well, the headquarters received a notification that the wanted criminal Lin Mo and his party are now on Krigano Island. If you are on the island now, or if you are very close to Krigano Island, the headquarters needs you to arrest Lin Mo and his party immediately, and if the other party resists, they can be executed directly. The caller was very loud. The three of Lin Mo heard it clearly. Hawkeye glanced at the different expressions of the three of Lin Mo, and then replied indifferently, "Okay, if I rush back and they are still there, I will arrest them." "That's really great. General Yellow Ape is leading people there. It will probably arrive in the morning after tomorrow. It's okay even if you can't catch Lin Mo and his gang. I hope that Mr. Hawkeye can get there before General Yellow Ape arrives at Krigano Island. Hold them back." "Okay," Hawkeye replied casually and hung up the phone. Lin Mo continued to drink indifferently. Kaku remained silent. Anilu thought for a while, and then asked, "Are you really going to arrest us?" Hawkeye said indifferently, "I am Shichibukai who cooperates with the government. Since it is the government's intention, it is my duty to arrest you." Hawkeye's words made Anilu's face darken, and at the same time, dense electric currents flashed across his body. "It's really funny." AI Nilu sneered. "What kind of swordsman is not a swordsman? Isn't he still defeated by Captain Lin Mo, and still wants to catch us? Do you think you have that ability? Let alone catch Lin Mo, you can't even catch me. You idiot. No matter how outspoken you are, you have to have a limit." Kaku couldn't laugh or cry. Hawkeye is very strong. Don't make trouble for Captain Lin Mo. Anilu glared at Kaku dissatisfied. "You bastard has a long nose. Which side are you from?" "Of course the old man is on your side," Kaku said with a dry smile. "It's just that the situation is special now. Besides, when Hawkeye called back just now, he didn't directly say that he was on this island. Doesn't that explain it? Did Hawkeye actually give us a way out?" After Kaku said this, Inilo realized the problem, and the current on his body slowly dissipated. Lin Mo said calmly, "Anilu, apologize." Page 286. Inilo clenched his teeth and muttered reluctantly, "I'm sorry." Hawkeye ignored Inilu, turned his gaze to Lin Mo, and continued, "I didn't say I would let you go. Whether you are arrested or not depends on your attitude." Without fear, Lin Mo looked up at Eagle Eye's pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through people at a glance, and asked, "So, what do you want to know? Why did you kill the celestial dragon?" Although Lin Mo's killing of Tianlongren made headlines in the newspaper, the content was very vague, and there was no specific reason why Lin Mo killed Tianlongren. The Tianlong people are the nobles of the world. No matter how incompetent and cruel they are, Marie Joy's 5 old stars still want to give them face. It can be said that no matter what they do, no matter good or bad, no matter good or evil, it is reasonable. Just being beaten can mobilize the admiral, let alone being killed. Therefore, no one dares to disobey the celestial dragons. Even Kuei or the four emperors who dominate the new world. Even if they look down on the celestial dragons, they will not rashly kill the celestial dragons. And this Lin Mo not only killed the Tianlong people, but also under the nose of the world government, Chambord, which is the closest to the world government and the naval headquarters, moved his hands. Regardless of the reason, it seems to outsiders that this is a clear attempt to slap the Navy and the world government in the face. Therefore, Hawkeye is still very curious. What is the reason that made Lin Mo dare to kill Tianlongren and Chambord? When he asked, Enelo and Kaku became quiet and looked at Lin Mo at the same time. They also wanted to hear Lin Mo's reason. Seeing that these three people were all looking at him, Lin Mo said a little speechlessly, "It's just not pleasing to the eye. I don't need a reason to kill whoever I want." No, Enelo couldn't help but said, "You are not someone who likes to take the initiative to make trouble. The situation at that time, you and Long Nose can leave if you hand me over. Don't you just do it for me? Did you do it?" Kaku added embellishments. In the old man's opinion, Captain Lin Mo did it because of the big fool like Enelo. At that time, the old man thought that Captain Lin Mo would hand over the big fool, but it turned out not only he didn't hand it over, and even killed the dragon man that day, which was completely beyond the old man's expectations. "That's right," Enelu echoed. "Lin Mo, just keep your mouth shut. Long Nose and I can see it, so just keep pretending." Lin Mo. These two guys, looking for a fight. Lin Mo got up directly, without saying a word, fisted with both hands, and when Enelu and Kaku couldn't dodge in time, one of them punched in the head. Two screams sounded, and a big lump grew on the heads of both of them. "If you talk nonsense, I'll kill you," Lin Mo said bluntly. Hawkeye looked at Lin Mo and the three of them indifferently, and understood why the red hair was so optimistic about them. But it was not enough for him to let them go. Just after Lin Mo punched Enelu and Kaku, suddenly, a powerful momentum enveloped the huge living room in an instant. Enelu and Kaku were instantly overwhelmed by this momentum and almost couldn't breathe. Different from the domineering look, this aura is mixed with countless sword moves. Invisibly, it seems to give people the feeling of being beaten by tens of thousands of swords. Chapter 247 The Final Progress of Kana Island. Lin Mo looked at Hawkeye indifferently. As soon as he turned his head, Hawkeye's black knife had already swung towards Lin Mo's neck. Although Lin Mo felt that Hawkeye didn't mean to kill him, and the probability of this blow was just a bluff, even so, he still didn't want to be threatened by Hawkeye with a knife. Almost instantly, Lin Mo immediately pulled out of Lake Toya, reacting very quickly to block Hawkeye's blow. The moment the two knives collided, an air pressure with little power spread out at once, and nothing happened wherever it passed. Both of them stared at each other indifferently, and neither of them backed down. After a stalemate for about 1 minute, Hawkeye took the lead to put away his black knife knight, and at the same time, the momentum pressing Enelo and Kaku dissipated, and then said indifferently, "I won't arrest you. I will also arrest you. I can't stand you, you go away." At the same time that Hawkeye finished speaking, the system's notification sounded in Lin Mo's mind. "Didi, with the approval of Kuei Hawkeye Mihawk, the sign-in progress 20. Didi, the check-in task on Krajana Island is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new weapon, the Devil Blade." Devil Blade, evil spirit? Is it a new knife? Before Lin Mo thought about it, the system's notification sounded again. "Didi, the Demon Blade, evil spirit, is a demon sword from hell. It can cause different degrees of soul damage to the opponent according to the user's own strength. The second stage of evolution will increase the user's attack speed, strength, and double the increase in soul damage. Physical injuries are easy to heal, but this soul injury is not a joke. It is not easy to heal. This knife is amazing." Lin Mo originally thought that the final reward would be swordsmanship, but now it seems that it is not a loss to get this new knife. When you have time, find a chance to get the new knife out and have a look. Without thinking about it, Lin Mo came back to his senses and said, "Okay, let's leave tomorrow morning." Hawkeye nodded, then turned around calmly and walked towards his room. Lin Mo didn't stay here too long and glanced at the embarrassed Enelo and Kaku. "Clean up here and prepare to leave tomorrow morning." After speaking, Lin Mo also left. Enelo and Kaku looked at each other. Before Kaku said anything, Inalo made a swish and ran away. Kaku didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When it's time to clean up, you run faster than the other. What a bad habit. After Lin Mo returned to the room, he took out the newly obtained Demon Blade Evil Spirit from the system space. Just a thought. One is only -centimeters long. In the middle of the handle gauntlet is a small skull decorated with rubies inlaid in one eye and blue gems inlaid in the other eye. The black knife, exuding a sinister air, appeared in Lin Mo's hand. It's okay if it doesn't move. Lin Mo waved it casually twice. Wherever the blade passes, a black mist with red and blue glare will appear. After being silent for a moment, Lin Mo thought about how this knife could evolve 2 stages, and when he was thinking about how to evolve this knife, suddenly the knife started to move by itself. Lin Mo let go of his hand, and the knife floated in front of him, splitting into 2 knives in an instant in front of him. Although the general shape of one knife was similar to that of one knife, there was one difference. The eyes adorning the skulls are no longer a ruby and a sapphire, but one skull has red eyes and the other has blue eyes. Kind of interesting. Lin Mo looked at the 2 knives still floating in the air with a half smile that he raised his hand to hold the 2 knives and tried to wave them casually with both hands. Originally, the special effect of one knife belt was already very eye-catching, but now the 2 knives are even more exaggerated. Although the feel of this knife is not bad, but the special effect is too high profile, Lin Mo is still not used to it. Let's keep the bottom of the box for now. Page 287. Without thinking about it, he took the Demon Blade back into the system space. Then I opened the Properties panel and took a look. Name, Lin Mo. Age, 15 years old. Check-in location, Judicial Island, 0. Physique, all attribute chakra, insulator. Domineering. Armed color LV9. Overlord color LV9. Knowledge color LV6. Zhengjiangji. Jiangsu LV9 LV6 LV2 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 LV1 special skills. Swordsmanship and divine avoidance. Proficient. Fire escape dragon fire art. Proficient. Palm immortal art. Proficient. Een healing wounds and extinction. Proficient. Wind escape infinite sand breakthrough. Proficient. Fire escape fire extinction. Introductory. Reiki. Proficient. Shadow mimicry. Proficient. Water escape water dragon ball art. Proficient. Water escape bubble art. Proficient. Telepathy. Proficient. Liu Shi. Druchang LV 3 LV 5 T LV 3 LV 3 Linag LV 3 LV 3 weapons. Demon Blade Starbreaker. Lake Toya. Evil Spirit. Magic Blade. System space. 1000 by 1000 by 1000 cubic meters. Seeing the next check-in location, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckled. Ju Fa Island. The place where the world government was established, and also the place where the CP9 people with Spandam as the chief are located. It seems that we have to deal with CP9. Naval Headquarters. After finishing the phone call with Hawkeye, a sailor who was in charge of the call immediately went to the office where Sengoku was located to report back. Report to Marshal. Shichibukai. Hawkeye has answered the phone, and he should be on his way to Kraikana Island now. The sea soldier was respectful, stood up straight, and stood outside the marshal's office in high spirits, speaking loudly. Zhangguo couldn't help but paused holding the teacup, and looked at the sea soldier who came to report with some surprise. What did you say? The eagle-eyed guy answered the phone. The sea soldier immediately said, Yes, Marshal. Zhangguo was silent for a moment, then asked again, What did he say? Hai Bing continued. Kaweihai. Hawkeye said that if he rushed back, if Lin Mo and his gang were still on the island, he would arrest them. Warring States. Forget it, you go down first. Zhangguo said helplessly. Hai Bing looked confused. Marshal, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my report? It's okay, you go and call Carp over. Oh, got it, I'll go right away. After finishing speaking, Hai Bing immediately left the office of Warring States and ran quickly to the training ground where Garp was. In just 10 minutes, Garp lazily came to the office of the Warring States period. After entering, he sat down on the armchair next to him, picked his nose and asked, Why did you ask me to come here so late? Zhangguo said with a serious expression, I was notified that Lin Mo and his group went to Kraigana Island. And then, Garp continued to pick his nose and asked, Zhang continued. That's where Hawkeye lives. Oh, and then what? Warring States was speechless. The higher authorities asked Hawkeye to arrest Lin Mo and his gang. I sent someone to call Hawkeye, but I answered the call that was almost impossible to get through. Moreover, they rarely work for the government. Don't you find it strange that you actually agreed to help us catch Lin Mo and his gang? A flash of surprise flashed in Garp's eyes, and he quickly returned to his original state, still lazily saying, Hawkeye is a person who does his own way, and he likes to look at his mood just like Lin Mo when he does things. Maybe he is in a good mood. Willing to help. Nonsense, Zhang said with a headache. In my opinion, Hawkeye is not helping us, but covering for Lin Mo and his gang. Oh, even if Hawkeye wants to cover Lin Mo, what does that have to do with me? It's not my job to catch Lin Mo, Garp yawned and asked. So, what do you want me to come here for? What are you doing? Warring States looked at Garp, suddenly twitched the corner of his mouth, and continued. It's not your job to catch Lin Mo, but to catch pirates. It just so happens that there are a few pirate groups making trouble in that sea area. Anyway, if you are idle, you are idle. Then go on a business trip and go catch pirates. If you see Kazuru in trouble, please help. After all, we are all working together in the Navy, so we should take care of each other, right? Garp. Chapter 248 set sail for Judicial Island the next day, early in the morning. Lin Mo and his party left Krigana Island. Where are we going next? Annie asked while using his ability to activate the spaceship. Lin Mo pointed to the direction of the next destination and wrote lightly, Go to Jufa Island. Kaku, who was cleaning up, suddenly froze when he heard the location Lin Mo said. Kaku is too familiar with the place of Jufa Island. That is the territory of the world government, because there is no night in its location, and it is daytime all year round. So it is also called the island that never sleeps. The Jufa Island is actually a court in name only, as long as the person who is taken to the Jufa Island must have been identified as a prisoner. Prisoners will only be escorted through those empty courts, and finally they will reach a huge cold steel gate, the Gate of Justice. Prisoners who pass through this gate usually never return, which symbolizes the world political power, absolute justice in the government. None of the prisoners who were escorted to Jufa Island has come back alive so far, because there are only two places that can be reached after sailing from the Gate of Justice. One is the naval headquarters of the world government's main combat force, and the other at the center is the deep-sea prison full of torture chambers and execution stands, imprisoning the most vicious prisoners in the world, the city of Imperton. It can be said that this island is the closest island to the Navy headquarters. As for Lin Mo and Ai Nilu, they are now directly wanted by the world government. Logically speaking, they should not make such self-inflicted actions. But why? He wants to go to Jufa Island now. Of course, going to Jufa Island is a great thing for Kaku, because CP9's current base is on Jufa Island. Maybe if he goes back, he can end his undercover mission on this ship. But for some reason, Kaku always felt that this matter was not so simple. Based on Kaku's understanding of Lin Mo is not the kind of person who would do things that would make him suffer. Since Lin Mo is going to Jufa Island, there must be some purpose. Thinking of this, Kaku couldn't help but said, CFA Island is the territory of the world government. Now the world government is looking for us. Isn't it inappropriate to go to CFA Island at this juncture? Is that the territory of the world government? Enelo asked in surprise. Kaku nodded seriously. Then the two looked at Lin Mo at the same time. Lin Mo said calmly, If you are afraid, you don't have to go. Who said I'm afraid? Enelu clenched his fist and said, You are not afraid. What am I afraid of? Only the weak chicken with a long nose will be afraid. Page 288 Kaku. By the way, Enelu suddenly thought of something, turned his head to look at Kaku, and continued. Only Lin Mo and I were rewarded. You didn't. The world government wanted to arrest me and Lin Mo. There's nothing to worry about. Kaku said with a dry smile. Do you think the world government is so talkative? With their temperament, anyone who has anything to do with you will be implicated. The old man is already on this boat. Even if he hasn't, a reward is offered, and if they see the old man with you, they will arrest the old man too. Although Kaku is well aware of this, he has always believed that he is only a member of the government who was arranged to stay on the Lin Mo boat as an undercover agent. As long as he reveals his identity at that time, people from the world government should not will catch him. Of course, since he wasn't offered a reward, Kaku naturally thought it was Spandam's conscience and helped him block it. In fact, it was just that when he was in Chambord, he didn't make a move. The people who reported the crime mentioned Ainalu and Lin Mo, who killed Tian Longren and his bodyguards, but didn't mention him, so Kaku didn't show up in Huang Yuan's work report. From what you said, you, the weakest guy, still think that Lin Mo and I have troubled you? Enelo asked with a sneer. Kaku couldn't laugh or cry and said, if the old man really had this idea, he would have left you when he was in Chambord. Okay. The old man said a long time ago that when he decided to board this boat in the capital of Seven Waters, I have already made up my mind. Unless the captain doesn't want me anymore, you have to drive me off the ship, and I will leave. Otherwise, you don't want to leave me. Cut. Enel murmured, you talk a lot. Kaku looked at Lin Mo and continued, Captain Lin Mo, can you tell us what you want to do when you go to Juefe Island this time? I don't believe it's just for traveling. Although you are very strong, I recognize you, however. Even if we really want to go to Juefe Island, we shouldn't go right after leaving Hawkeye's house. It's as if we are deliberately trying to find fault with the world government. If he didn't know that Kaku was an undercover agent, Lin Mo would have almost believed it just because of Kaku's performance. In fact, just as Lin Mo thought, Kaku said so, but in fact he still wanted to go back to Juefe Island in his heart. But Enelo didn't know about it so far. His sense of knowledge is indeed very strong, but Kaku's performance is too good, and he has been hiding it so deeply that he really didn't catch any flaws. Therefore, he always thought that Kaku really wanted to stay on this boat. Find faults, what are you afraid of? Enelo said proudly, arrogantly. Even if we are really in danger, wouldn't Lin Mo and I still be there? The two of us are more than enough to protect you of. Lin Mo glanced at him speechlessly. You have the guts to say that. Kaku said helplessly. The old man just doesn't understand Captain Lin Mo's approach. Although he said on the surface that he wants to travel around the world, the places he goes to every time are already predetermined. In the old man's impression, shouldn't travel be more arbitrary and go wherever you want? This is a targeted advancement, and I always feel that it is somewhat different from the travel I think about. It's a bit strange, but it can't be said to be strange. You guys really talk a lot of nonsense. AI Nilu dissatisfied. Lin Mo is the captain. We will go wherever he says. What's so puzzling? We are not pirates, nor the Navy, if not even tourists. So what is the purpose of our going to different islands? You're not unreasonable in saying that. Kaku scratched his head in embarrassment. Lin Mo was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, and said directly, GFA Island is not far from here. Speed up. After speaking, he returned to the cabin. Enelo responded, okay. After watching Lin Mo walk into the cabin, Kaku muttered in a low voice, there is another problem. Obviously, there is no permanent pointer. How can Lin Mo be able to accurately determine the location of the island he is going to? Anilu raised his hand and patted Kaku's head. Why didn't I realize that you have so many problems before? I think you were too busy. Have you cleaned up? The ingredients for lunch are ready, is it? Are you done with your messy research? Kaku staggered 2 steps forward after being hit by Anilu. Usually Anilu hit him with lightning, but now he was a little unaccustomed to it directly. However, when Anilu talked about his research, Kaku immediately put down the broom in his hand and said with a little excitement, I modified the small lightning protection device I made earlier. You wait here. The old man goes to get the device, and use your lightning strike to try it out later. Anilu watched Kaku run away with his schwa, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. You are sick. Chapter 249, Entering the Judicial Island 3 days later in the evening. Lin Mo and his party finally saw the Juefe Island that Lin Mo had mentioned earlier, not far away. Looking at the sunny sky above the top of the island not far away, as if the dusk outside had nothing to do with it, Anilu was surprised and said, what's going on? It's going to be dark tomorrow. What's wrong with the sky over there? Is it still this bright? Kaku replied, there is no night in Jufa Island, because it is always daytime. So it is also known as the island that never sleeps. As for why there is no night in the area of Jufa Island, the old man is not very clear about the specific reason. Speaking of which, Kaku also paid special attention to Lin Mo, seeing that Lin Mo still looked the same as before, as if he knew the situation of Jufa Island well, which aggravated Kaku's doubts. Lin Mo's purpose in coming to Jufa Island is definitely not simple. It seems that if you want to know his purpose, you can only enter the island. There is an extremely wide iron fence on the periphery of Jufa Island. It is difficult for ordinary ships to pass through this fence, but this spaceship is different. It can just fly over it. It is a breeze. Inside the iron fence, the entire Jufa Island area is divided into 4 parts, namely the former island, the main island, the Jufa Tower, and the Bridge of Hesitation. There is also the Gate of Justice located at the back of the island. Meijima is the first main entrance to Jufa Island, and there are a large number of guards stationed there. There is a long and narrow passage through the main entrance, and you can reach the second main entrance suspended above the waterfall. Through the second main entrance, you can reach the main island. The narrow passage leading to the main island and the main island are completely suspended in the abyss of the huge waterfall. On the island is basically all kinds of empty courts, and at the end of the island is the court. There is no road connecting the Judgment House to the Tower of Justice, and there is still a huge waterfall abyss between the two that you can open the drawbridge through the switches on the top of the towers on both sides of the court, so as to reach the Tower of Justice. The interior of the Tower of Judiciary is very complicated, like a maze, and there are many secret passages. There are also the offices of each member of CP9 and the conference hall, which is Spandam's office. From the Tower of Justice to the Bridge of Hesitation, you have to go through the tunnel under the sea. The entrance to the passage is blocked by a huge iron gate, and you can reach the Bridge of Hesitation through the tunnel under the sea. The Bridge of Hesitation is supported by several pillars. The last section of the bridge is a folding bridge, which usually shrinks and will only open when the prisoner is escorted to the Gate of Justice. The end of the Bridge of Hesitation is the Gate of Justice. The Gate of Justice is a super huge iron door, which is usually tightly closed, and even if it is opened, it is only a small crack. The Gate of Justice is the Gate of Despair where prisoners will never see the sun once they enter. Through the Gate of Justice, one can reach the Navy headquarters and the deep-sea prison Propel City through the government's Pacific Ocean current. In short, the defense of the fortress of Jufa Island is still very tight, and it is very difficult for ordinary people to enter. Even if it is a hard break, it will consume a lot of manpower and material resources. But for Lin Mo and his group, if they want to get in, it's really a simple comparison. The spaceship carried Lin Mo, and the 3 of them quickly passed the outermost iron fence of Jufa Island. When the spaceship passed the first gate of Meijima, a group of sailors guarding the gate noticed the shadow of the spaceship passing by and printed on the ground. They all looked up and saw a ship flying through the air. An eye almost popped out. What is that? The ship is flying in the sky. Is it my eyesight? I saw it too. What's going on? How can the ship fly? This is too strange. No, it's not a question of whether the ship can fly now. That ship is going to the interior of Jufa Island. It's an enemy attack. Don't let them in. If Chief Spandam finds out, we won't be able to eat it. Walk around. Quick, find a way to knock down that ship. The sea soldiers immediately picked up their weapons and threw them at the spaceship, and a few picked up the bazooka and directly attacked the spaceship. Enelu looked at the situation under his eyes and sneered disdainfully. Oh, I'm really overwhelmed. After finishing speaking, he directly threw a few lightning strikes down and shot back all the shells and weapons that flew up. Seeing that the weapons and shells had fallen, the people below immediately scattered to avoid them. There were still a few who ran slowly and were injured by the aftermath of the shells that fell to the ground and exploded. Seeing that the spaceship passed the first gate smoothly, the expressions of all the sailors changed. One of them immediately took out the phone bug and called Spandam's office. Spandam is drinking black tea leisurely in the office at the moment. The phone bug placed on the table suddenly rang, which startled him. His hand shook, and the hot black tea in his hand spilled on him. Wow, it's hot, it's hot. Spandam stared at the phone bug that was still ringing with a green and red face, and grabbed the phone bug angrily. Then, an urgent voice came from the phone bug. Call the chief at the main gate of the main island. A flying ship has broken into the main island. Page 289. What? A flying ship? Spandam said. Are you kidding me? How could there be a flying ship? You think I'm 3 years old? Wait, you mean a flying ship? Yes, sir, a flying ship. Spandam suddenly thought of what he had done in the capital of Seven Waters. Although he had not seen it with his own eyes, many people had seen a strange flying ship. The most important thing was that the ship seemed to be he hated the boat of Lin Mo's group very much. Seeing that Spandam hadn't spoken, the sailor on the other end of the phone continued. There seems to be a devil fruit user on that flying ship. All our attacks were knocked down by a few lightning strikes. Lightning strike. Spandam stood up from his seat at once, his body trembling with excitement. Haha, it's really easy to find nowhere to go. Lin Mo, Inalu, you guys are really brave enough to come to Jufa Island. Well, I will let you come and go. Sir, what are you talking about? Where's Oimo and Cassie? These two people are the people, giants, of the warrior village of El Pabu. Report, it's getting dark now. They should be getting ready to go to bed. Sleep, why don't you sleep? Spandam said excitedly. Everyone is not allowed to sleep. I want you to kill all the intruders. Sir. Then, after Spandam hung up the phone bug, he yelled at the office door. Come on, come in. The office door opens. 2 sailors appeared at the door. Spandam continued. Go and call the owl and the lion. Yes, sir. The 2 said in unison and closed the office door again. Chapter 250, the second door of Judiciary Island. I've been wanting to ask since just now. It's fine if there's no night in the area where the island is located. What's the matter with the waterfalls around the island? This is the sea, right? There are waterfalls in the sea. Analu scanned the bottom of the boat, the waterfall that surrounded Jufa Island in a large circle, descending vertically and bottomless, and asked a little speechlessly. Kaku replied, This is a great route. Anything can happen here. This is not bad. If you have the opportunity to go to the New World in the future, you will know that a waterfall in the middle of the ocean is actually not a big deal. New World. Enelo rubbed his chin, looked at Lin Mo with great interest, and asked, Captain, when are we going to New World? Lin Mo said calmly, It should be soon. Kaku added, It's not that easy to go to the New World. As far as I know, there are 2 ways to go to the New World from here. 1, make a request to the world government, and then directly pass through the land at the top of the Red Earth continent. The Holy Land of Mariajoya. In this case, you can only abandon the ship. Although it will cost a lot of money to buy a new ship, and it will take time to apply for it, this method is very safe. Second, it is from the human island located in the Red Earth mainland below, -meters in the deep sea. And there are dangerous sea kings everywhere in the deep sea, very dangerous. After a short pause, Kaku continued, Although our ship can fly, we can fly directly over the Holy Land of Mariajoa. But once we really do this, if we are discovered by the government, I am afraid the government will send a lot of powerful people come to intercept us. If, the old man said, if Wu Laoxing personally takes action, the probability that the 3 of us will be wiped out by the group is as high as 90.00. Wu Laoxing. Enela thought for a while, and suddenly remembered what Carp said when he was frightened. Is the Wu Laoxing you are talking about a person whose status and strength are above the general? Kaku nodded and said, That's right. Although the 5 old stars are very old, they are still very strong. I'm not sure if Captain Lin Mo can get away with it, but the 2 of us will definitely die soon. Die. Enelu was speechless. Is it so strong? Those old men. Of course. Kaku shrugged. The 5 old stars are the highest leaders of the world government, and they are the 5 people with the greatest power in this world. As he said that, Kaku looked at Lin Mo, who still seemed to stay out of the matter, and continued, Captain Lin Mo and your arrest warrant should be directly arranged by Wu Laoxing. Damn it, AI Nilu said angrily. What the hell? When I get stronger, I will kill those 5 pedantic old guys and make them arrogant. I want them to know that I am more arrogant than them. Kaku didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Come on, you're so lazy. You usually have to be stared at by the old man before you're willing to move in training. Just because of your temperament of fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days, it's not that the old man doesn't have confidence in you. They can't even beat the 5 old stars. Bastard with a long nose. I think you are really tired of work, and being beaten every day is of no use to you. To each other. Kaku laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Don't you dare to commit another crime after being beaten every day? Besides, the old man is just seeking truth from facts. Why, you are so angry. Asshole, see if I don't kill you. As he said that, Anilu threw a lightning strike towards Kaku. Kaku guessed that Anilu was going to make a move and immediately dodged away. After missing a hit once, Anilu started a series of lightning strikes and bombardments. Kaku dodged if he could dodge, and if he couldn't dodge, he used his improved small lightning protection device to absorb Anilu's lightning strikes. He has calculated that the lightning strikes that Anilu usually hits him are more than 100 million volts, and his lightning protection device can only absorb 2 lightning strikes from Anilu at most at present, and it will explode if it is more. After absorbing 2 lightning strikes, Kaku suddenly made a stop gesture to Anilu. You wait a moment. Anilu really stopped and asked angrily, what do you want to do? Kaku smiled at him, pointed the end of the lightning protection device to Anilu, and said briskly, the old man installed an output device in it, which can radiate the absorbed lightning strikes. Anyway, lightning is useless to you. Try it, old man. Anilu, ? Kaku didn't wait for Anilu to answer, and directly pressed a button on his lightning protection device. Then with a bang, the lightning protection device exploded. Anilu looked at the blackened Kaku with a speechless face. Ha ha ha, failed again. Kaku laughed indifferently. It seems that we have to improve and improve. Anilu has completely lost the intention to continue punching the card library. Improve it. I think you will die by yourself sooner or later. Isn't it good to be your shipbuilder? You have to die. Ha ha, you don't understand this. Kaku said indifferently. One more skill, one more way out in the future. Besides, the books of the shipwrights on the ship have been torn by the old man. You know it too, and it won't hurt to learn more about other things. Anilu was too lazy to talk nonsense with Kakuto, so he looked directly at Lin Mo and complained. The long-nosed brain is broken. Can he be saved? Lin Mo smiled lightly, but did not respond to him. The gaze turned to the 2 giants guarding the second gate leading from a one-way narrow walkway after the spaceship flew past the first gate. Those 2 giants, Lin Mo, have the impression that they are from El Pabo Warrior Village, and they are also members of a group of giant soldiers named Giant Pirates. The reason why they are here to guard the gate of the world government is because the world government lied to them and lied that their leader has been imprisoned by the government. As long as he works for the world government for 100 years, he can be released. The 2 leaders. So the 2 listened to the lies of the world government and have guarded the gate of Jufa Island so far. As for the current location of the 2 leaders of the 2 of them, it is in a place called Xiaoweiweiwen, where they have fought evenly for decades without winning or losing. Cassie, look, there is a ship flying over there. The fatter giant named Oimo stared at the spaceship and said lazily, I just received an order to kill this ship and the intruder on the ship? That's right, Oimo. Cassie stared at the spaceship as well, clenched the giant axe in his hand, and said with the corner of his mouth curled up, although it's the first time I've seen a flying ship, these guys are really unlucky. You met us, Oimo, and we beat them down together. Okay, Casey. The 2 giants waved the weapons in their hands at the same time and immediately slashed towards the spaceship. Chapter 251 The Judiciary Island is overwhelmed. The 3 of Lin Mo looked at the 2 menacing giants under the spaceship indifferently. Although the giant's strength is still very strong, Lin Mo and the others will not hesitate even if they face it head-on. Page 290, but why are they wasting time here? Lin Mo winked at Anilu. Anilu didn't bother to do anything, and directly controlled the spaceship to rise 100 meters into the sky. No matter how tall the 2 giants were, they had no wings and could not fly. Even if they threw their weapons out, they might not be able to fly. Hit the spaceship flying nimbly in the sky. Damn it, it's so despicable. Cassie looked angrily at the spaceship flying high in the sky. Come down if you have the ability. Anilu leaned on the side of the spaceship guardrail, looked at the giants below, and said with a sneer, ah ha 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 ha. Come up if you have the ability. Okay, don't be poor. Kaku said dumbfounded. As for Lin Mo, after the spaceship flew past the second main gate and entered the main island of Jufa Island, he jumped directly onto the deck railing. Seeing this, Anilu hurriedly asked, are you planning to jump from here? Lin Mo glanced at him, and the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Well, find a suitable place to stop the boat, and I'll go down first." After finishing speaking, he jumped directly from the spaceship. Anila wanted to say something more, but didn't have time. Anyway, it's more than 200 meters from the ground. This captain is really a headache. Anila said with a headache. Kaku complained. "Are you qualified to say that?" Anila squeezed his golden stick angrily. "You bastard has a long nose. Do you dare to say it again?" Kaku waved his hand and said, Okay, I won't say anything." The other side. Lin Mo jumped off the spaceship, and with a loud bang, a big crater more than 2 meters deep was smashed at the landing site. There was a cloud of dust. As soon as Lin Mo landed, a system notification sounded in his mind. DD. Gongshi Suju Sing Hidok Chandao Didentu. Fadok. Chandao Jingdu 10. Dongchan Dongjingdu Wei 10. Zhangli Qintao Livser 51. Dongchen Livser 51. Ishang LV4, LV60, LV, LV, 5 LV, 4 LV for this reward was within Lin Mo's expectation. All members of CP9 know the 6 styles, so this mission has something to do with CP9. Without thinking too much, Lin Mo said, "How many progress tasks are there on this island?" DD. In addition to the login progress, there are 3 progress tasks, each accounting for 30.00. The host has a random chance to check the progress task details. Do you want to use it now? This time, Lin Mo was not in a hurry to check, and said directly, "No, keep it for now." He was going to wait until 2 progress tasks were completed, and then check when there was 1 left. Although he himself doesn't know what kind of progress tasks are waiting for him. Without thinking about it, he easily jumped out of the hole he made. As soon as he stood firm, a group of sailors with guns and weapons rushed over from all directions and surrounded him. One of the sailors at the head said solemnly, "You have been surrounded. If you don't want to get hurt, you'd better get caught now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Lin Mo glanced indifferently at the sea soldiers who surrounded him and walked in the direction of the speaking sea soldier with silent, pulsating footsteps. The Tower of Justice he was going to, the building where Spandam and CP9 members were located, was not far behind the sailor. "Hey, stop." Seeing Lin Mo approaching him without any fear, the sea soldier said with an ugly face, "If you move again, I'm going to shoot you." However, Lin Mo didn't take his words to heart at all. Seeing that Lin Mo ignored him at all, the sea soldier clenched his teeth and shot Lin Mo twice without hesitation. Lin Mo tilted his head slightly, easily dodging the bullets flying towards him. Seeing this, the sailor immediately shouted to the surrounding companions, "This kid is not a normal person. We can't let him go on. Let's do it. Kill him." Then, various cracking gunshots sounded, and countless bullets flew towards Lin Mo from all directions. Lin Mo frowned boredly, pulled out the 3rd-generation ghost, and swung it twice seemingly casually. In the blink of an eye, all the bullets were split in half by him. When all the sailors were surprised, Lin Mo gave a look, and all the sailors surrounding him immediately lost consciousness and fell straight to the ground. On the spaceship, Enelu stood on the edge of the guardrail and looked at the situation below and said lazily, "It's really a waste to use domineering to deal with a few soldiers." Kaku held his side face with one hand, looked at the situation below, and said lightly, "To deal with these people, it is indeed the most convenient to use domineering. I am really envious. If only the old man can also be domineering. TCH, just envy and jealousy." Enelu said with a relaxed tone, "It's no fun to stay on this spaceship all the time. I think the houses below seem to be empty. Let's find a place to hide, set up the spaceship, and go for a walk." Kaku said with a smile. "Okay." The old man raised his hands in agreement. Afterwards, when Anilo and Kaku settled the spaceship, they just stepped into the deserted streets of the main island. Before they had walked for a long time, suddenly a group of people with a group of big white dogs ran out from the surrounding alleys. The leading man said arrogantly, "We are the guard dog team sent to eradicate the intruders. Both of you will die here today." "Die, intruders," Enelu said with a look of disdain. "How dare you come and kill us with a few dogs? Hee, you are really beyond your control." Enelo raised his hand, and the palm of his hand was filled with electric current. The captain of the guarding French dog team proudly said, "Don't think that we are the only ones. Since you entered the main island, everyone has entered a state of alert. Ha ha ha. Next, you all accept the sanctions of the coalition forces. Then, a large group of armed marines ran out from the alleys in all directions, 3 or 4 times more people than those who surrounded Lin Mo just now. Although their individual strength is not strong, Kaku approached Analu and whispered, "But there are many of them, so we should be careful. You are the most cowardly." Analu complained to Kaku, "There are only so few people. It is not enough for me, Thor, to get between my teeth. If you are afraid, hide behind me." Kaku laughed dryly. The old man is not afraid, but it is always right to be careful. "Hey, what are you chattering about?" The captain of the French dog team said, displeased. "Even if it's too late to discuss tactics now, everyone, kill them. Ho ho, come on, kill them. Come on." Everyone rushed towards Enelo and Kaku in a swarm. Enelu directly tapped the thunder drum behind him twice, and a thunder dragon surged out of it, screaming and shocking the approaching group of people. Chapter 252, The Betrayer of Judiciary Island. This blow by Enelu also killed a third of the people who came to kill them. Page 291. When he released the second Brontosaurus, Kaku had already wrestled with the other navies who surrounded him. Although Kaku's attack hits the flesh with punches and kicks, he didn't kill him. Until he and the captain of the French dog team faced each other, Kaku gave him a wink, and the other party reacted immediately, mounted his own French dog, hooked the corners of his mouth, and started fighting with Kaku seemingly seriously. And Kaku pretended to match him with 2 moves. The captain of the French dog team suddenly took out a long gun and fired at Kaku, and a wire mesh wrapped with many small sea stones flew out of the gun, covering Kaku. Although Hylu Stone is only effective for those with abilities, Kaku still pretended to be completely out of strength and immediately stopped all attacks. Enelu discovered the situation on Kaku's side. After electrocuting the second wave of people, he immediately turned into lightning and appeared beside Kaku almost instantly. The metal mesh was twisted. Kaku immediately said, "Don't move. This internet is full of sea stones. You are a capable person. You can't touch it." Annalise stopped suddenly and said speechlessly, "You are not a capable person. How can this broken net work for you?" Kaku said with an ugly face, "This is not an ordinary net. I don't know why, but I can't move after being covered." Ha ha ha. If you don't want your companion to be injured, you'd better not act rashly. The captain of the French dog team put the sharp knife tied to his wrist against Kaku's neck. Enelu's face was sullen, and his tone suddenly became cold. "You dare to kill him?" The captain of the French dog team hooked the corner of his mouth and said without panic, "You dare to try." As he said that, the only remaining Marines and soldiers who were still alive surrounded him immediately, and once again surrounded Enelu. "Forget about the old man." Kaku stared at Enelu and said, "The old man is just a boat builder. Even if he dies, you can find another boat builder to board the boat. Go quickly. With your ability, it is very difficult to get out of here. Easy. It's really long-winded." AI Naluo said, "It's all your fault that you are too weak to be bullied by such a mentally retarded guy. Damn it, if Lin Mo knows that I left you and run away, I will be beaten to death by him." Kaku couldn't laugh or cry. Lin Mo has never used his full strength to beat you. You are irreplaceable. He still needs your ability to fly a spaceship. He will not seriously hurt you. The old man is just a shipwright. He can do it at any time. Be replaced. Nonsense. No one can be replaced. If you die, where can I find a shipwright who knows everything? Enela didn't care. "No, you can't die." Ha ha ha. The captain of the French dog team laughed loudly. "It's okay if you don't want him to die. You'd better be obedient and catch him. As long as you dare to play tricks, I will kill him." After speaking, the captain of the French dog team approached Kaku's neck with his sharp knife, and the sharp blade drew a bloodstain on Kaku's neck. A member of the French dog team held a pair of Heilushi handcuffs and cautiously approached Enelu, who looked fierce as if he was about to explode. "You, hand me your weapon, and then stretch out your hand." Enelu glared viciously at the handcuffed French dog team member, who was so frightened that he took 2 steps back subconsciously. Tightening the golden stick in his hand, Enelu threw the golden stick to this person angrily and reached out in cooperation. Members of the French dog team immediately stepped forward and handcuffed Hai Lusher to Enelu's wrists. The moment he was handcuffed, Enelo felt that his strength was drained all of a sudden, and his whole body was weak. Fortunately, he had trained well in physical skills during this period, and this level would not make him fall down. Why do you? Kaku looked at Enelu and said helplessly. AI Nilu sneered and said, "It's only temporary. Lin Mo won't leave us alone." Afterwards, the captain of the French dog team escorted Kaku and Enelu directly to the Tower of Justice. The internal structure of the Tower of Judiciary is very complicated, like a large maze. If it is not for the insiders, it is easy to get lost. After the captain of the French dog team brought Kaku and Enelu to the Tower of Justice, he handed them over to one of Spandam's guards who came to lead them. The guards brought the two of them to Spandam's office soon. At this time, in the office, apart from Spandam sitting at the desk, there were two weird-looking people sitting on the sofa, also waiting for the arrival of Kaku and Enel. Chababa, it's finally here. With a round body and a round head, the appearance is indeed somewhat similar to that of an owl. The legs are short and thin, the hair is light green, the chin has a beard, and the mouth is a zipper. The man named Owl said with a sharp voice. Another man sitting next to him, with a fat body, long white hair hanging down, a thick white foundation, and black oil paint on the contours of his facial features, is a man named Lion Nugget. With a vicious look, he said in a cadenced voice, "Yo, you guys are coming too slowly." The Owl and the Lion Snuggle are the two official members of CP9 who stayed on Jufa Island and did not go out on missions. What are these two strange guys? Enelu glanced at the two with a look of disgust. You actually say I'm weird. Xiong Shirtsua got up suddenly, faced Spandam, took out one of his samurai swords, and continued to say in a melodious tone, "Sir, please allow me to apologize by harakiri." Spandam didn't even bother to talk to him. Seppuku. The lion cuddled up and held the handle of the samurai sword seriously and stabbed at his chest. At the moment when the tip of the knife was about to hit his chest, he shouted, "Iron block." Then, the point of the knife pierced the iron body, and there was a clang sound. The lion cuddled and let go, and the samurai sword fell to the ground, and then said regretfully, "It's a pity I can't die." Enelu looked at the inexplicable skit that the lion cuddled with a speechless face. This guy must be mentally ill. Kaku didn't answer him. The expression of helplessness and worry on his face before this came in a flash and turned into an expression of indifference. The owl jumped in front of Enelu and Kaku, and in front of Enelu, untied Kaku from the metal net covering him. "Chababa, welcome back." Kaku the owl raised its hands and made a cheering gesture. Enelu was stunned, looked at Kaku in surprise, and asked in disbelief, "What's going on?" "Welcome." "Kaku, what's going on?" As you can see, Kaku smiled. The old man is actually a member of the world government. What? Enelu's face changed drastically. Are you kidding? How could you be a member of the world government? Kaku waved his hand and said, "You say that, it fully proves that the old man's acting skills are quite perfect. Asshole. Because Lin Mo and I trust you so much. That's how you treat our trust? I'm going to kill you." Anelo was furious and wanted to beat Kaku, but under the action of Hai Losher's handcuffs, he didn't have the ability to do it at all. Kaku ignored Enelo's arrogance and came to Spandam's desk with slightly hooked corners of his mouth and said, "Sir, the old man's mission should be considered complete, right?" Spandam laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, of course, but your task is still a little short." "It's Linimo," Kaku said with the corners of his lips hooked slightly. "He won't leave Enelu alone. As long as he waits here, he will come to his door." "Ha ha ha. Very good. Very good. Kaku, you did a good job." Spandam laughed wantonly, his eyes full of bloodlust. "Humph. Anyone who dares to disobey me will die. I want Lin Mo, and Enelo will die without a place to die. The old man can't go to the capital of Seven Waters, otherwise it's unreasonable. After Lin Mo is caught, is the old man going to stay with the owls on Jufa Island?" Kaku just finished asking. The owl suddenly rushed over from behind him. Kaku immediately kicked the owl with a roundabout kick. "What are you doing?" Kaku asked indifferently. The owl got up from the ground. With his fingertips facing each other, he said, "Six-style game, hand-to-hand. If a soldier's power value is 10, then Kaku's current power value is. It's going to be revealed. It's going to be revealed." Kaku's strength is 3003. Compared with when he left Juefa Island, it has more than doubled. What? 3003? Spandam said in amazement. How is this possible? How could the power value increase so quickly? Kaku scratched his long nose, chuckled, and said, You don't even know how the old man got here all this time. As he said that, Kaku looked at Enelo, who had calmed down and was staring at him indifferently at the moment, and continued. Thanks to this guy, the old man is constantly improving himself. Page 292. Why? Enelo asked coldly. During the capital of Seven Waters, Lin Mo and I hadn't been targeted by the world government, right? Come here. How long do you plan to stay undercover on the ship? Kaku frowned and replied. Is the reason why the old man boarded the ship still important now? You and Lin Mo are indeed strong, but the old man is a member of the world government, and our positions are different. If you are not a member of the world government, would you still betray us? Enelo asked, staring at Kaku. Kaku was stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. Ha! What if? It is an established fact that this old man is a member of the world government. No matter what happens, this old man will never betray the world government. Hee. Enelo sneered. What if the world government wants you to die? Kaku said indifferently. The old man will die. It's ridiculous. Enel suddenly laughed. Ahahaha. What a foolish and loyal person. Kaku frowned, but didn't say anything. Behind him, Spandam's suspicious voice came over. Kaku, can you really die for the world government? Kaku glanced back at him, seemed to realize something, and replied. Of course, the old man's life was given by the world government. Okay. Spandam got up, picked up his elephant sword, and walked towards Kaku, with a smirk on the corner of his mouth. You said that. Then, you go to die. Chapter 253. Judiciary Island. My people, you are not qualified to move. Spandam's words chilled Kaku's heart. Are you serious? Kaku asked, staring at Spandam, who was getting closer and closer to him with a solemn expression. Of course. Spandam curled his lips and said in a relaxed tone, Then let me see how loyal you are to the world government. Kaku originally thought that this guy was testing him, until he felt the murderous aura on Spandam, and he understood that this guy really wanted to kill him. Ahaha. Enel laughed loudly. It's really interesting. If I wasn't handcuffed, I really want to applaud your play. You can't protect yourself. How can you still laugh? Kaku said with a slight frown. Spandam sneered and said, I will not forgive the traitor. Kaku, don't try to lie to me. You came back on purpose. No, the old man never had the idea of betraying the world government. Do you think I'm a fool? Spandam didn't believe it. Anyway, to put it bluntly, you are just a pawn raised by the government. If you really haven't rebelled, then don't resist. Otherwise, as long as you to resist is treason. Kaku. So, Kaku asked with a dry smile, does the old man have to die to show his loyalty? It's best if you can figure it out. Spandam pulled out the elephant sword, pointed the tip at Kaku's heart, and said with a smirk, Throw away all the weapons on your body. Don't try to play tricks. You are thinking I know everything. Kaku chuckled, threw the two short knives he configured on the ground, and said calmly, Okay, if only death can prove yourself, then I will admit it. But before I die, can you tell me that did you mean to kill the old man, or the world government? Spandam sneered and said, Of course it is the world government. You have been identified as a member of Lin Mo's group. It is a taboo to kill Tianlong people. Everyone who has a relationship with Lin Mo must die. Kaku asked with an ugly face. The old man was not offered a reward. Didn't you help the old man communicate with the world government? Joke. Spandam laughed loudly. Ha! How naive. I don't have that much time. Ahem. Sir, you talk too much. Chirping. The owl coughed dryly, cutting off Spandam's words. Spandam immediately stopped the topic just now, changed the subject, and continued. You better not forget who brought you into CP9. If there was no world government, you would have died long ago. You can said, your life doesn't belong to you since you stepped into CP9. After a moment of silence, Kaku struggled in his heart for a long time. Even though he was fully capable of escaping from here by himself, he finally chose to spread his hands and decided to die. You're right. The old man's life was never the same from the very beginning. It belongs to you. Since the world government wants this old man to die, then you can take this life. Are you sick? Enel said speechlessly. If I let you die, you will die. Are you a puppet? I have never seen you so obedient. Kaku smiled helplessly. You don't understand. This is the principle that I have believed in since I was a child, and I will never break it. Even if you call me stupid, the old man admits it, just die. I've never seen such a stubborn person like you. Inaru said with displeasure. Then what kind of world government has abandoned you? Why do you still insist on your set of broken principles? If I were you, I would have turned my face long ago. Let's do it with them. Kaku shook his head and said, if you can't even stick to the last principle, then what's the point of living for this old man? Anyway, this old man owes the world government, and it happened to be repaid. Hey, have you finished talking nonsense? Spandam said angrily. You're going to die and talk so much nonsense. Go to hell. Enelo. Kaku looked at Spandam, who had stabbed the elephant sword in front of him, and continued. Sorry, I have troubled you. Heh, is it useful to apologize now? Enelo said disdainfully. I don't need such a useless apology. Ha 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 ha. As long as you kill all of you, it will be a great achievement. In the future, CP9 will only become more prosperous. Ha 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 ha, die. Spandam laughed and stabbed at the defenseless, already totally hopeless card library. Just when the tip of the sword was about to pierce Kaku's heart, a large window behind Spandam suddenly shattered, and a figure whoosh broke through the window, kicking Spandam flying under the astonished gaze of everyone in the office. Ah! With a series of screams, Spandam rolled several times and hit the wall directly opposite the desk heavily before falling to the ground in embarrassment. The owl and the lion Cuddle immediately stood in front of Inalu, staring warily at the person who entered through the broken window. I just came in now. Are you waiting for the bastard with a long nose to apologize? Inalu looked lazily at the person who broke in through the window. It was Lin Mo who came. In fact, Enelo has already noticed it since Lin Mo appeared outside the office. Although Heilushi's handcuffs completely suppressed his fruit ability, his powerful knowledge is not just for display. No matter how well Lin Mo hides his breath, Enelo can still detect it. Lin Mo didn't answer Enelu's question and turned his head to look at Kaku indifferently. Without waiting for Kaku to say anything, Lin Mo directly clenched his fist, attached his armed collar, and sent Kaku flying with his fist. With a bang, Kaku directly smashed into a stone wall on one side. Climbing up from the stone debris all over the floor, Kaku couldn't hold back his mouth full of blood, and he could feel his bones being broken. It deserves it. Enela glanced at Kaku, who was in a state of embarrassment at the moment, and snorted coldly. This is what happens to traitors. Chababa, then let me test your strength. The owl suddenly jumped into the air, put away its hands and feet, and rushed towards Lin Mo. When he got close, Lin Mo hit Yikai directly and kicked the owl hard in the stomach. In an instant, the owl's eyes protruded, and with a scream, it flew upside down in the blink of an eye, smashing a big hole in the relatively complete stone wall next to Kaku. But the owl didn't stop because of this wall. Even after smashing through the stone walls of 2 rooms before stopping, the whole person fell into a piece of stone debris, rolled his eyes, and lost consciousness. Bastard! Seeing the miserable image of the owl, Spandam said angrily. Testing the strength of the enemy at this time? You want to die. Speaking of which, Spandam saw that Kaku was already in a very weak state at the moment, so he clenched his teeth and ignored it. He picked up the elephant sword that fell on the ground and immediately rushed towards Kaku with a murderous look. While running, he muttered, "Killing one is one." When he was less than 2 meters away from Kaku, Lin Mo suddenly appeared by stepping on it, slapped him to the ground with a hand blade, then stepped on his back and said in a cold tone, "My ship carpenter, you are not qualified to kill." Chapter 254, Judiciary Island, Who Allowed You to Die? Page 293. Kaku looked at Lin Mo blankly. He thought that after Lin Mo knew that he was an undercover agent, he would definitely kill him. When he was beaten just now, he didn't even dodge. It's useless to dodge. He knows he's no match for Lin Mo. Moreover, Lin Mo's punch was much heavier than when he hit Inalu in the past. Although he didn't kill him with one punch, in Kaku's view, Lin Mo might want to vent his anger first and torture him until he subsided. Kill him later, but what's going on now? Hey, lion cuddling, what are you doing? Come and save me. Spandam completely ignored Lin Mo's words and immediately shouted to his subordinates. Lin Mo directly pulled out the third-generation Guache, and before the lion cuddled up, he chopped off Spandam's head without hesitation, twittering, annoying. Hey. Lion Cuddly always spoke very slowly, but because of Spandam's death, he immediately corrected him. No. This guy is the son of Commander Spandam. If you kill him, you will be hunted down by Commander Spandang. Lin Mo said indifferently. I even dare to kill Tianlong people. What is Spandang? Ah. Enel laughed loudly. I have already said, my captain will not leave us alone. You are all dead. Return life. Xiongshi Niaoku immediately spun a weapon similar to a scepter in his hand quickly, and his long hair, because of the triggering of the ability, began to move towards Lin Mo with great sensitivity. Lin Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he directly slashed out horizontally with the three-generation ghost and instantly cut off the long tentacle-like hair of the lion, and the lion reacted very quickly and smashed himself with an iron it was wrapped up, but was still cut by Lin Mo's sword energy. Seeing a bloodstain left on the lion's body, Lin Mo was a little dissatisfied. He originally thought that this blow could kill the guy. Is it because this guy's iron ability is strong, or his 9th-level swordsmanship is not strong enough? The aftermath of the sword energy spread out, cutting all the touchable things behind the lion cuddling in half horizontally. Fortunately, Enelu had quick eyesight and quick hands, and immediately fell to the ground, so he was not harmed. Hey, are you going to hack me too? After jumping up from the ground, Enelu muttered dissatisfiedly. If I die, no one will open the spaceship. Lin Mo ignored him. The lion couldn't help but spit out blood and said with an ugly face, You can even chop my iron. No wonder you can knock the owl unconscious. You are very strong. Lin Mo looked at him indifferently. The lion could not help taking a half-step back and immediately jumped out of the window through which Lin Mo came in without saying a word. He ran away. Don't you want to chase him? AI Nilu walked towards Lin Mo quickly. Stretch out your hand. Lin Mo said calmly. Anilu obediently stretched out his handcuffed hands towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo put the 3 generations of ghosts into the sheath, and a blue-purple thunder suddenly filled the palm of his hand. Seeing this, Anilu's face changed greatly. Is this, Reiki? You don't want to use this big move to break the broken handcuffs, do you? Lin Mo responded lightly. Yes. Anilu wanted to cry but had no tears. I think you want to smash me together. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and directly hit Lei Chia at the Heilushi handcuffs in Anilu's hands. Although AI Nilu believed in Lin Mo's strength, but when this happened, he felt a little scared. After all, Lei Chia was a move that broke his ultimate move. As long as Lin Mo didn't grasp the fire, for Anilu, who is completely unable to use the fruit ability now, it is a devastating result. Calm down, I don't want to die yet. Anilu said and closed his eyes. He didn't open his eyes until he heard a crackling sound and felt that he was still alive. Seeing the fragments of Heilushi handcuffs that had fallen all over the ground, Anilu's eyes changed from shock to disbelief and then to brin flashing light, and he became more and more excited. It really succeeded? I still have nothing to do now. It's too powerful, Lin Mo. You are indeed omnipotent. If you want to chase the lion, you'd better hurry up. At this time, Kaku's voice sounded weakly. This is very close to the World Navy headquarters. Once the Navy headquarters gets wind and knows you are here, immediately it will dispatch the strongest combat force from the headquarters, and it will be very troublesome to leave here. Anila glanced at Kaku, then looked at Lin Mo, asking if he wanted to chase him. Lin Mo nodded calmly. Knowing that, Anilu immediately turned into lightning, stopped at the window suddenly, and looked back again. You bastard has a long nose. You wait for me, and when I come back, I will see how I deal with you. After finishing speaking, he turned into lightning again and disappeared with a swoosh. After Anilu left, Kaku couldn't help but sighed softly, affecting the wound in his body. He couldn't hold back his cough. Lin Mo looked at him silently. If he said something, Kaku wouldn't be too nervous, but because he didn't say anything, just staring at him like this, Kaku became more and more flustered. I know, It's too late to say anything now. Kaku took the lead to break the silence between the two of them with a dry smile. If you want to kill or cut into pieces, I will do as you please. I have accepted my fate. If you suspect that killing this old man will dirty your hand, the old man can do it himself. Then, Kaku staggered and picked up the elephant sword that fell next to Spandam's body, took a deep breath, and mustered up the courage to commit suicide. Lin Mo directly slashed the elephant sword in his hand and sent it flying. Kaku looked at him incredulously. What are you going to do? I let you die? Lin Mo said calmly. You have already died once. I saved you. Now, your life is mine. If I didn't let you die, you can't die. Lin Mo's words shocked Kaku. Yes, but this old man is an undercover agent sent by the world government to your ship. In his impression, although Lin Mo is usually lazy and does nothing, he is not the kind of person who will be soft-hearted at critical moments. Why do we say such things now? Kaku, who was loyal to the world government, is dead. Lin Mo said indifferently. The person you are loyal to now can only be me. But the old man is no longer qualified to stay on your ship. Kaku was hesitating. Lin Mo turned around and walked towards the door of this office, and said as he walked, as punishment, I will not heal your injury. You have no choice, just follow if you think it over. Staring blankly at Lin Mo's back that was drifting away, Kaku clenched his fists and couldn't help but ask again, Old man, do you really have the right to continue living? Lin Mo didn't look back and replied calmly, Yes. Just this simple word ignited hope in Kaku's already desperate heart. Without thinking about anything, Kaku immediately followed. His originally confused eyes gradually became firm. From now on, no matter what happens, even if you want to be an enemy of the whole world, this old man will never betray you again. This old man swears, until death forever loyal to you. Chapter 255 The reason why Lin Mo of Judiciary Island became stronger. In fact, what Lin Mo likes is Kaku's character, that as long as he is determined, he will always be stubborn to the end. As for Kaku's brain is flexible, and he learns things quickly, and he can do almost everything without any complaints. These messy abilities that can be fully competent for all the jobs on the entire ship by one person are secondary. The most important thing is that if Kaku is really dead, Inalo, who knows a little bit of everything but can't do anything well, will definitely clamor for another person to be on board. Page 294 Rather than being annoyed by Analu, it is better to keep Kaku. Based on the above, Lin Mo decided to accept him. The two quickly left Spandam's office. When they passed the owl that fell into a pile of rubble and was still fainting, Kaku asked softly, Do you want to deal with him? Lin Mo glanced at the owl and said indifferently, You can figure it out. After finishing speaking, he continued to walk forward. Lin Mo had no interest in the opponent who had lost consciousness and had no combat effectiveness. Kaku stared at the owl silently, hesitating whether to do it or not. Although those who survived CP9 had a lot of blood on their hands, it can be said that the current relationship between the members of CP9 is almost negligible. But after all, Al was his former teammate. While he was hesitating, Enalu came back. It seems that Lin Mo spared your life, Enalu said with a chuckle. Kaku turned his head and glanced at him, and said, The former Kaku is dead, and I have sworn that I will never betray you again. From now on, I will be regarded as an official crew member on the ship. Please give me more advice in the future. AI Nilu sneered and said, Don't think that a few words can cover up the fact that you got me arrested. Remember me with a long nose. Lin Mo can forgive you, but it doesn't mean that I will forgive you. It's because I trust you that I don't stare at you all the time. From now on, don't try to play any tricks. As long as I find out that there is something wrong with you, I will kill you immediately. Okay. Kaku smiled helplessly. As compensation, the old man saw a new style of fruit pie in the cookbook a few days ago, and I will make it for you when I get back to the boat. After a moment of silence, Nilau set on fire. Hey, am I a child? Don't try to bribe me with food. Kaku waved his hand and said, If you don't want to eat, forget it. Damn it, you bastard is looking for a beating, Enalu said with a displeased face. Kaku smiled and asked, Then do you eat or not? Enalu, eat. Ha ha ha, cough cough cough. Kaku laughed loudly. This laugh touched the wounds in his body again, and he coughed dryly again uncontrollably. Lin-Mo didn't heal you. Enelo looked at him strangely. Kaku said indifferently, "This is the punishment this old man should receive. It's okay. Che, I still want to beat you. You are like this. I can beat you half to death with one blow." Enelu turned his gaze and noticed the angry owl. "Che, there is another fish that slipped through the net." After finishing speaking, Enelu directly struck by lightning, electrocuting the owl to death. Seeing this, Kaku couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "Your ability is really convenient." AI Nilu sneered and said, "It's really cool enough. Your former teammate died. Don't you feel any emotion at all?" Kaku shrugged and said, "How can I feel? The official members of CP9 are all formed by the last few people who survived in constant fighting. It has only been less than a year since I became an official member of CP9. I have been training secretly and constantly fighting with my opponents to the death. I haven't even had much communication with other official members of CP9. It can be said that what I say to you is better than what other members of CP9 who have been with you for a year say. More. So what?" Enelu plucked his ears lazily. "Ben Thor is not interested in your past, so let's go." As he spoke, he followed the breath of Lin-Mo, who had long since disappeared. Kaku didn't stay here for long, and immediately followed him, saying as he walked, "Captain Lin-Mo is really a nice person." "Oh, you just know?" Enelu said as a matter of course. "He is just a guy who doesn't care on the surface, and is always more honest than what he says. I have seen through him a long time ago. If you say that, be careful of getting beaten." Suddenly thought of something, Kaku continued, "By the way, Jufa Island has a warehouse dedicated to storing supplies. Anyway, we are here. Why don't we discuss it with the captain? Go and see if there are any useful things that can be moved to our ship, and a free prostitution can save us a lot of money. Hee. Whoring for nothing is not for nothing." Enelu grinned and said confidently, "That's called worship." Kaku smiled helplessly. "Yes, you are a god. You have the final say." "Hey, Lin-Mo, did you hear what you said about the long nose?" Enelu shouted at Lin-Mo, who was far away from them. Lin-Mo responded directly telepathically, "Yes, you two go." "Okay." Enelu looked at Kaku. "You lead the way." Kaku nodded, and within a few steps, he suddenly realized a question. "Silly man, did the captain speak just now?" Enel said speechlessly, "Nonsense, didn't you hear that too?" "No." Kaku thought about it, thinking carefully. The captain is still a little far away from us, but his voice is as flat as usual. It doesn't seem to be shouting at all. Based on your knowledge, no matter how quiet his voice is, he can still hear him. But this old man is not as knowledgeable as you. Why can this old man hear so clearly?" When Kaku said this, Enelo also noticed something was wrong. His voice seemed to be transmitted directly to my mind. "Yes, that's it." Kaku nodded and said, "We don't know how much hidden strength the captain has. I used to think that even if the captain couldn't beat the general, it would be easy for the captain to run away. Now, the old man is a little skeptical. Maybe our captain's strength is already far above the general's." Speaking of this, Kaku couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "I haven't seen the captain training before. Every day, besides eating and sleeping, he fishes and drinks. If he can lie down, he doesn't sit, and if he can sit, he doesn't stand. What is the strength of the captain growing? You don't understand this." Enel Road proudly said, "Lin-Mo is chosen by the heavens and approved by my thunder god. His strength does not need to be trained to become stronger. He only needs to drink and sleep to become stronger." Are you sure?" Enelu said as a matter of course. "Of course." Kaku couldn't laugh or cry. "Your explanation, why does the old man feel so unreliable?" Chapter 256. The two people assisted by the God of Justice Island. The Tower of Judiciary is a relatively large building. No matter how complicated the structure inside was, with the help of Lin-Mo's knowledge, he arrived at the lobby on the first floor smoothly. Because there was too much movement upstairs before, many subordinates who didn't know that Spandam was dead along the way tried to intercept and arrest Lin-Mo, but they were all beaten away by him. When Lin-Mo just came down the stairs, in front of him was a tall, fat man with 3 heads and a wooden hammer in his hand. He hit the wooden all hard on the stone table in front of him a few times. "Desktop. This is the Holy Hall of Judgment. the three-headed man said with a dignified voice. From now on, we will judge the fate of you bastard who tried to rebel. Lin Mo didn't even bother to look at the three-headed man and just walked past him indifferently, as if he hadn't seen him. Damn it! How dare you ignore us? The three-headed man slapped the table angrily, jumped over one by one, and jumped in front of Lin Mo, blocking his way. At the same time, a group of Navy and government mercenaries poured in from the surrounding stairs. My lord, that guy killed Chief Spandam. The owl is dead too. That's a dangerous element. The way we came here was full of unconscious companions. That guy is too dangerous. Be careful. Hearing this, the three faces of the three men all had expressions of disbelief, and the one on the left couldn't help complaining. Sir Spandam was killed? Although his strength is not as good as that of ordinary soldiers. But the owl is strong. How can he die? Where's the lion? Where is he? Not sure. We didn't see him. Page 295. Maybe he's dead too. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Lions are very strong at snuggling adults. But Master Owl is also dead. If this guy really killed him, then he is too strong. We are not his opponents at all. Hello. The three heads of the three men looked at Lin Mo together, and the middle head asked in a cold tone, Are you killing Mr. Spandam and the owl? No, Lin Mo said indifferently. I only killed Spandam. After speaking, Lin Mo walked past the three men. The three men froze for a moment, then laughed together, and the head in the middle said viciously, Young man, you are very courageous, but unfortunately, your strength is not worthy of your ambition. The one who is truly powerful should be the one on your boat, your subordinates. Humph. You dare to wander around Jufa Island by yourself without the company of your subordinates. It is really arrogant. You killed Chief Spandam. It is already a capital crime. We will punish you with death. As he said that, the three-headed man immediately held his long knife and slashed at Lin Mo with one knife. Lin Mo jumped away immediately. The three-headed man's long knife slashed fiercely on the ground, cutting a big hole in the ground. Don't underestimate the presiding judge. The middle-aged heads of the three-headed men yelled, and immediately swung their knives again, slashing at Lin Mo again. Go away. Lin Mo frowned slightly and easily avoided the attack of the guy who claimed to be the presiding judge. He covered his armed hands with a punch and knocked the empty guy away with a punch without hesitation. Go out. Ah! 3 screams followed by a crackling sound, and the three-headed presiding judge directly smashed through the wall not far away. After landing, the three-headed man who seemed to be one body fell apart at once. Became 3 people. Yes, 3 people. The body of the judge with 2 heads is actually hidden under the baggy clothes of the chief judge. The man in the middle is taller and the ones on the left and right are smaller, so he sits on the lap of the man in the middle, turned into one body with 3 heads. As for why these 3 idiots pretended to be 3 heads, Lin Mo was not interested in knowing. Withdrawing his fist, he glanced at the 3 people who were knocked unconscious by the impact of hitting the wall. Lin Mo continued to walk out in silence. But none of the Navy and world government mercenaries who rushed over from behind dared to step forward to stop them. This is no joke. This kid not only killed Spandam, who now holds the highest authority in Jufa Island, but also killed such a powerful owl. The whereabouts of the lion and the presiding judge were also defeated. This group of people, even if they bite the bullet, they are looking for their own death. What should we do? Now that several powerful adults on the island have been killed, should we ask for assistance? Yes. Anyway, this place is very close to the Navy headquarters. If you ask for assistance now, reinforcements will come soon. But we don't have a phone bug to get in touch with Admiralty. Only Chief Spandam seems to have one. What should we do? If the people above know that we didn't stop the intruders, we will definitely be punished. I thought of a way. Why don't we pretend to be dizzy? Anyway, the people above don't know whether we have stopped or not. It makes sense, let's do it. Then, the group of people threw away their weapons in unison, each chose a position, and lay down comfortably on the ground. Lin Mo didn't pay attention to the amusing behavior of the group of miscellaneous soldiers behind him. The moment he stepped out of the Tower of Justice, the entire building behind him suddenly exploded with a bang. Countless broken stones flew out in all directions under the huge impact of the explosion. The sky was full of dust, and it took a long time for it to dissipate. After the dust dissipated, a golden dome around Lin Mo's body slowly disappeared. When he looked back, there was no shadow of the Tower of Justice behind him, and what was left was only ruins full of wreckage. What the hell? It explodes when you touch it. The old man said a long time ago, "Don't touch that thing. You have to listen. It's all over now. The supplies haven't been received, and we have all been implicated." "Hey, you bastard has a long nose. Are you blaming me? The old man didn't mention you by name. You were the one who checked in. Asshole, don't think that I dare not hit you because you are wounded." The voices of Anilo and Kaku came down from the air. The two of them were in a mess because of the unexpected explosion. Linimo looked up at the two guys who were falling in silence and rubbed his fists, just when he was about to give him an iron fist of love. In my mind, the system's prompt sounded in time. DD, Destroyer, Tower of Law, sign in progress 30. Current total progress is 40. Reward Fairy Ball level 1. Current Fairy Ball level is LV3. Chapter 257 Judicial Island. How smoothly the sudden completion of this progress caused Lin Mo's armed color already attached to his hands to retreat. He really didn't expect that the unintentional behavior of Anilu and Kaku actually helped him complete the task by mistake. When the two landed on the ground, seeing Lin Mo was there, Anilu waved at him excitedly. After recovering, Lin Mo asked indifferently, "What's going on?" Anilu pointed to Kaku next to him and directly pushed the pot. "It's all because Long Nose didn't say it in advance, which caused me to touch a detonator and accidentally blow up this building." "Did the old man say that?" Kaku didn't take the blame. "It's you who don't believe it. You must think that the old man is lying to you. It's obviously your problem. Don't try to frame the old man." "Hiss. Long Nose, don't forget, you were an undercover agent 10 minutes ago. The old man died more than 10 minutes ago. Besides, these are two different things. Now we are a group of people. The old man will not harm you. If you don't believe me, the old man can't help it." Enel Road Fire Avenue. "You bastard, find a fight." At the moment when Anilu's hands were filled with lightning, Lin Mo had appeared in front of both of them, jumped up, and gave him 2 punches on the head. "What are you arguing about? If you continue arguing, you will shut up forever," Lin Mo said in an unhappy tone. Anilu muttered in pain. "Every time I start, I'm almost stunned by you," Kaku said dumbfoundedly. "If you don't hit you, you're stupid." Anilu glared at Kaku angrily. At this time, from the direction of the main entrance of Jinsei Island, 2 loud sounds suddenly came. Page 296. Cassie and Oimo, who were guarding the second door, heard the movement from the Jufa Tower and saw that the Jufa Tower had collapsed. Without saying a word, they ran towards this side immediately. "Damn it, didn't even CP9 kill them?" Cassie asked with an ugly face. Oe responded while running. "It seems that this group of people is very troublesome. We can't let them mess around in Jufa Island. We managed to guard here for 45 years. There are still 55 years left before the leaders will be released. We must not let these guys mess around and let us guard for so many years in vain." "That's right. Kill them. Wimo, let's go together." Kaku waved his giant mace. Oyimo clenched his giant axe tightly, and the moment the two rushed over, they slammed their weapons at Lin Mo and the others. The 3 of Lin Mo immediately jumped away from the spot in 3 directions. The power of giants should not be underestimated. Kaku said, "You all be careful." "Cut. To put it bluntly, isn't it because of strength? Only weak people like you are afraid," Enelo said disdainfully. Lin Mo glanced at AI Nilu and wrote lightly, "Then I will leave them to you." The corner of Anilu's mouth curled up, and he immediately turned the golden stick in his hand and hit the thunder drum behind him twice. A thunder dragon immediately flew out of it, directly piercing Oyimo's body. "Ah!" Hearing a scream, Oe lost his footing and fell to his knees. But he didn't die because of this, nor did he lose consciousness. But his face had already turned pale. "Oimo, are you okay?" Cassie immediately helped him up. Oyimo shook his head and said, "I still can't die." "Hey, it's really rough and thick. Since you can catch the Brontosaurus, then try my -1,000,000-volt lightning strike." As he said that, Anilu was about to make a move. Kaku suddenly stopped him. "Wait a minute. Long Nose, don't forget your current identity." "The old man knows," Kaku said with a dry smile. but the old man has a way to subdue them. Enel, leave it to the old man. After finishing speaking, Kaku didn't wait for Enelu's answer and walked directly to Cassie and Oimo on moon steps. Cassie threw his mace at Kaku angrily. Kaku dodged immediately and then continued. You have been deceived by the world government. In fact, your leader is not in the hands of the world government. You're lying. Cassie continued to attack Kaku angrily. There are still 55 years, and Oimo and I will guard the gate for another 55 years, and they will let our leader go. The old man is not lying. Your leader is really not in the hands of the world government. Although the old man doesn't know the details, they are now on a small island in the Great Route. It is a waste of time for you to keep guarding the gate. You still want to lie to us? Bastard, go to hell. Cassie continued to attack Kaku. Kaku kept using moon steps to dodge, but because of the injuries on his body, the speed of dodging was getting slower and slower. When he wanted to say something more, the pain of broken bones in his body made him stagnate for a moment. In this brief stagnation, Cassie's mace has already hit the head. At the same time, Oimo, who regained his footing, swung his giant axe at the same time. Just when the two were about to hit Kaku, Enelu's disdainful voice suddenly sounded. This is the way you said you can subdue them? Oh, it's really useless. As he said that, Enelu directly condensed the lightning in his hands, and a huge thunderbolt fell on Oimo's body instantly, as if falling from the sky. Oimo didn't even have time to scream. He rolled his eyes and fell to the ground with a bang. On Cassie's side, Lin-Imo also appeared on top of Cassie's head in the blink of an eye while stepping on the moon steps, and then squeezed his fist to cover the armed color, combined with the Pegasus Meteor Fist, instantly smashed Cassie's head into the field. Kaku looked at him in shock, and for a moment, he had mixed feelings in his heart. Sure enough, I am still too weak. TCH, you won't die like this. Your vitality is really strong. Enelu yawned bored. Lin-Imo landed indifferently from midair. As soon as his feet landed, the system's notification sounded again in his mind. DD, defeating Cassie and Oimo, members of the giant soldier pirates, sign in progress 30. The current total progress is 70, and rewards the Pegasus Meteor Fist level 1. The current Pegasus Meteor Fist level is LV2. Hearing this, Lin-Imo fell silent again. Sometimes this progress is really quite fast. Without thinking about it, Lin-Imo directly asked in his heart, System, what is the last task? DD, destroy the Gate of Justice. The host will get 30.00 of the progress of the sign-in. Knowing what the final task was, Lin-Imo didn't even bother to do it himself. He looked directly at AI Nilu, pointed to a supergiant gate located behind the original Tower of Justice, and said lightly, Seeing that, is there a door? AI Nilu looked along Lin-Mo's hand, nodded, and asked strangely, I saw it. What's the matter? The corner of Lin-Mo's mouth hooked slightly, and continued, Go, destroy it. Captain, are you serious? Kaku asked in surprise. Enelu moved his hands and feet, and without even asking why, he turned into lightning and flew towards the so-called Door of Justice. A few seconds later, a huge Thor appeared in front of the Gate of Justice, only to hear a super huge cracking sound of boom, and the Gate of Justice was shattered into countless pieces of rubble by Enelu's big move. They scattered and fell into the sea. At the same time, the system notification sounded in Lin-Mo's mind again. DD, destroying the Gate of Justice, sign-in progress 30. DD, CFA Island sign-in task is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a ton of Hylu stone, which has been automatically stored in the system space. The full set level of the 6 styles 1. The current level of the 6 styles are Finger Gun LV5, Iron Block LV7, Shaving LV5, Moonstep LV5, Lawn Foot LV5, Paper Painting LV5. A full set of 6 styles is fine, but this Halushi, although Hylu stone is a very rare thing in this world, and the system is so proud that it gave him a ton. Do you think the system space is too empty? After a moment of silence, Lin-Imo opened the personal attribute panel and glanced at the next destination. Next stop is Baltigo. Chapter 258, the daily official boarding ceremony. Baltigo is a deserted island surrounded by yellow sand and rocks. It is also the secret base of the current Revolutionary Army, and it is a very hidden place. Lin Imo did not expect that he would go to the lair of the Revolutionary Army so soon. Page 297, it seems that the next mission has a high probability to be related to the dragon. By the way, there is one more person. Thanks to a certain guy, Lin Imo now has a headache when he thinks of Sabo. It's done. At this time, Enelu came back. There is nothing to improve on this broken island, right? Should we continue to stay here? After recovering, Lin Imo shook his head and said, "No, let's go to the next stop." "Oh, wait," Kaku asked in surprise. "So, what are we doing here on Jufa Island? Just to destroy the Gate of Justice?" "Nonsense," Enelo proudly said with a look that he had seen through it a long time ago. "Of course I came to this place to destroy the Gate of Justice in order to give the world government a blow, but it actually managed to blow it up by mistake. Ben Lation didn't expect you to be an undercover agent, and I think Lin Imo probably didn't either." Saying that, Enelo and Kaku both looked at Lin Imo. Lin Imo turned around and found the location where Enelo and Kaku hid the boat with his knowledge and walked directly there and said calmly as he walked, "I knew it a long time ago." Enelo and Kaku were taken aback at the same time. "Wait." Enel immediately chased after him. "What did you already know? Don't you know that Long Nose is from the world government when he first got on the boat?" Lin Imo responded lightly, "Yes." Kaku hurriedly followed and asked in disbelief, "This is impossible. I should have not revealed my secrets when I went to the capital of Seven Waters." "Captain, how did you find out that this old man is an undercover agent?" Lin Imo said indifferently, "The sixth sense." Kaku, TCH. "So, am I the only one who doesn't know the identity of Long Nose?" Enelu asked angrily. Lin Imo said lightly, "Probably." Enelu looked at Kaku angrily. Kaku couldn't help laughing and said, "Don't look at the old man." At that time, the old man was just a small killer. The superiors arranged where to go undercover. The old man had no choice at all. "Why, do you still regret it?" Enelo asked through gritted teeth. Kaku shook his hand and said, No. In fact, it's pretty good now. From childhood to adulthood, the old man has experienced a life where he would die if he didn't pay attention. Only by constantly making himself stronger can he survive. No one cares about this old man, nor does he have any friends. After what happened today, this old man has completely come to his senses. Thank you for not giving up on this old man. It's great to be able to stay on the boat. Do you think I can forgive your betrayal by saying these words?" Enelu said disdainfully, "I understand why Lin Imo came to Jufa Island. I think the most important thing is to break the door of justice. The only thing is to make you stay on board willingly." After a moment of silence, AI Nilu continued, "When you had a showdown in the cowardly officer's office, Lin Imo was already outside the window, but he never came in until you apologized to me. You were lucky. Fortunately, you seized the opportunity, otherwise you might have died." When Enelu said this, Kaku thought about it, but felt that it really seemed to be the case. "You too, hurry up." Lin Imo urged him with telepathy a little impatiently. The two looked at each other. Without saying a word, they immediately speeded up and chased after them. Back on the ship, Enelo used his ability to start the spaceship with ease. "Where are we going next?" Enelo looked at Lin Imo and asked. Lin Imo glanced at the system navigation, then pointed to the direction of Baltigo and said calmly, "The next stop is to go to Baltigo. This time the destination is a bit far away. You said it was very close last time. We have been floating on the sea for 3 days. How long will it take to go a little further this time?" Enelo asked suspiciously, "Would it take 10 days and a half a month?" Lin Imo said calmly, "Well, as long as you are on your way day and night, you may arrive at this time." Baldigo, the old man on this island, has never heard of it. Kaku rubbed his chin and thought, "But it's incredible. Linmo's great route with uncertain weather and magnetic field disorder. Captain Linmo's journey without a record pointer under such circumstances, they can actually accurately point out the place to go next and the approximate time needed on the road, which is amazing. Heh, you have a long nose. You know how powerful Lin Imo is." Enela chuckled. "If you want a broken record pointer, it's cumbersome to hold it. Our captain is a humanoid pointer with dash accuracy." The moment Anilu had just finished speaking, Lin Imo jumped up and punched Anilu hard on the head again. With a stagger, Anilu's center of gravity was unstable, and he fell on the deck without smashing through the deck. What's the matter? You don't usually strike so hard. Enelu immediately jumped up from the deck, with a bag bigger than usual being beaten on his head. One more word of nonsense, and I'll throw you into the sea. Lin Imo said indifferently. Enelu was stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. I don't believe you can do it. Even if you really throw it into the sea, the long nose will go back and pick me up. Kaku touched his nose and said cooperatively, "The old man listens to the captain. If the captain asks, he will be rescued. If the captain doesn't let him, he will not be rescued." Enel. The old man will go to treat his own injury first. But after all, the old man is not a doctor, so he can't take care of the broken bone and put it back on his own. After passing through the island with people, can I let the old man see a doctor or something? Kaku asked with a grin. Yes. Lin Imo didn't care. Anyway, he has already said that if he does not treat Kaku, he will not be cured. This is the punishment Kaku deserves. But punishment is punishment, and there will be no less rewards. Without much thought, Lin Imo took out 3 devil fruits from the system space and placed them in front of Kaku. Choose one. Huh? Is this a devil fruit? Kaku asked in surprise. Enelu was also shocked. What's the situation? There are 3 of them. Lin Imo said indifferently. On my boat, the weak are not allowed to exist. This is a welcome ceremony for you to officially board the boat. The meeting gift on board actually gave a devil fruit. Kaku didn't know what to say at the moment. Captain, you are too kind to this old man. Hey, wait a minute. There is a welcome ceremony when I officially board the ship? Enelo asked, dissatisfied. Then why was there nothing when I got on the ship? I protest, it's not fair. Chapter 259. Something is wrong with you. Every day what Lin Imo took out were the 3 devil fruits of transparency, silence, and rebound. Although according to the plot of the original book, Kaku should eat the giraffe-shaped Nyo-Nyo fruit. But in Lin Mo's opinion, the 3 he selected are more suitable for Kaku. Therefore, he didn't intend to tell Kaku the abilities of these 3 fruits, and let Kaku choose randomly. As for which one he would choose, it depended on his own luck. Facing Ainelo's complaints, Lin Imo simply ignored him. On the contrary, Kaku also comforted him. The captain just said that the weak are not allowed on board, so it can be seen that the captain recognized your strength, so he didn't give you other things that are useless to you. Enel. Really? Enelo looked at Lin Imo and asked. Although Lin Imo didn't want to talk to him, after thinking about it, he nodded cooperatively. Enel's complexion improved a bit. Page 298. Kaku touched the back of his head and asked with a smile, Captain, what abilities do these 3 devil fruits have? Lin Imo said calmly, You choose first. Blind selection. Kaku rubbed his hands and said with a smile, Then it depends on luck. The old man chooses the middle one. Good luck. Lin Imo threw the fruit selected by Kaku to him. This is the fruit of silence. As he spoke, he took the other 2 devil fruits back into the system space. Kaku immediately reached out to catch the devil fruit thrown by Lin Imo and asked curiously, What is the ability of the silent fruit? Enelu poked out his ears and said disdainfully, It doesn't sound very powerful. Lin Imo said directly, It can be regarded as the nemesis of knowledgeable color. Informative nemesis? Kaku was startled. AI Nilu was also shocked. Are you kidding? How can knowledgeable color have a nemesis? If that's the case, this silent fruit is really suitable for this old man. Kaku's mouth hooked slightly, and he continued, Enelu, maybe your lightning strikes won't be able to hit this old man in the future. Nonsense. Enelu didn't believe it. Even if you can escape my knowledgeable prediction, your speed can't be faster than my lightning strike speed. Bastard with a long nose. Don't get complacent too early. Ha ha ha. Kaku laughed loudly. So, after the old man's lightning protection device is completely improved, combined with the ability of the silent fruit, the old man will not be afraid of your lightning strikes anymore. Enel. Then you're welcome, the old man. Thank you, the captain, for the gift. Kaku immediately peeled off the skin of the fruit of silence in his hand, and then directly bit into it. As soon as he entered, his face changed. Suppressing the nausea in his heart, Kaku swallowed the fruit and couldn't help coughing dryly while clutching his chest. It's so unpalatable, Kaku said palely. Seeing that more than half of the pulp was left, he was very desperate. Seeing his uncomfortable appearance, Enelu suddenly said viciously, "Don't waste such a good thing. Eat it up quickly." Kaku asked with an ugly face, "Do you really want to eat it all?" This old man wants to die. The main reason is that he still has injuries. This mouthful is so unpalatable that it directly magnifies the pain in his body several times. If he eats it again, it will kill him. If you don't finish eating, you won't get the ability. Enelu said with a smirk, "If you want to get the power, you have to pay the corresponding price. You can't even bear this pain and still want to get the ability of the devil fruit? Stop dreaming. In fact, every devil fruit, as long as you eat one bite, you have already gained power, and if you continue to eat it later, what you eat is just an ordinary useless fruit that smells like shit." Both Enelu and Lin Mo knew this. Only Kaku doesn't know. Kaku really believed what Enelu said. Seeing that more than half of the fruit of silence remained in his hand, Kaku swallowed anxiously, took a deep breath, and was about to continue to hold back to eat. Lin Mo slapped the remaining fruit in his hand away. Just hearing a plop, Fagwa sank into the sea in front of the three of them. Kaku was dumbfounded. "Enel," Lin Mo said indifferently. "Just take a bite," Enelu said dissatisfiedly. "What are you doing? You finally got a long nose. Can't you follow me once?" "If he faints, will you cook later?" Lin Mo asked back. Enelu was silent. Kaku was speechless. "So you wanted to punish me?" "Damn it," Enelu said disdainfully. "Forget it. Ben Lation is kind. I don't care about your stupid long nose. Don't forget what you promised me. I will make apple pie later, and I will eat meat. Water, just cook the meat. Make some more desserts. By the way, there seems to be no juice in the refrigerator. You can squeeze some out when the meal is ready." Kaku. After a moment of silence, Kaku sighed helplessly. "You guys really don't treat this old man like a wounded person? Forget it. It's still early for dinner anyway, so this old man is going to treat the wound first. At noon, you come to help." Enelu reluctantly said, "I'm not going." Kaku chuckled and said, "That's not okay. The old man can't do it alone. If you don't help, then I won't make dessert. You bastard has a long nose. You dare to threaten me?" "I don't dare." After a short pause, Kaku changed the subject and asked, "The ability of this devil fruit. How to use it?" "Ha ha, really ignorant." Enel laughed loudly. "I just finished eating, and it feels normal to not feel anything. You will feel it after a while, and you just need to get used to it by then. Oh, the old man will withdraw first. You should sail well." After finishing speaking, Kaku quickly returned to the cabin. This long nose is really getting more and more arrogant. AI Nilu looked at Lin Mo, who was already walking towards the bow of the ship, and continued, "Captain, don't you care?" Lin Mo said as he walked, "No matter how arrogant you are not as arrogant." "Enel, I am arrogant because I have the capital to be arrogant." Enel proudly said, "The long nose is too weak, and being arrogant will only get you beaten." Lin Mo chuckled and said, "Aren't you being beaten every day?" The corner of Enel's mouth twitched slightly. "It's different. You are the captain, and you are better than me. It's normal for me to be beaten." Lin Mo. "This reason. Wouldn't this guy find the reason for being beaten from himself?" Lin Mo said speechlessly, "You owe it to your mouth to get beaten up." Eh. AI Nilu stared blankly at Lin Mo, taking out the fishing tackle, ready to go fishing. Without saying a word, he immediately turned into lightning and appeared beside Lin Mo in the blink of an eye. He said in surprise, "What did you say today?" "There are a lot of extras, and people who usually don't pull out their hair actually plucked their hair and gave them devil fruits today. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Lin Mo, you don't have a fever, do you?" Lin Mo turned his head to look at AI Nilu, with a terrifying smile on the corner of his mouth, and asked seemingly calmly, "What did you just say?" Chapter 260 Lei Mao God, who lives in daily life. Lin Mo rarely smiled. Even though AI Nilu has been with Lin Mo for so long, he has never even sneered at him a few times. Page 299. It's hard to laugh once. It's so scary to be so young. Enelo had a bad premonition and immediately changed his mouth. "No, I didn't say anything." Lin Mo smiled and said, "Why don't you eat Neptune for lunch today?" Neptune. Enelu was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "It seems that we don't store Neptune meat on board. Just catch it now." Lin said lightly. The corners of Inalu's mouth twitched slightly. Catching now? Are there Neptunes in this sea area? With your little bait, it's not enough for Neptunes to fit in your teeth. Can you catch them? Who said I'm going to use these baits? Lin looked at Inalu and suddenly waved the fishing rod in his hand. AI Nilu realized what Lin was going to do, and the moment Linmo's hook was thrown towards AI Nilu immediately turned into lightning and slipped away. The hook hooked on the wooden door frame of the cabin. Enelo, Lin said indifferently, come out. Enelu, who was hiding in the cabin, immediately called out. Come out and be your bait? I won't. Tear off the fishhook hooked on the door frame. Lin said directly. AI Nilu was stunned and quietly poked out half of his head from the cabin, seeing that Linmo's fishhook was really hooked on the door frame. He couldn't help complaining. It's just such a short distance. You can't pull it by yourself by walking a few steps? Even so, he reached out to help Lin get the hook off. Lin took advantage of the opportunity to close the shot, and Analu was taken aback and immediately retreated into the cabin again. Count. Lin turned his gaze to the sea and continued fishing. At noon, Kaku was injured and cooked a table of dishes according to Analu's request. During the meal, Lin asked, by the way, have you mastered the ability? Kaku said with a smile, not very skilled yet. As he spoke, Kaku suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and then an invisible barrier surrounded the three of them. What are you doing? Enelo asked strangely. Kaku smiled and said, try to feel the sound outside. The sounds he refers to here are the chirping of insects and birds, the breath and heartbeat of sea creatures. Enelu released his armed color with a look of disdain, and in an instant, a look of surprise appeared on his face. What's going on? Why can't I feel the sound outside? This is the ability of silent fruit. The old man is still researching it. Maybe more useful abilities will be developed in the future, Kaku said with a relaxed face. Enelu's face darkened slightly. Now, he understands why Lin said that the ability of the silent fruit is the nemesis of sensuality. Before Kaku became a shipwright, he was already a killer. Now he has the ability to completely disappear, and he can even defeat many opponents who are stronger than him silently. Although, Enelo looks down on Kaku's current strength, but now he has to re-examine the previous bet with Lin. No, Long Nose must be more busy, so that guy has no time to enhance his strength. With this little thought, Enelu was thinking about finding something for Kaku to do. Lin reminded him very intimately, don't forget the 3-year agreement. Enel. Kaku asked strangely, a 3-year contract? What is it? Nothing. Enel said directly. Can you believe what the captain said? Don't listen to his nonsense. Because AI Nilu was right next to Lin punched him directly, hitting AI Nilu's head very precisely. Kaku said with a headache. You really don't have a long memory no matter how hard you get beaten. Bastard, it's all your fault. Enelu glared at Kaku. What kind of stupid questions are you asking? If you don't ask, can I be beaten? Kaku didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why is this the old man's fault again? Did you talk through your brain? The old man just didn't understand what you were talking about, so I just asked. Is this something you should know? It's okay, don't ask nonsense. Enelu said dissatisfied. Lin continued. 3 years later, the two of you have a fight, and Enelu loses, so you won't be able to speak for a week. Kaku. Enelu is now angry and helpless. This is a bet between the two of us, right? Why did you tell Long Nose? I figured it out, but you treat Long Nose as your own, and you don't take me seriously at all. Hateful. Seeing that Enelu lost his temper again, Kaku sighed helplessly. What are you talking about? You don't know the character of the captain. If he really doesn't take you seriously, he can kill you for you. Tianlong people caused such a big trouble for himself. If he really didn't take you seriously, he would have accepted you on board in the Seven Waters? Think about it for yourself. Apart from you every day looking for a fight, has the captain done anything excessive to you? When Kaku said this, Enelu fell silent. Okay, let's eat. Kaku pushed the boiled meat that Enelu ordered in front of him, and continued. He is in his 30s, and he is still like a child. Enel. Oh, that's right. Kaku suddenly thought of something, turned his gaze to Lin who had already ignored them as they started eating, and said, Captain, when I go to the next island to replenish supplies, can I give the old man a little more money? Linimo looked up at him and asked lightly, "What are you going to do?" Kaku replied embarrassingly, "I forgot to take my sword when I left it on CFA Island. After all, I am also a swordsman. What kind of swordsman is there without a sword?" "Cut," Enelo said disdainfully. "With your speed of destroying swords, no matter how much money you have, you won't be able to buy a sword." Note: Daojian is a family here. Don't worry, the old man can't help it. Kaku said helplessly. The quality of these knives is too bad. When it comes to swords, Kaku is more and more interested in Linmo's Toya Lake. Anyone who understands swordsmanship can see the battle between Lin Mo and Hawkeye. The eye is still a bit weak, but Linmo's wooden sword can actually resist Hideyoi, one of the 12 great swordsmanships of the Supreme Sword. From this, it can be seen that Linmo's wooden sword is absolutely extraordinary. After thinking about it, Kaku still couldn't help but asked, "Captain, can you show me your wooden knife? Isn't it just a glance, and I can just touch it?" After a moment of silence, Lin Mo pulled out Toya Lake from his waist and put it on the dining table. Although he didn't say anything, his actions have already told Kaku that he can touch it. Kaku was ecstatic in his heart and stretched out his hand cautiously. When his hand touched the blade of Lake Toya, the joyful expression on his face was gradually replaced by surprise. No, why doesn't the old man feel anything?" "Cut, it's just a wooden knife. How does it feel?" Annie said while eating meat. Kaku shook his head and said, "No, ordinary wooden swords can't withstand Heideoya's attack. This wooden sword is definitely not that simple. As a swordsman, the old man can still feel the quality of the sword, but the feeling of giving the old man a wooden knife is a bit too common." "Captain, can this knife be used by the old man for a while?" "No." Linimo put away Lake Toya directly. Page 300 AI Nilu couldn't help laughing and said, "Yeah, ha 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 ha. You've been rejected. You deserve it." Kaku said embarrassingly, "For a real swordsman, the sword is like his own life. It is reasonable for the captain not to let the old man touch his sword more." "Ha ha, it's okay. It doesn't matter. Wait until the next island. The old man must take 2 affordable and better quality knives and try to use them for as long as possible." "No need." At this moment, Linimo suddenly said. Kaku asked strangely, "No need for anything?" Linimo put his hand into his pocket, and with a thought, he took out the magic blade and evil spirit from the bottom of the box and put it on the table as well, and said in a calm tone, "This knife is for you." Chapter 261 The Dark Room Between Reality and Dreams. The demon blade, evil spirit, is much shorter than ordinary swords. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a short knife. Although this knife has the ability to cut the soul, it looks awesome, and it has cool light effects when swung at will. But for Lin Mo, who only wants salty fish, this cool light effect is really not suitable for him. Moreover, the second stage of evolution of this sword can become 2 swords. Not to mention, it is really suitable for Kaku, a swordsman with 2 swords. That's why Lin Mo thought about giving this knife to Kaku. Anyway, if he keeps it, he may not necessarily use it. It's better to let someone who is more suitable for it use it. The most important thing is that Kaku has completely surrendered now, and there is still a long way to go in the future, and he will meet more and stronger people. It is not enough to rely on an auxiliary fruit of silence. In addition to this evil spirit knife, it should be of great help to the improvement of Kaku's strength. Kaku stared blankly at the black handle on the table, which was still emitting black mist, especially the skull on the gauntlet. Before touching it, he felt a sense of extreme cold. "Is this the demon's sword?" Kaku asked in surprise. Lin Mo said calmly, "Well, this knife can evolve into 2 knives, which is very suitable for you." Hearing this, Kaku was shocked. Can it evolve into 2 knives? Really? Can there be such a magical knife in this world? It's amazing. Can this old man control it? "Idiot," Enelu said angrily. "Why are you being so polite? Here you go, you just keep it. How can there be so much nonsense? I've been on the boat for so long, but Lin Moke didn't give me anything. Please be content." "You're right." Kaku smiled and reached out to pick up Evil Spirit Island. Where the blade crossed, there was a black mist with red and blue light. When Kaku grabbed the hilt, he clearly felt that there were 2 forces in the knife that made him shudder. It seems a bit difficult to control. Kaku tried to wave it twice. The old man will adapt as soon as possible. You usually make trouble. Lin Mo took a sip of wine and continued. Don't use this knife against your own people. It can cut souls. Soul cutting. Kaku was shocked. This is the first time I've heard of a knife that can cut souls. Captain, can you tell me where you got this knife from? Lin Mo was too lazy to explain and simply ignored Kaku. Seeing that Lin Mo stopped talking, Kaku knew that he was asking too much, so he said with a dry smile, Haha, the origin is not important. In short, thank the captain for giving the knife. The old man must adapt to this knife as soon as possible and live up to the captain's expectations. Lin Mo. This is really a set of polite words. Lin Mo didn't respond to Kaku, and after finishing all the rice in the bowl, he got up and prepared to go out. Hey, wait a minute. Kaku immediately stopped him. Have another bowl of soup. With that said, he filled Lin Mo with another bowl of soup full of meat. I can't eat anymore. Lin Mo said something casually and was about to continue walking outside. Kaku continued. This is impossible. When I was 15 years old, I was 1.7 meters 5. Captain, you are too short. You should eat more and drink less. Lin Mo. On this point, I am in favor of a long nose. Enelu said lazily. Ben Thor was 15 meters when he was 1.5 years old, and you are only -meters. Excuse me. Lin Mo stopped abruptly, looked back at Enelu, and slapped Enelu on the back of the head without hesitation. With a bang, Enelu bumped his head on the dining table, and a big bump appeared on his forehead instantly. Damn it, you hit me again out of nowhere. Enelu glared at Lin Mo angrily. Lin Mo didn't bother to talk to him, picked up the meaty soup that Kaku served him that night, finished it quickly, and left the cabin immediately. Bastard, you are the only one who can do this if you hit someone for no reason and run away confidently. Enelu yelled at the door of the cabin where Lin Mo had long since disappeared. Kaku snickered and said, Haven't you guys realized that this is your own problem? You didn't do it yourself? When you have time, I will teach you how to speak. The bastard has a long nose. Enelu's half-face was covered by shadows. With Lin Mo covering you, you will be lawless, right? This old man is not lawless. Kaku said without being surprised. I have told you so many times, if you don't restrain your temper, you will suffer in the future. If it were someone else, this old man wouldn't bother to talk about him. On the deck, after Lin Mo propped up his exclusive recliner, he lay down comfortably, bathed in the bright afternoon sun, and began to take a nap. After coming to One Piece World, Lin Mo gradually got into the habit of taking a nap, and every time he took a nap, he would sleep for 1 to 2 hours, and he had developed a biological clock. But this time, it seemed like a long, long sleep. Suddenly, a burst of noisy footsteps, accompanied by dust and sawdust falling head-on, woke Lin Mo up with a start. There is a pitch blackness in front of you. The pungent smell of decaying wood hung in the damp air. This long-lost sense of familiarity made Lin Mo's brain blank for a few seconds. After reacting, he immediately pressed the location in his memory and turned on a switch not far from him. In an instant, hanging directly above him, a yellow chandelier lit up. Although the chandelier's light was not very strong, it was still a bit glaring when it suddenly turned on. When Lin Mo gradually got used to it, he saw the bottom of the stairs gradually descending 1 level at a time. And where he is now is in an extremely narrow compartment under the stairs of a small 2-story building. There was no furniture of any kind in the cubicle, just a shabby mat on the floor covered with a shabby blanket. Next to the only small wooden door that is only 1 meter high, there is a cloth bag containing books. After a moment of silence, Lin Mo immediately got up and took the cloth bag over and took out the books in it to take a look. It was his textbook when he was a sophomore in high school. How is this going? He is back? Lin Mo immediately pinched himself, and the strong tingling made him realize that he was not dreaming at all. So, what he experienced in Pirate World is a dream.